David here at 8:45. Leanne will be joining us in just a little while, but all the rest of us are here. I hope everybody had a nice summer break. I'm glad all of you got to work. So we're going to start right off this morning. Everybody's got their water or coffee, whatever they need, with an update on the Student Success Act, House Bill 3427, a report. So things all here.
Just before we get started, I think we tried to really get out in front of this as we know it was coming, having David on the legislature and been able to be up to date. And we even started planning some time ago. And just to let you know, we've already had multiple school districts are already reaching out to include school districts in Washington County, but also other parts, looking at what our planning team has done to up to date to right now, but also as we go now. So we have shared some of this information already with other school districts across the state. So.
Okay. Good morning. We are excited to be here because this is something pretty exciting for us for next year. And I was charged by Don to lead a group of Maureen and John and David and Jim to make sure that we follow everything we need to follow when it comes to the implementation of the Student Success Act, House Bill 3427. We will be meeting regularly every other week probably. We have it on the calendars, and we have kind of made a lot of progress already in terms of where we're going with it, starting with our needs assessment. So David is going to start by kind of giving us the background and where we've started, and then each of us will kind of talk about the implementation.
Yeah, and of course, work session, ask questions as they come up. A couple of things, we obviously, the bill became law, signed by the governor, was under the threat of referendum. If you saw the news weeks ago now, I think the Manufacturing Association that had filed an initiative petition and was approved for circulation claims they have withdrawn their effort. Now, of course, the petition is still live, according to the Secretary of State's website, so there is still this potential existing. But I suspect they looked at favorable polling and a possible $20 million expenditure in order to defeat it, and felt that probably wasn't the best use of their members' monies, and decided to pull back on that effort. The clock does technically run out September 27th, so we eagerly anticipate September 27th. There is one other petition filed as a referendum, but it is not on any of the components that are near and dear to our heart. It is merely on a component that preempts other local governments' ability to implement the same kind of tax, a commercial activities tax. But it is not even approved for circulation, so at this point I think it's probably not going to get off the ground. So a couple of the nuts and bolts about the measure, what we are working on is the sort of 50% portion of the measure. So if you remember from our updates during session, the Student Success Act is composed of essentially three parts as they pertain. Four if you consider the actual raising of the money for. The three parts are 50% of the funds are invested in a student investment account, and that's what we'll be talking about today, is our work in approaching the student investment account. Then 30% of the funds are invested in a statewide initiatives account, which is a compilation of a variety of things with which we will, of course, be looking to maximize those funds within the district as well. Those include full funding for Measure 98, which the Department of Ed has already front-loaded into their calculations for this current year, so they are full funding for this year. It includes a really historic investment in child nutrition, and of course, as we look to onboard a new nutritious services director, really looking to make sure that we can maximize providing free meals to as many kids as possible in the school district under those provisions. And then a number of other smaller pieces, including significant investment in the high-cost disabilities account. So this is for students on special education who cost the district more than $30,000 a year. The state is not fully funding that program, and this gets near full funding, if not full funding in that. And some other components, and we can certainly talk about those, but those are not the thrust of our work. Then the last 20% is the early childhood account, so this is a significant investment in early childhood education, and likewise, we'll be looking to leverage those funds where districts have an ability to access them. Not all of those funds are school district accessible, but where they are, we will be looking to maximize those. So for our purposes, this is the student investment account. So this is the 50%. This would be roughly $1 billion a biennium in available funds, $500 million a year. For the Beaverton School District, we think for the next school year, this is somewhere in the $33 to $34 million range, and then the year after that is closer to $40 million, and then escalating from there. The bill requires school districts to do a couple of things to access these funds, and they are similar. It is similar to Measure 98 in that it is earmarked for every school district. So it is a non-competitive grant, but you are required to apply for the grant, essentially, to receive it. The measure requires districts to do a 4-year strategic plan for the use of the funds with updates every 2 years. That's the ongoing. For your initial application, you will submit a 3-year application with update after the first year, because obviously then you're on the biennial cycle with the legislature at that point. So in submitting that application, the measure requires you to do essentially what we've broken into a multi-phase process. Phase 1 is a needs assessment, and the needs assessment is very closely aligned with the current continuous improvement plan process that districts are required to go through annually. So it takes that SIP process and sort of energizes the community engagement aspect of it. And you'll see that peppered throughout the measure. Is a very strong emphasis on community engagement. When we say community, we mean community writ large, both inside and outside. And Maureen's going to talk about that in much greater detail. So the continuous improvement plan needs assessment is required to be submitted by November 1st. And so we are feverishly working towards that. John's going to be talking about what we've done already, and then there'll be a community engagement phase of that. So that needs assessment is really about where we think we should be focusing our efforts in the district as it relates to the individual needs of the students, not the actual programmatic efforts themselves. So after completing a needs assessment, the district will then begin an engagement process of developing a grant application. That will be phase 2. There is not a set deadline at this point. We do expect that to be relatively early spring for the Department of Ed. Obviously, if you read the news, I think they've only just staffed up last week. Scott Nine, if anybody knows, Scott is the new director of this division of the Department of Ed, and they also brought over Tamara Dykeman, who was the Senate Education Committee staff member as well, to work on this project. So they are just beginning that process. We are definitely out ahead of them in developing our program, but I think for districts of our size, I think we certainly could not afford to wait to begin that process. So that's what you have before you today, is that description of the multi-phase process. And then, of course, the last phase is the formal board adoption. So this plan, the grant application, will be required to be adopted by the board following a public hearing and an airing of our grant application. So that's the process you see before you on, I think, the second page of your board packet there, really detailing those phases. And I think at this point, I think we want to have John talk about the continuous improvement plan. Right?
Hey, Dave.
And yes, please.
Really quick, you said that the amount of funds is $500 million a year.
For the student investment account portion of this. The overall measure is roughly $2 billion a biennium, $1 billion a year. But remember, we're talking about the 50% that goes into the student investment account. So if you, and of course, this first biennium of the measure is only 1 year. This is the second year of the biennium. And for the second year, it's actually not even, the total collection on the tax is not even 50% of what it will be over a full biennium. It's slightly less, it's in the 40s. So that's why you'll have a little bit of an escalator in the second year of the funds for us, what will be the first year of the next biennium, if that makes sense.
David, so we're ahead of the curve, it sounds like, compared to a lot of school districts. Is it potential that some of these school districts that don't have the resources like we do might not get the funds because they don't have?
I very seriously doubt it.
Okay.
There is obviously
I mean,
going to
so-
be very significant political pressure to make sure
Yeah,
that
yeah.
districts do the work and receive the funds. I think the level of community engagement and work that we're going to be putting in looks really different in a small district.
Yeah.
Now, of course, keep in mind, half the school districts in Oregon have less than 1,000
I
kids.
know.
So you're not talking about giant communities for which they need engagement, right? So there's just a different level of work that'll be needed to be done in those districts. And not to do this in a pejorative way, because I think districts take their SIP process seriously. But you could check the box on your existing SIP process without significant expansion of your community engagement if you're a smaller institution. That's not the process we're going to do. We're going to really lean in on community engagement for it.
I think the other, to your point, the other part that the legislature allocated about $24 million to ESDs.
Oh,
So I think,
okay.
talking with Dan Goldman, the new ESD superintendent, I think Northwest ESD's portion is somewhere a little bit over $4 million. So as we start doing some types of community engagement, we will have some funds that will be available for us, whether it's, he said, to hire a facilitator, to rent a venue, to go out and possibly help with any other types of technical assistance. So we're going to be meeting with him and trying to meet with the planning committee and find out what would that technical assistance look like and keep moving forward. But there is money because some of the smaller districts, they just do not have the capacity
Right.
to do what we're doing.
And David,
Yeah.
the students all get the money that the state allocates, just like they did before, the 6,000.
The state school fund.
Yeah,
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 I
yeah,
was worried about
yeah,
that part.
yeah, yeah.
I want that part.
The $9 billion in the
Yeah,
state
yeah.
school fund.
Yeah, yeah.
That part.
Which,
I know.
and lest we don't forget, so this measure does raise, I think, $200 million for the state school fund right off the bat. So the first couple $100 million of this, we think about the possible referendum and the risk at play there was $200 million, which of course for Beaverton School District is $14 million. So there was significant risk at play with a referendum, regardless of the possible investment of the Student Success Act. This other component into the state school fund was certainly a risk piece. And we're happy to not have that as a potential risk factor. Other questions? Take part in this?
The continuous improvement plan, which is required of districts every 3 years, and as David mentioned, is going to be a foundation for the student investment account.
Too many acronyms.
Application. The department has revised the continuous improvement planning process, and the ORA's needs assessment is one component of the needs assessment that feeds into the continuous improvement plan. We've been working on that ORA's needs assessment at the district level for probably past 3 months or so. You can see the scores and evidence that we have in there. We don't need to turn that in with the continuous improvement plan, but it's one part of the needs assessment. And so you know, our Title I schools are doing a similar process. They have to complete that portion of the needs assessment as well. The second portion is to review stakeholder perception data from the spring, and those are embedded in the continuous improvement plan. And then
So if you're looking at the paper documents, of course, you can see at the top box, district direction section, kind of the needs assessment summary. The underlines in the first couple of things, there are links, so if you're able to look at this online, you can see a deeper level of data baked into this needs assessment. So,
thank you. And then the third portion is student outcome data. I'm sure you're anxious to see how we're doing on our strategic measures. We've embedded that chart that you're familiar with into the template, and I hope that you would be willing to look at the data for at least grades 3 through 11 at the October work session so that we can include that in the SIP. We need to process all that data still and identify our strengths and opportunities, and we'll ask for your help in that today, and talk about how we're involving stakeholders. Maureen will go over that. We're following the template that the state has put out until we get down to the section on evidence-based strategies, measures, and actions. ODE has a very detailed template for every action. There's a theory of action. When is it going to be done? Who's it going to be done by? What is the evidence of implementation? What's the evidence of impact? Because we have a strategic plan, and this is, I don't know what page this is. We're just going to use the reporting that we've been doing with you at the work sessions as our strategic plan, as our action plan, because we have short-term outcomes, long-term outcomes, what's working well, what's not. And that's really what continuous improvement planning is about, looking at what we're doing well, what our challenges are, and then addressing that. And then finally, in the template, there are 10 questions that are not actually part of the continuous improvement plan, but I wanted to let you know that we do have to respond to those 10 areas and submit that to the department by November 1st. That won't be part of anything that we make public in our final continuous improvement.
John, this is for you, both you and David, real quick. So there's a push by a lot of school districts right now saying this is too quick and too fast, and you're causing us maybe to not make the best decisions we're going to make. And I know that's going to Colt. I got a lot of information over the weekend. Have you heard anything about them possibly delaying that November 1st date?
No, and I would be surprised if they did, because they had done a delay. The continuous improvement plan was supposed to be due, it was the end of June or 1st of August or something like that. And they've delayed it. If they delay it too much more, you get too far behind. Yeah,
Well,
to read the application.
I think it's a good question, and I think my own slight editorial comment is I think that the problem is I think districts, because the department has not provided good information about how to make this work, frankly, the thing, like, what we're presenting you today, the department should be presenting to school districts statewide. And the problem is I think districts have conflated the needs assessment with the grant application. They want to jump immediately to where are we spending the money? What programs are we going to do? And they see that November 1 deadline as a deadline for that. And that's simply not the case. November 1 is the deadline for your needs assessment. Your grant application will not be due until the spring. So there's lots of time to take a deep breath and really think meaningfully through where are we going to spend those funds. There's plenty of time for that. And I think a lot of districts, through no fault of their own, but for lack of clear direction from the department, have put that cart before the horse.
Is there anything in this bill that they're tracking that could result in a loss of funds for us from the Student Success Act, not the state fund, but certain measures that if we're not on track, certain areas where we would see the state would stop?
No, there is not. So the bill has a decent amount of post-spending accountability, right? Is what this sort of what you're talking about, right? We got to say where we're going to spend the money. We got to say what are our goals for those funds, what outcomes do we think they will achieve, along with specific measures, include basically the key benchmarks that districts all carry, grad rate, 9th grade on track, 3rd grade, 8th grade scores, right? So you have to track all of that, but there isn't like if you don't hit your target, we're going to remove funds. What's at risk is obviously if you don't spend the money on what you say you're going to spend it on, and or you don't spend it in areas that comply with the 4 big buckets that the bill requires you to spend it on, then obviously you will be at risk. Just as you would with Measure 98 or any of the other categorical funds that we receive.
For any kind of grant.
That's exactly right.
I think wouldn't be a risk of having funds removed, but what I read on the website, well, what Don sent out, I think it was Friday or over the weekend, ODE has just released some stuff on their website about the student investment account grant application, and they're saying that if districts are not hitting their metrics, then there will be technical assistance from the department, coaching, and possible direction of how funds are used.
Is it like receivership a little bit?
A little bit,
Okay.
a little bit. And the measure does create a specific component of that for schools in need of improvement. Based on preliminary sort of reviews during the session of where those districts would be, Beaverton would not be in that bucket. It would not have any school fall in.
Is there language about supplanting funds?
There is not a restriction on funding.
So I want to thank you all for your hard work. This is a lot of work and quickly done, so commendable. I just have, I guess, two questions. I know John had mentioned that the data we're going to be looking at in the fall is primarily on elementary school, just for elementary school, is that what you said? What you said?
Through 11,
Through
or
11.
kindergarten through 11.
Okay, I missed that part, okay. And the second thing is, I know we got some data here. Are we going to be getting it disaggregated? I mean, we're going to see the different groups, it's going to be by different grades groups?
Yeah,
Okay,
by
perfect.
school and by student.
Okay,
The measure requires that.
okay, thank you.
So, sounds like you guys are in a good position right now, though, right, to get the fund.
The continuous improvement plan that you see in your report packet, I would note, it's got some highlights of areas that we're still working on. It is a draft. We just felt it was important to, put it all on the table so you could see the work in progress as we go through this. I think in honoring the community engagement aspect of this, you are a part of the community, and so the degree to which you feel comfortable all along and every step of the way, I think is important. So I would anticipate that you would see a report from us along these lines at any work session and as many board meetings as you would prefer to have.
So, and just so you folks know, we talked this before, we're going to have, as part of our committee process, 2 members of our board join your group. We're not going to quite make the commitment that they will be there at every single meeting, but at least once a month. And then also part of our committee process will be, we will be giving ourselves updates at every work session. So every committee that we're on will report out at work sessions. So we will be a part of that all along.
So maybe, so we have like some comments, I have some comments already about what was presented to us through the committee.
I think that'd be the best.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll do that.
Okay, and so Maureen's going to talk
Okay.
about the community engagement.
Great, let's hurry up and get it done. That's what it feels like tonight. So you'll see in your packet a couple of pieces that we've got for you. And we are developing more. We've got a flyer that's going to be developed.
So as you scroll through your packet, basically you get past the section that's in landscape format, then it begins, it's got the BSD logo on top, says Communication Plan for Student Success at 2020. It's a good 15 pages or so, just FYI.
Toward the end until the next week. So as with any communication plan, engagement plan, we want to obviously think through our key messages. So in the plan, you'll see at the top, the key messages, much of what you just were presented by David and John. You'll see our timeline runs, we've been working on this actually since the late spring and through August to kind of develop and get a sense of where we're going to go with this. And we think we're in a good place. We started actually delivering this message last week at our leadership summit with all of our administrators, supervisors, principals, managers, heard about the engagement that we need to be able to access this funding. So here we are today presenting to you an overview of the conversation plan as well as the protocol. And I invite you to give us any input if you see there's any gaps. We've tried to think of all the stakeholders and try to find typically occurring types of things that both schools, departments, and the district do. We also have further commitment from the multilingual department as well as our special education department to do further work with their populations that they engage with, because the call for the work that this public engagement process includes underserved populations with particular emphasis in that area. And so we want to make sure that we're getting that done. Title I schools have great opportunities. So you'll see as you get past August, we're going to be kind of rolling this out. And then in September and October are the time frames where we'll be actually doing the two-way communication and engagement as well as the one-way communication that we'll be going through e-newsletters, and those kinds of things, social media, that type of thing. So you'll see I've broken it out from internal and external stakeholders and the actions that we're going to try to do. We are developing a Google form. So it will be kind of like the Survey Monkey, where anybody, even you, if you meet with PTOs and you want to engage that PTO in a shortened protocol, we've really tightened down this protocol to be done. You could do this in less than an hour, for sure. And you could certainly elongate the amount of time you want people to be able to engage with in conversation. 2 key questions, right? What are we doing well? And how can we improve our programs and services to students? Those are really broad questions that you would use in any kind of strategic planning process as you start to embark on that. You don't get into the weeds about what are we doing. You kind of want to find out where's the level set of where are we right now. We do that with our surveys. We ask those very early questions about how are we doing? What grade would you give the district and that type of thing. So this is not unlike that. So you'll see that we've combined, like I say, 2-way and 1-way communication strategies. And really, we have to have it done by about mid to 3rd week of October to be able to put this together, to be able to just submit it by November 1. So we're going to be moving very quickly. If you find any opportunities that you have, for example, the community engagement subcommittee last year met with Apano and some different groups. We met with the Sikh tradition faith group. And there are groups like that we want to hear from. And this is the very thing, they're dealing with our same families. And so faith-based is going to be a group we're going to reach out to, business, opportunities that Dawn has with the chamber and that type of thing. So we're looking for any opportunity that we have. We are creating 4 community conversations that will be offered in both English and Spanish. But we don't predict that that's going to have a great turnout. That's always harder. It's easier for us to go to people, to find the smaller groups so there's a comfort level, so that people can be free to share what their experience is. But collecting all that information with this Google form, and then the team will be looking for trends and themes and things like that to put together our response in terms of what we did. So we think we have a strong plan in the short time frame that we've got. And a very busy time for our schools, as you know. We've got back to school, nice curriculum, nice, but those are all opportunities too. And how can we engage people? Even just handing out, the flyer that just says, "Hey, get online and give us your input." We will have it available in languages. Toshiko is working with the team. We're going to have information available in 8 languages too. And so with that, I'll just open it to you for your questions.
So is the plan to sort of send it out in the packets? The school, every year the students get the packets of their
Yeah,
various
probably
schools.
not.
Because some people do, I was one of those people, go through the
Go
whole
through
thing.
everything. Yeah. And a lot of people, there's just so much paper, they don't go through
Okay,
it.
but just
So-
that's just a question.
I think that we're going to have to really speak with people about this.
Okay.
I know that our administrators and principals and supervisors and managers heard about it last week, and they had lots of questions. Because they all say, and they were saying, well, we don't see that this is going to be, we want to make sure that you're going to the people that don't have a voice, that we don't hear them. And we agree. Absolutely, we agree with this. But again, they were just trying to process, just verbally. We didn't give them all this information because it's just too much in the short time frame that we had last week.
So if people ask, where can they see the summary? I know you're going to put a summary together and submit it to the state. So is that going to be posted publicly so people can look at it too?
Absolutely.
I didn't know.
Yeah.
That's why I was-
Oh, yeah, you did. Because it says here, on page 3 of the communication plan, it is there.
All right.
It actually says, provide a feedback loop, a summary of input to all stakeholders in November, December, and we'll be glad to, and then that's where we go with the second phase, phase 2 that you heard David and John talk about, is where we start to take that information and we hone it down to those 4 areas that we can actually apply, where we think we're going to put our request in.
Right, the cornerstone, the needs assessment is really what will feed that phase 2 process. Because you begin with what we discovered during the needs assessment, both from the data and as well as from the stakeholder engagement. And you take that information to say, okay, now where should we be investing funds at? And make a difference in the areas that we've identified as in need in the system. right? And so that's really that foundational piece, so it's gonna be important that we, engage as broadly as we can and as narrowly as we can too. So we talked about, is it going home in packets? Probably not packets, but we're certainly gonna be blasting out the opportunity broadly to provide that feedback. But it's also, I think, as Maureen said, we need to go to where people are and get the feedback from them at their site as well. So it is that mix, but both of these pieces, the sort of technical and then the engagement piece, I think are gonna be critical to get right, so that when we start phase 2, thinking about where we're gonna spend the money, then we have this sort of authentic feedback baked in at that point, and you're building on top of that in phase 2.
Quick question. So what do you think is more important though, like the needs assessment that we get from what people think they need versus the data that John provides is like where we're doing well at and need to focus?
Was that which kid I like?
Well, I mean, the public thinks they need this and that, but they are not usually privy to like how we're really doing
I think
and understanding
that's
this.
absolutely correct. And that's the conversation that I think.
We want to listen, but I mean, sometimes we're going to
But I
direct.
think that's part of the conversation in phase 2,
Yeah.
right? Is you're going to look at this, and you do sometimes have some inherent tension between sort of public desire and data-based decision-making.
Exactly.
Right?
To your point though, Eric, I think it's important to say the overall idea of the investment in this funding is to improve student achievement opportunities, graduation rates for our students. Now, having said that, it could be, we believe that we need to start addressing some of the social and emotional issues before our students can start learning optimally academically. And so maybe that's where we want to start addressing some of those issues, or whether it's around counseling, and whether it's, and the buckets, as David said before, are so broad that each community is going to have to decide where to put those resources to make a difference.
But are there some things that would be more at the school district level for the social and emotional things? As far as, maybe having processes in place or systems in place for people to report things and how they're addressed. I guess I'm thinking about like the issue regarding, people that are harassed because of their race or because of their gender. Shouldn't we be looking at a system, for example, to allow people the comfort to report it, number one, and then some sort of protocols or guidance for teachers so they can respond appropriately, especially for the person that feels that they were harassed. So there's something that should be at a higher level, and also something that each school should be working on. So I think, okay, all right.
The restrictions in the measure for spending the money are not, I don't want to start any bad rumors here, but the money doesn't have to be spent at every school. Okay?
Maybe a lot of
The funds come to the school district, so it's incumbent on us as a district and a fiduciary to determine what's the best leveraging of these funds to achieve that desired outcome around student achievement. Within the parameters of increased learning time, class size reductions,
Health and safety.
student health and safety, including both physical safety as well as social and emotional, and well-rounded education, so course offerings. Those are the 4 buckets, and as I described, you can see they are broad enough to fit nearly any targeted supports to kids. But those are the 4 areas, but there's not a restriction beyond that.
So I have a question follow-up to Maureen in terms of the barrier that we have at our school district, and it's the fear factor from certain communities. And even though we have the desire to outreach, there is a bigger fear now than there ever has been. So getting out into those communities is more difficult. So, I realize you're going to be pairing with other organizations, but is there something else that we can be doing to help facilitate, to get those, in a general way? I mean, not just for this particular thing, but I am really concerned that people are fearful.
No, I hear you, and I think that Toshiko and her team have just really amazing relationships with communities. We have amazing relationships with our faith-based partners. I think we're going to have to call on everybody to help with this. I think that's part of our message, is that we care so deeply about our students and their success, and can you help us? We need to hear from you. Your voice matters. I think that those are the messages that we need to very sensitively and very carefully engage. And with, like we all know, it's about 25% of our population has kids in schools. And so that means we have to reach out to other groups that engage with our families. Absolutely. Any other suggestions? Tashika, did you have anything you wanted to add to that?
No, just that we are creating a plan. All of our bilingual facilitators, this is their first day back, and so we have it in plan to engage in a conversation around how to go about getting representation and input from the population. Every culture is very, very different in how they receive information, especially information with a lot of technical language. And so part of the process would be looking at some of the information from HB 3427 and trying to figure out how we can get it so that it's comprehensible to our families and their different cultures. So that's the work that I will be doing with the team here. So this week will be a good input session for our team, and then we'll send out a plan to this planning team here. Just so that we have dates of when we're going to be reaching out to certain populations and certain groups. And I know we have a tight timeline, November, so we're going to get those dates out to the community soon.
So as a school board, if we'd like to just join the meetings, not necessarily, I mean, just to know when those are happening so that.
That would be great. Yeah, each of these meetings will probably be in the language that we will be speaking with our facilitators, but I don't speak all the languages either, and we probably won't have a translator for us, but I think what's more important is the relationship between the interpreter, myself, the interpreter, whoever's facilitating that meeting, and the community. So you might not understand everything, but
I would expect it.
Are student voice weigh any differently as far as a stakeholder than parents?
No, it's good. Their voice is going to be really important, and you see that in the plan here when I go into the school board advisory group as well. But many of our principals, especially the secondary level, have student groups that they work with. And again, these are naturally occurring activities that we want to encourage all of our principals and leaders, our departments to be engaging in this work as well. And no, student voice is very important.
So it's kind of like when we were doing the levy or a bond. We're trying to engage every single group, so where there's already a natural gathering, it's just us.
I mean, we have to.
I know that we're sort of leveraging our student advisory groups, but I just know that just in talking to some of the members of the student advisory council, not everybody in their school, for whatever reason, is aware of their role and that they exist. But there are, for example, different groups, like the Hispanic group or the African American group. So are we going to be specifically targeting those two? Because I think that would be valuable as opposed to just relying upon our student advisory council.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think in some aspects, we take a little bit of a train-the-trainer approach as well, and look to our building leaders and even our student advisory members to really carry some message and help us in sort of garnering that feedback as well. The question that's come up sometimes is, look, this is $30 million and we're a $500 million plus annual operating budget. This is a lot of work for that. And the answer is that I think the intent of the legislature is not that this just informs the $34 million, that this informs all the work we do as a district. And to a degree, not just that we're ahead of the curve in getting this stuff ready for November 1st. That makes us feel good and we're happy about that. But I do think Beaverton is ahead of the curve just in its application of a strategic plan, in the work that it's done around its SIP the last 6, 12 years. The fidelity with which we've approached this work means this is actually a relatively easy transition for us in this approach. And really being able to apply it, not just to the $34 million, but to the entire work of the district, is what we've been doing. So this is actually a fairly easy application. I think that for a lot of our brother and sister districts out there, I think that this is a new approach. This is a new approach to the way you think about investing in schools and investing in kids. And it is going to change that for a lot of districts in the state, not necessarily as much for ours, but it is a great opportunity for us to do this with renewed fidelity, especially around the AV.
So you can loan out John Bridges to other districts to help them get that?
No.
No.
We can make money on John.
But we're happy to share our approach.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about Eric's question here about the two types of data, the data we get from our community and then the data set we get from achievement data. And I'm going to this last sheet, which is the Student Success Conversations Protocol. And I'm thinking about the kind of data that we're gathering from the community and how important it is that we're getting data from the community that in some ways mirrors some of the achievement data. And the prompts on number 3, what's going well in Beaverton schools and what services could we improve upon, they feel kind of broad to me. And I'm wondering if there's a way to include those areas that are in the bill in our question of the community so that the data we're getting from the community can in some way mirror what we ourselves are looking at, and we can synthesize that data more readily. And it's, I understand we have, each of these prompts I think is followed by 15 minutes, that's really tight, right?
Well, again, you can expand these are really movable, but you'll see in our talking points, we actually introduce that whole thing. Districts will be allowed those 4 broad uses for the grant proposals. So we want them to deliver these talking points to kind of seed that conversation. But, we could, add that to this, for example.
I think to your point, Tom, too, it might be a great opportunity for the district to have a discussion with the entire community about who are those students in our system who are not succeeding. And be able to provide that data. And here are the students who are struggling in the system. And share it to inform them and also for us to listen to what they see as priorities for the community.
John, we actually had that conversation, and our intentional design here is to think of this like the funnel, right? And at the top of the funnel, we want this to be as sort of as broad a collection as possible. We're going to get feedback that's not going to be particularly useful to where we want to spend the money. We're going to get somebody saying you should do this, and it's not within those 4 buckets, no matter how broad they are, right? But the idea would be to get at that sort of broadest base collective feedback in phase 1. Then in phase 2, you begin to narrow that into, okay, now we've got this analysis of student achievement data, we've got this analysis of community feedback, here are the 4 areas we can spend the money on, and then we begin to actually have a longer survey and a longer conversation around where those funds are spent.
I have 2 questions. The first is, my sense is that we are doing a lot. One is, I was really thrilled to see how much foundational work we had been doing as a district. I think, like David said, it really struck me that we're not reinventing the wheel because we have a new bill here in order to drive us, rather we're able to leverage existing work in order to get where we need to go. I'm guessing that these community conversations are going to be something that we do now, and then as part of the bill, is it something that we'll keep doing? This is not a one-time need, is this as part of our grant application every year, every 2 years, is that something?
Well, so again, as I said, so the application, so it's part of your application process whenever you do an application. And the application process ongoing is that you do a 4-year plan and you update it at 2 years, right? So it's sort of a rolling 2-year plan. In the end, I think you're practically basically just looking at a rolling 2-year plan. So every time you're going to do that updating, you're updating your strategic plan, your continuous improvement plan, and you're going to do this foundational communicating work as part of that. For this first application, it is a 3-year plan, and we will update it after year 1, right? Because they want to get on the same legislative biennial cycle, right? So you will be updating it then every 2 years after. Right? So after year 1, we would basically be re-proposing a 4-year plan, updating that 3-year plan. We need like a flow chart to show us.
So as we think about it, it's really an opportunity for us to think about something that's been a board goal for a long time, which is how do we have authentic, repeatable community engagement. So if we can dovetail this in, that's really an exciting opportunity, I think.
It's almost like when they wrote the bill, there were people from districts like ours telling them this is how it's done in a real meaningful way right now.
Yeah.
I don't know how to.
Well, we'd like to be doing that.
The other part of your comment, though, is, Ann, is right now, is, and Maureen hit on it, what are some of the current ways that we're engaging in the community? For instance, Title I, if you're a Title I school, you're supposed to be engaging that group. Danielle, one of the groups that we look at our data that we need to do something with is our special education. So she has a special education advisory committee made up of parents. So making sure that we have that collective impact, but then also definitely what are some communities that we have not been able to reach out
And
and
then I guess
garner their input.
the other question I would have then as part of this ongoing, I think what I read was that for staff, whether it's teachers or for certified personnel, that it was going to be mainly through principals that we were going to be gaining feedback. And as a board member, any way that we can have a better insight into those groups and what their specific needs are, so that, I guess I would just love to have those conversations happen at a time when people aren't coming to yell at us for whatever we're not doing. But that there should be additional opportunities for us to get that kind of meaningful feedback in a way that's not being filtered through the principals. So I don't know how we do that in a more authentic way, but it seems that there will be.
I would like to piggyback on that thought, if there's any way we can suggest to the principals to be broader reaching, because I know some of the principals tend to tap the same people over and over again, because they know that those are the folks that will give them input, and then you're not really hearing from everyone, and not that I'm saying that they're lazy, they're really busy, but if we could do something to encourage them to expand the net, as opposed to going back to the same people over and over again, because we've heard from them. Not that they don't know from yet.
One of the things I didn't actually invite any of the board members to come to, so I created a superintendent advisory council meeting, and so it's made up of about 40, and they're actually, Maureen's been instrumental, David's been instrumental in helping me. They're running the meeting. They're picking and choosing the issues that are impacting them. So you really get a wide representation, whether it's from elementary, middle, high school, and their messages come back.
It's nice to hear those messages.
I'm going to have them, they're going to present to the board.
Well, and part of that particular group is, of course, sort of special advising the superintendent as well. But to your point, I think, in the engagement process as well, I think we want to be very intentional with our label partners as well, making sure we're partnering with them and getting not just the feedback that maybe the principals hear from their staff, but also where our labor partners are hearing from their members as well. So we want to make sure that you get all of those feedback loops.
I want to circle around too to one thing that I think is important when we're going out and asking the community to give their input, which is trying to get the kind of input that is actionable in the sense that we're able to come back later and say, because you said this, we did this. And I know I'm kind of doubling down on my earlier comment, but I just worry when we ask for something really broad-based and people are going to give us everything but the kitchen sink, and then we come back and it's used in a more narrow way that people aren't going to feel as heard. And I think part of good engagement is being able to show actionable, actions that were taken after we engage with folks. So that's just something to think about broadly. But as a board member, I want to make sure that our folks not only feel listened to, but they feel like, okay, the district heard us and they did X, Y, and Z.
And I think that we still want to be open to hearing what people want to do without being so controlling. I think that's authentic as well. Because if we're so controlling about those 4 buckets and you can't do whatever, and they're going, I have this thing that's burning. We want to kind of hear that and know that.
Well, we just don't want to waste an opportunity. I think we all know here, this isn't going to be the last time we have this conversation. It's been a great introduction to it. And we're going to have a whole new vernacular by the time we're all done. But we're very fortunate to have a group that has taken charge and not been waiting for the state. And, I think this is going to be great work, and I think it's going to benefit our district as a whole, because we all know it's so hard to start and stop. Oh, we're engaged, we're not engaged. Now, I mean, this will be hopefully will add that we're constantly engaged, and it'll give us a array of reasons why we need to get our community engaged. So thank you all for all of your work, and I'm sure we will be hearing much more about it. So please, as you guys more thoughts review, pass them on to David and Maureen. All right, next up is John update. And I believe you have a somewhat new to introduce us to.
Yes, we do.
I hope you guys mind.
Excuse me,
I
coffee
didn't
break?
put any breaks here in the morning here, so.
No, no
Hate
breaks.
yourselves.
I noticed there was no guest. No, you didn't have to. This was like, all right.
We all know each other. No games this time, no marshmallows. We're getting right to
If
the-
you go out that, take a left and the first right, they've unlocked those doors to the restroom.
Okay, aren't the restrooms?
Sorry. That's what we did, but it's very true.
She just unlocked these in front of her.
So go out the doors and take it, right?
Take a left and then a right.
If anybody needs to use the restroom, you walk these doors to the left and then to the right.
Becky's not going to permit anybody to leave. So, before we begin, it's a pleasure for me to introduce Josh Jamez, our new Chief of Facilities. And so he's week 2 for Josh, and
Welcome,
it's been a
Josh.
busy time already.
Welcome. Tell us just a little bit.
Sure. Yeah, so coming from the Navy, so just like Follow and Fall, we're from the same community. But last week stayed in San Diego, wife, 2 kids. We're from Washington State originally, so I am a Husky, hockey shirt.
Oh, that's
Gotta love it, gotta love it.
Against
Go
them.
Dogs.
I know. But we are excited to be back in Pacific Northwest and be back in Beaverton. So same type of perspective, engineering, public works that Paul had, I have the same type of look at it. So very excited to be on board and talk to you more. I've got my cards here, I'll pass them out. Make sure you have my contact info.
Josh, do you want to tell him, he's being very modest. You want to tell him what you were actually in
Yeah.
charge
Sure,
of?
yeah.
in San Diego?
So at Naval Base San Diego, there we have 55 home forces ships. We had over 400 facilities. We had 400 tank commands, so like many schools, principals that I reported to. So we had a big naval base there. And a lot of the shift to the Pacific that's happening, there's been a substantial amount of growth that's happening over in San Diego. So a lot of growth. So the same type of issues that I'll work with here at the school district. New construction programs, old facilities, having to look at our priorities, look at deferred maintenance, all those things that we built on the Navy side help me. It'll translate over to the school district side. So I did San Diego Public Works. I was in Hawaii for many years, and that was a blessing to be over in Hawaii. Enjoyed that time there. But other tours throughout.
Well, welcome, and you'll get used to our rain, because it sounds like you come from sunny places.
Yeah.
Port Angeles.
I know, but
Angeles.
recently.
But it's been a while. You're right. Donna, it's been a while. So I've been gone for a while. But, thank you.
Summers are always like it's cloudy.
Yeah, we like it. We like the break.
Good.
Thank you.
Another aspect that Josh was involved in down in San Diego, and something we deal with here is Washington County and the city of Beaverton. We worked within 2 city jurisdictions with the base, so it kind of cut right through. So he's used to that world, and
National City, City of San Diego, we had coordination the entire time. The base sat right in between both cities. Always coordination, communication.
that's right. All right, so we've got a couple of things, and you'll see on your agenda there's a whole list of them. So first thing I wanted to do is, you know it's a work session when you get an update of this. My apologies, it didn't come through on this copy. In the local bonds and levies, for some reason it didn't translate into the 2025 year. So they don't all expire through 2024. That's not the case. So I will get you an updated one, so that you've got that for long term. The one line that has been added here is House Bill 3427. That's the first item that I've listed there. And primarily that work, as you've been discussing, that is really the front end of the school year. Doing a lot of the pre-planning that's necessary and submission into the state. And so by Q1, being prepared to be able to submit that. So again, the leadership of Jenny and David and Maureen on that work. But just wanted to highlight there. that part for you. Last spring, we did some updates in terms of our curriculum adoptions, and Jenny provided the appropriate information for that. You've got your negotiations, as Don mentioned earlier today, that we have certified and classified negotiations coming up this typically winter.
We didn't all get them.
It's under your packet.
There's so many, sorry.
Sorry. At the bottom of your packet, under, right,
Oh, down here.
The one with the magnifying.
it's at the very bottom, Donna.
All right, that's okay, I got one.
Okay,
Thank you.
We're in the same spot that we.
sorry about that.
No worries.
We're all on board now.
You know, we're kind of slow.
That's all right, and you need your microscope out to read it. But really trying to keep this to a one-page front and back. I get a lot of feedback from you as board members, but also our cabinet team, in terms of having this in one place and the value of it.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic.
Okay. So if things are not included here, again, please just send me emails. I'm happy to update, provide more context if necessary, or better descriptors. So a lot of moving targets on this page, but a lot of good information as we're going forward.
Can you overlay where you predict the stock market to be?
Yeah. Not at this moment in time, no. So, as I said, this is ongoing, and this you'll continue to get these at your work sessions, and I will provide, if there's any major updates in between, you'll get these electronically as well. I've not typically sent them electronically, because on a computer you're scrolling across. I'm happy to send them to you if you prefer. Perfect, that's perfect. So I'll send it electronically to you too. So, with that, we've got several other topics, unless you have questions specifically about this document today. All right. Aaron, look back up just one slide there. So we just did the 5-year calendar review. You've got your bond update as part of your board packet. We weren't going to take time to review that bond packet. Same type of material that you've been getting for the last 5 years. So just wanted to provide the most recent one to you. We're going to spend a little bit of time this morning on the Lower High School and the seismic project there. Tom and Becky.
Betty,
Sorry.
6 to 8 million more, Betty.
Sorry, it's reference to somebody referring to her as Betty earlier. Had the opportunity to tour Aloha High School with us to see some of the seismic improvements there. We'll talk briefly about the security projects that the board authorized $2 million for previous school year for us to do our work over the course of this last year. New middle school slab issue. It doesn't sound good.
That sounds expensive.
I noticed that
But-
was not in the.
There goes our contingency.
Not in the packet. But we did want to give you an update of where we're at with that, and then Josh will complete our session with a conditions assessment. So with that, Aaron, I turn the baton over to you.
Perfect, and just to summarize the bond update, I won't go through the thing like Carl said, but the bond's in great shape right now. There's two concern areas that we'll talk a little bit more about, but seismic projects, they're really challenging. So we'll talk specifically about a little bit, they've been tough. And then also, the body work done, $98 million, the facility repair projects, those have been really hard. It's a lot of roofing and HVAC projects, so those are the two areas where there's risk, but the bond as a whole is not at risk. I'm fully confident we're going to complete everything pretty wonderful.
Just on that note, I've been working with Maureen, and due to our last budget issues, trying to rebuild the public trust, making sure that we're getting that information out as often as possible. Just there's some neighboring school districts around us aren't as unfortunate in their bond projects, their total bond projects. And just our group's done a great job, and I think we need to advertise that.
Yeah, I've done a great job. I keep on hearing over and over again, unfortunately, from people about the demographic issue, where sort of population's going down, we're building all this stuff. So if we could put something out there to address that, because I'm always happy to answer that question, it seems, every time someone figures out I'm on the school board. So I bet would help me too. I think I've answered it correctly, but it would be nice to see what, if it could be posted somewhere. I don't know if anybody else has that experience.
Demographic going down.
Yeah, demographics going down, we're building all these schools.
Yeah, why are we building more?
Projections like 5 years, 10 years ago.
Correct.
Yeah.
Things changed.
I've been addressing that, but still.
Right.
It'd be nice to post
It's
it.
interesting. I never get asked.
Well,
What's the rich?
Well,
And it'll probably come up more. as
Yeah,
we
and every
add
time
middle
people
s-
drive
middle
by
school boundaries.
Mountainside, they're always asking, every time.
Where's Mountainside the
because of where we built.
I know, but, yeah, but anyway, I don't mean to digress, but it's all part of
Oh,
this
I
whole.
I get it.
No, it is all part of the conversation, and it's work that we need to do. And quite honestly, we're going to have to engage in some conversations over the next several years as we continue to grow in certain parts of the district and decrease in others. Those are difficult conversations for us to engage in, but we will be having to come to you as a school board to make some decisions around that. As we plan for the next bond, it does not make sense for us to potentially continue with 54 individual school signs, that we may have to look at other options. So, and consolidating, I mean, as we build schools for capacity at 750 for elementary, there's opportunity to be able to combine elementary schools as a possibility.
And again, our new committee structure, we're trying to focus on that and start having those conversations here at the board level.
Right. So I will just plug in here, and I know this is not part of Aaron's part, it's part of the middle school boundary conversation. We're going to have to be going into those challenging conversations sooner than later. I know everybody likes to push those off. It's not a reality we can face down the road. It's a reality we are facing today. And I think it's just being prudent as public stewards to make sure that we are spending our dollars well and continuing to invest in the community. So, Aaron.
Thank you. So I'm going to talk a little bit about Little High School and the project that we're doing there. We have a seismic upgrade that we're doing, and part of why we want to talk about this is to justify a budget increase ultimately. We don't have that for you today to approve or anything, but we'll have it within the next couple months. We'll bring it to the bond and ability committee before that as well. But I'll give you some history on the project here. So the bond did include a project at Little High School seismic upgrade. What that meant, though, there wasn't a lot of definition around what that project was. It was just a seismic upgrade, and it didn't have a lot of scope or backup to what that included. So we pursued a grant from the state of Oregon, which we won. It was $2.5 million. And by getting that grant, there was a lot more strings attached to the money, and specifically what type of upgrades we did. So whereas before, we really could have done anything and called it a seismic upgrade, now we have to upgrade the whole building to very specific standards and upgrade parts of it to really high standards to like the occupancy. So we're doing a ton of work in the gymnasium. And the scope of the work that we're doing now isn't really in line with what we had originally in the bond. It's much better. It's a significant asset to the school and the community, but it's far beyond what was originally envisioned.
Projected money.
Yeah.
That's the bottom line.
So unfortunately, the state did cap it at $2.5 million, and it's a great help.
Per facility. We've gotten other grants.
We have, yeah, we've got a $2.5 million grant at.
You're scaring me.
Okay, so what's involved in a seismic upgrade? What does that mean? For people who aren't familiar, during an earthquake, the building moves, and the damage is caused when different parts of the building move at different speeds. It's moving up and down, moving sideways, and if the foundations of the building are moving at different speeds than the roof of the building, that's what causes damage, and that's where the concern lies. So when we go in and do a seismic upgrade, we're tying the whole building together so it moves as one. We're putting in new footings into the building, we're creating new shear walls, and then we're creating attachment at the roof to tie everything together. Yeah.
So all that old brick, all those old windows, everybody thinks, like how much of the building as it stands are they
The small print.
I'll
ask him.
Yeah,
So it's improving the structure. It's not adding windows.
Is it making us so that we have to keep it the way it is for a long time?
No, we can make it perfect.
We
for
can-
example.
we can-
If you want, later, if we want to be able to add windows and things like, absolutely. I mean, that's a whole nother conversation.
I just
for
have no
another
idea
bond.
about this is a very genuine question.
Yes.
For sure, yeah.
When we walked, the time I walked in, most of the work is being done under the floor.
Yeah.
I mean, it's work that we're not even gonna know, because they know as soon as I walked in, oh, are we gonna be able to do something with this, or what'd you call it, creep?
Still go, Chris.
Still creep.
Everybody wants
I wasn't calling her a creep.
Yeah, you're
Just-
calling me a creep, but he added scope to it.
Yes.
Becky's
And we
new
just
word.
continue to move on the tour. Thank you, Becky, for your input. Let's keep moving.
It's probably Chris,
Where are we in regards to all the buildings in their life cycle? Like is Aloha?
Great question, yeah. In fact, I've got a slide on that later. So Aloha is not anywhere near the top of the list in terms of life cycle. It's about 50 years old right now, and we'd like to shoot for 75 years.
So there's other priorities when it comes to replacing the buildings.
Yeah, I would say there's at least 2 other high schools in the front of it. Yeah.
So where are we in all that? I mean, like, how much are we?
On this project, it's 6 to 8 million. Yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah.
maybe it's some cost.
And then how
I don't
much-
want you to get distracted by the amount.
Yeah,
I think it's important to understand what we're dealing with
Yeah.
and why that money is going to be requested of you as a board, because we're going to have to justify that to our community too.
Yeah.
And I think once you get a visual of what's happened, as Aaron's got pictures for us as well, so.
So the project, it's a very large project. It's very invasive and as you witnessed. And so it's split into 2 summers. We have the work that we're doing this summer, which, like Becky said, it's all foundations and footings. It's kind of below ground, and then also shear walls all throughout the school. And so that's all under contract. We're doing it and everything. So the problem is next summer. So next summer, there's a lot more work that needs to occur. This summer it's footing work. Next summer it's all the roof work. So it's actually replacing the entire roof of the whole facility. It's doing all the connections at the roof level. A lot of the complexity comes in when it's all the mechanical and electrical systems. So when you pull off the roof and put on a new one, you have to pull all the HVAC units off, and pull all the skylights off, put new ones on. Everything that's new that gets put back to the current code requirements. All those different elements of it are what create the challenges.
The first question I asked is, listen, if you're going in here and disrupting, you should be doing it all at once. And Aaron pointed out really quickly, there's not enough, physically not enough room. You cannot be working underneath and have people in the hall and trying to do, you physically can't do that. So you're just thinking, oh my gosh, you're tearing it up like this summer, and then you gotta turn around and tear it up again the next summer. Yeah.
No helicopters to disrupt a roof.
You're funny today.
Do we have to do both phases?
Yeah, what if we stop now?
Great question. So we could stop now.
Not going to get the 2.5 million, right?
Correct.
So you lose that.
And
But
the
we
roof
say,
fall off.
Yeah, the roof would fall. Yeah, it would make what we were doing this summer not,
Maybe half.
it would be kind of pointless, yeah.
some cost.
My question is more around timing than around whether or not it's worthwhile.
Right, yeah, great question. And so for us, for timing, it's really a matter of, it's a huge project, and having the contractors on board, they can commit the labor to it, they can make sure they're geared up. Because even doing this roof is a huge roof. Like when we did Westview, we had to do it over 2 summers. Sunset was able to get done in 1 summer, but that was a huge premium, and it'd be better to commit to this work as early as possible.
There's an abatement on the roof too.
That is a good question. I imagine that there is some extent of abatement. I don't think in the roofing material itself, but a lot of times it's in the pipe insulation and the drains.
Asbestos on top of
And
it.
on projects of buildings this age, it ends up being a huge complicating factor because a lot of times you don't know where all the asbestos is, but there's very, very strict regulations to follow.
No asbestos is
And
not.
included in the 60.
Yes. Yeah. So here's a diagram. It's kind of hard to see up here, but the colored areas represent portions of the building where we put new buildings in. So it's pretty extensive, kind of all throughout. And even this doesn't really give a great idea of what it looked like in the school. Tom,
Yeah.
agree.
There's a lot going on.
There's a couple examples pictures. The one on the left is the hallway, and these were all throughout. These were basically, we excavated half of the hallway, dug down 4 feet, put in new footings. The whole wall was removed because it kind of becomes a new shear wall. The existing footings in the building were really non-existent. It was just a stem wall that went all the way over here. And if you think of a footing as being a spread footing to distribute the forces that in Aloha High School just at the the time, the code requirements for it didn't require that. It was really shocking to see.
And the seal plates weren't even bolted to the,
Yep,
Right.
yeah, the walls weren't connected to the things.
So do we assume the other high schools are, except for Mountainside, are basically in the same situation?
I would say Beaverton and Sunset are in the same situation.
okay.
Westview and Southwest were built to newer building codes, not to the level of Mountainside, but much better.
Will Loa be close to the,
It will be the closest of the high schools, I'd say. The whole building will be at life safety, and the gym and the auditorium will be at immediate occupancy. So actually, they could be used as a shelter.
okay, because I know that the new schools, like those in Mountainside and all the other ones,
Yep,
can be sheltered.
exactly. Yeah, all of the new ones are immediate occupancy throughout the whole school, and this isn't quite to that level, but it's very good. The building will be.
So Sean wants to head of the state and county. If we're providing an earthquake, we should be pitching in to help us.
That was my comment.
I know, you did, you said.
And I'm gonna say it again, like, if there's any way we can look at those jurisdictions, because what we're doing here will help everyone in education. Every single person, not just our kids.
So the picture on the right is, doesn't quite give you an idea of the scale, but it's in the gym room, or in the weight room down in the basement, and it's actually a new footing for a new shear wall that will transfer all the way up through the gym into the roof. It's huge, it's massive. I mean, they're digging down 5 feet in the basement, and it was really amazing. We could. So there's just more pictures of different areas of construction.
So those went down 4 feet,
Yeah.
all the way down, and they, had to excavate all this rock and everything else to expose the wall and the foundation. And as Don said, those entire walls just were setting, nothing bolting,
They would have moved.
nothing bolting.
and that's the same way with the roof. The roof is just sitting.
The roof is just sitting on the building as well.
Wow, that is so scary.
So when you think about, like I said, the earthquake, different,
And it just
Right.
would slide
it's
up.
moving at different speeds,
Right.
it's gonna slip. In the gym, actually, I didn't have any bring any pictures, but it's really bad. If you look at the gym, the existing beams that go across there, they just sit up there. They're not connected to each other, they're not connected to the columns that they sit on. If there's an earthquake, they would just flop over. Yeah, right. And so those are, at the time this was built, nobody thought we were in an earthquake seismic zone, which obviously that's changed quite a
So
bit.
like the Beaverton gym that we just painted here?
Yeah, that was
Is that basically
House of Cards.
still in that same situation?
It's much better. We added a bunch of lateral, so the Beaverton gym actually is quite a bit better than the whole right now. We added lateral bracing. However, it's not the whole structure. We didn't go into that
Yeah.
and footings and everything, but at the roof level, it's in the So this is just some information on where we're at on the project cost. We don't need to go too much on that. We'll bring all the details to the Bond Accountability Committee. But right now, we're projecting a $6 to $8 million budget increase will be necessary. We have been projecting it on the financial report, so it's reflected on here when you look at the sort of the program reserve estimate completion baked into that $12 million number.
The reserve coverage.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. It can't be. Yeah, well, right now,
You're still gonna have to come to, that's not what
Right.
so on this report, if you look through it right now, the current program reserve is at 44 million. So this 6 to 8 would come out of that.
Do you guys have a way of modeling that the worst case scenario for the bond and how would this look if that were to occur?
Well, so the red line, the $12 million, that is our estimate of completion right now. And that factors in this, and it factors in the extra $25 million that we're saying we need to complete the repairs. But as far as worst case scenario, when you look at the projects that we have left to complete, I would feel comfortable saying that is it. ACMA's committed, 5 Oaks is almost done, it's committed, and really there's not a whole lot more.
Moving along well.
So your level of certainty is really high.
Yeah.
Okay, right.
What's the middle school slavish?
Yeah, that's gonna be
We'll get there.
That could be scary.
I get
too
We
far
use the
ahead,
school
but that
next year.
sounds expensive.
That sounds like school.
It's not a significant issue. We'll look into it. It's not a cost issue.
It's all,
Slab.
It's a small area of slab.
Okay.
But which school is it?
it's Timberland.
Okay.
Timberland, how beautiful.
Gary.
To get through the low on.
We're off the tracks.
Keep going, keep going. Power to it.
Yeah.
Yes, we think so, and
Oh.
we need to figure that out for
Good
sure, but
question.
yes, we're working on it. Okay, why is this important? So this gets to the question of life cycle. I mean, Beaverton is although it's a viable facility, we need to maintain it. A lot of the cost, it's not, the 6 to 8 million isn't just the seismic, it's also the roof. The roofing work also needs a budget increase. Roofing has been tremendously expensive. It's been hit with tons of cost escalation. When you think of all the tariffs and everything, the materials costs are going way up. And in addition, all the school bonds in the area, it's hard to get roofers. And so their prices just go up. And so the roofing is a big portion of it. And really, the right thing for the school is to redo the whole roof as a whole. And that's a big part of it too. So anyway, we think it's important that we do the entire project.
Get a peek to it at the time, doesn't have to be flat.
Scope creep.
Yeah.
Thank you, scope.
You said that she's a critic.
Scope creep.
Okay, so that's it for Aloha. Any questions? You know what? You should go look. We added windows. We did the Autotech CTE
That's pretty cool.
program, so we added
Yeah, that's
windows.
cool.
But
Well, that's nice.
Yeah, we saw that one.
It looked, they
that
added,
end looks real nice.
But inside the school where the classes are,
Yeah.
that's where the kids.
But it's all about Autotech, CTE.
Yeah.
but there's not a lot of windows inside Sunset in the middle, there's not a lot of windows in Beaverton in the middle.
I would just say thank you for the work.
Thank you so much,
Yeah.
we appreciate it. We're just digressing here and we're.
I'm so happy to hear that we have high school, one of our conference high schools is going to be safe. And that it can be at the level where the community, and to what Becky said already, and only say one time being annoying, please talk to the county and the city, because this is an asset to them.
Well, actually, I think that's going to have to be some political capital for board.
Yeah,
Sure. That is, for us as a school district, they'll look at us and say, nice
Yeah.
try.
No.
Sign me up.
No.
Yeah, I mean,
No,
that's,
I know that.
Yeah.
But still,
County doesn't have extra money, I thought they did. County just hired 300 employees.
They're not gonna
so our security projects and updates
yeah.
run.
Yeah.
Okay, security projects. So we have many different security projects going on. I just wanted to update real quick. So the one that Carl mentioned, last year you guys approved an extra $2 million for classroom door locks. And that's going really well. It's still underway, but it's projected to be done here at the end of the summer. So the end of the month, actually. Every classroom in the school district will have the exact same push button lock. So anybody can initiate a lockdown in the classroom. So that's the summer, the end of this month.
What about, I know some of the schools were complaining about fencing, so I don't know, I know it's not part of that, I know some schools got the additional fencing and others didn't. So can we get an update on that?
So fencing, I would be interested to hear which school that was, because we didn't do very much fencing.
Okay, I know Greenway had an issue a while ago.
But-
No, we fixed that.
No,
I know you fixed that, but there were some other schools.
Cooper Mountain.
Cooper
Right,
Mountain.
there's
That's
another
been
one,
resolved.
yeah.
That was resolved.
Okay, yeah, so I didn't know what the other one.
Yeah, that's, remember though, the document that we brought to the board, we had how far you could go down
Yeah.
those security improvements. Fencing was below what
Yeah.
you approved. So we're dealing with fencing within our regular $1 million budget that we have in maintenance.
All right, all right.
And it's not much to take care of 54 buildings.
Yeah, I know.
So,
I just didn't know, I just wanted an update.
It was more the
Yeah.
entryways, security
Correct.
entryways they were.
correct.
Right, so as far as the classroom door locks, it's well within budget. At this point, we're going to go circle back through with the schools and look at other areas that need to be done, offices, counseling suites. Because it was literally only classrooms we did the first time. So we're going to go, if there's enough budget, we go back and adjust in other areas that we need to. And then perimeter hardening, so elementary and middle schools are done with perimeter hardening upgrades this summer. So all of the work is done end of this month. There will be programming and testing and so forth going on for the next couple of months. But here, end of October, it will be 100% done, 100% functional at all elementary and middle. High schools are another matter. So we got into that, and those proved to be quite a bit more complicated than elementary and middle school. You can't just make everybody come in through a vestibule. So we've been working with each of the different principals and with law enforcement partners to come up with what, I mean, really with site-specific solutions. Involves fences, involves cameras, involves access control. So we're going through the effort to design that right now. And construction should take place over the school year. So budget is, we're pretty close to on budget on that one. We may come back and ask for a little bit more. I think we'll have an option to be able to do it within budget and probably nice to have what we can have. So.
But you'll be informed long ahead.
Yeah.
So I would also say, please, Ann.
I'm just curious, when you say construction, what are you referring to? You're just talking about installing cameras?
Or right. It probably doesn't include vestibules at many of the locations, but right, it's installation of cameras, installation of fencing. Like at Westview, it could really use fencing. It would really help the happening. At the portables and kind of around the parking lot area.
She's frowning too.
I just can't imagine where, I mean, like, there's fencing around the perimeter of the school.
It's not complete, so it would be easy for someone to get in and out.
The parking lot.
But they have to, so they can go to the back.
Right.
I'm just saying.
So we're working really closely with the school and operationally how to make that work.
I know.
The other piece is, so Westview is just conundrum. All high schools are conundrum. The reality is that I would say that we'd probably be entertaining something potentially in the next bond, as Matt has come to us and said he would like to see one of the clusters, the teacher clusters, one of those be converted to the main office, and that would be a point of entry to the front of the building. And where the main offices are, that would be turned into the teacher cluster. So in essence, swapping a portion, but in one place we'd have to create a lot of walls, and in another place tear a lot of walls down. But it's that kind of thinking that we need to be able to have from our school leaders to be able to take a look for the future. They're the users of the schools, and they know the comings and goings, so it's a big factor for us.
Yeah. Well, and that would help a lot.
Yeah, definitely.
But it wouldn't take our 16 portables to
No, it
bathroom
wouldn't.
access.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. But we will also potentially,
Where the kids are.
do we have capacity to build more on that site?
Yeah.
It's another question we're going to have to ask ourselves, and we're going through that evaluation process now. So, all right.
Okay, new middle school slab issue. So this is Timberland. In the hallway outside the gym area, we've noticed some settlement of the slab. So it's literally just this picture you can see there. It's a relatively small section, but there has been some settlement of about an inch from side to side. It's not outside of the ADA tolerances or code limits or anything like that, but we are working to come up with a solution. We're working on it with the contractor on the warranty, working with the design team to kind of figure out what happened.
If it's sloping out, it can slope more, right?
Right. It seems like it was a lack of proper compaction just in that small area, that's my guess. So we're working to come up with a solution on that. It was just FYI only in case you hear about it. It is noticeable if you go out there.
The contractor working with you guys and
It's like we
Yeah.
hired
trying to
Jane,
get it paid harder.
call Janet to go after the contract.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
Figure out who needs to go out.
Oh.
It may be coming a little.
It's, we've engaged Walt Janet more just to look at those. Yeah.
There you go.
Has bond accountability been?
No. So we'll put it on the agenda. We have a meeting in a couple weeks.
Yeah.
It's just I wanted you to get, this is our one opportunity, and before school begins, in a work session, because we don't do these types of updates in a regular
Right.
board meeting. By the way, this is not the normal behavior of board meetings.
Work sessions, this is a free form.
We're much more prim and proper at a board.
Yeah, and usually we get a break. So,
Nice.
So if we were on the hook for this, and the contractor walked away and said, nope, what would it cost to fix that?
Well, we wouldn't have to do anything, honestly.
Okay.
Maybe we would want to, and I would say 100,000 or so. I mean, it's even within the.
I guess
level of the project.
I just think a lot of those people that are on the bond accountability committee
It could go.
were people that were on, some of them were on it when we built this.
Yeah.
So they can start to see what we faced when our community asked, oh, why are you going back to a brand new facility like we had to do in Conestoga or, things do happen even when it's brand new
Yeah.
construction.
Right.
So it wasn't something that we misplanned for or that, we didn't use our money wisely, these things happen.
And it's a very small portion. I mean, we're talking a very small portion of a hallway, and it's not the rest of the facility. It's right outside of the gym.
Broken pipe liquefaction and you're gonna.
So, one of the pieces is I want this building to be 100% back to what it was intended for. And right now, last summer, we had to remove the doors, one of the set of double doors, because of where that floor settled. By the time we open the school back up as a middle school, I need it 100% complete, as it should be, for a new opening of the middle school. So that's what we're striving for.
And this isn't an indication of broader problems in the building?
It's not, it is isolated. And one of the next steps probably is to do a little bit more investigation and see if it's a water issue, like water draining into the area and creating sinkage there, or, and I don't think that's the issue. My guess is it was just a lack of proper compaction.
Yeah, I think it's a compaction issue, because if you got a water issue, you probably have other factors, and you'd say things that would come off and affect you.
So we're going to figure that out, and we'll get it dealt with.
You guys can trial some concrete.
Alrighty, okay, so we talked about Aloha High School and seismic and not having the right scope at the beginning. And so what we'd like to do looking forward to prepare for the next bond is what Aaron and Paul had briefed earlier about facilities condition assessment. So we started that assessment. It's April of 2019 to April of 2021. So a 2-year assessment. And what this company is going to do, it was awarded to McKinstry. McKinstry is an engineering firm, and they have experience in doing assessments for public schools. They did a lot in Washington State, so they just did Tacoma Public Schools, several other districts up in Washington State. They helped Seattle Public Schools do condition assessment as well. So they've got experience in doing that. So that's great, and we've awarded it to the right people. So what the assessment will do is take a look at all of our properties, all of our schools. They'll give us a condition, and then they'll basically lay out a plan for a capital improvement plan, looking at something that we don't have now. So this is a great tool that we're really going to, get a great product from. We're going to get a lot of data that'll help inform and make those decisions. And they're going to look at all the different components of the building, including structural. So you talk about, what does the Beaverton gym give us now? What are all the upgrades getting? We'll have a third party come in and say, here's the structural condition of your facilities, your footings, your walls, your roof, and give us that condition at this point in time. So this is a great product moving forward. We can tweak the scope of the assessment to include educational advocacy. So we're looking at classroom size, we're looking at lighting, and that's a committee that Aaron's being involved with in terms of supporting that. Another thing that I would like to add to the scope is getting all of our real property, building structures, all the mechanical systems in a database, so that we have that, at our fingertips. We don't have that now. So it's a great product that's coming up, and we'll continue to brief you guys as we move forward. But it has started, looking at 2 years, and we're working closely with this engineering firm. So it's going to be a great tool.
Clarifying, is it through 2021 or 2020?
I'm sorry, I think it's Aaron's 2021 paper.
So the work that McKinstry is doing is through April 2020. So McKinstry's work is 1 year. But the overall assessment will be longer, it'll be 2 years, because it will include, like Josh said, the educational adequacy piece. It'll include a lot of the elements of the long-range plan as far as capacity. It'll all be part of one assessment. But McKinstry's work is just
So our next bond, we're not going out earlier for the bond?
No.
What year are we thinking?
It would be, next opportunity we have, this is when it's done in 2022, is 2022, go out in May of 2022. That's a larger conversation that the board has to take on. Take a look at what potential revenue would be from a bond if we kept our rates the same, or what those increases would be. I would say what we're doing currently to prepare for the next, if nothing else, even if we weren't going forward with the bond, this is the right work for us to be doing. We are having, finally, the first time ever in the history of our district, a comprehensive assessment of all facilities that we will be able to have and do forward planning on. So if I happen to become a principal in X building, I know that based on all these conditions of things, okay, well, I can probably plan on my building being torn down in the third bond from now, because it is forecasted out that well. So we've got all the information in one place. We've got our seismic report, we're doing our conditions assessment, we're doing classroom adequacy, we're all those various factors into one place. Any other bonds that we've done before has pretty much been based on our own maintenance lists of things, not a comprehensive third-party perspective.
And I guess that was my other clarifying question on this. McKinstry is really just doing a technical assessment based on an engineer's perspective or on not on, I think in the past, the lists that I've seen seem to be heavily weighted by just how engaged the principal is on their own interests about what needs to happen to their building. So this is really an outside person with a construction mind rather than a building leader.
Construction maintenance fund, exactly.
Am I getting that right?
They have their own criteria that they put in, and they're based on construction maintenance practices. That's what they're based on.
So it doesn't, it's not so much of a wish list anymore, it is based on needs.
This is what you need to do
Yeah,
to
yeah,
maintain
based
your
on
facility.
needs, rather than a
That's
wish
right.
list. Yeah.
And you're absolutely right, because it's always been based on how much the principal is engaged in the process and they lead into it, and so it became their wish list and desires. Not to say that we won't listen to that aspect of it, but we're going to have significantly more weighting in terms of our criteria and moving forward in planning.
So Carl, there's potential you might find a school that shouldn't even be occupied.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Right.
that's it.
Yeah.
Good information.
Some of them are pretty old.
There, and Susan, that's a great question, but that question has to go in line with where we're seeing our own density go away and where it's happening. So we have opportunities ahead of us, some really good opportunities. If we're going to be very good stewards of public money, we have the opportunity to be able to say, okay, we will potentially close X building and X building, and those two schools will be able to inhabit this one facility. You cut significant costs across the district in doing so. But it's also being able to maintain programming for all schools too.
Does this list kind of tie into like Nathan's like facility list? I mean, the stuff you get from here will just kind of plug right into the.
It will.
Yeah.
So that's what we want to feed, and it kind of talks about it at the bottom here. But the preventive maintenance strategy, prioritizing our current list of equipment, and then say what's critical, what needs to be fed, and feeding that into Nathan's maintenance team.
Yeah.
Pumping out work orders and all that, so that it helps him inform that. It's great because it's going to have, he's got his own list of what he needs to do. Now you get a third party coming in and going, here's what we.
A bigger list of really
A bigger
structured
list,
problems.
here's what we think you need to do.
Yeah, that's good. Real good.
So do you have any estimation of when the board will be presented with the findings of the?
Draft-wise, Aaron, in terms of policy.
It'll be next spring.
Next spring.
I would say that the release we would probably be ready for would be next summer's work session.
Okay, all right.
So a year from now.
Right.
Doesn't mean you shouldn't ask questions. Please ask questions. Please meet with the team. If you have specific interests, come meet with the team. We're happy to talk about whatever it is you have an interest in talking about, because it helps to inform us, because you get questions that we don't necessarily always get, and inquiries. So
What's the cost, by the way, for John? I mean, for McKinstry coming in?
what is that cost?
20,000 dollars.
100 million.
Or more.
They do it on a certain amount of cents per square foot. The total cost is going to be about $700,000.
Oh, it's less than I thought.
Whoa.
That's close.
Yeah, well, we have a lot
Less
of
than $1 billion.
buildings.
Okay.
Oh, we have a lot of buildings that we need the depth of expertise to do this right.
I think it's smart.
Yeah, no.
I was off.
It's an investment in savings.
Seismic is a criteria in this, so it will overlap in terms of looking at our existing facilities and making this recommendation.
Do they take the data from the previous seismic assessment and feed it into theirs?
Yes, so we're going to push a lot of the studies that have happened, and they're not just going to start from scratch. They'll take what we've put together in the past and feed it into this study.
I noticed you talked about our cost being associated with the projects, and you're going to finish this report at one point in time, and construction will be out. Do they have any way of modeling, I know this sounds crazy, construction costs, or any way we can take a look at those so we don't end up in the position we were before with estimates that are radically different than what we end up getting?
They do. They baseline it to a net present value cost, and then we can apply escalation. Yeah, we'll look at
I just want to make sure when we're doing those documents that we're giving our public a real sense for what it's going to cost, instead of like some idealized sense from an earlier point in time.
Right.
And then last question, in terms of our curve on deferred maintenance, right? Because I'm always worried about us ending up with escalating deferred maintenance over time. Will this assessment be able to kind of put us on a path where we'll be having a manageable or decreasing deferred maintenance load?
Yeah, I think what'll help identify is what are our capabilities and what are the gaps that we need to identify potentially. So if we need to put more money into maintenance, it'll highlight that for us.
Okay.
I think this will be telling. This will be a telling document.
It's going to be a depressing document, but it's one that we have needed for years and we've never had. So, as I said, and I'm serious about it, if you have interest in having conversations with us about anything, Colin's coming in and met with the team specifically around site, share the report, same report that you've seen, but we've gone into depth with him in that. If you have other interests, please, Aloha High School and putting windows in, we're happy to have conversations about that. So it's a lot of things going on. I know this is somewhat of a random presentation, but we're going to put 5 topics into one. It was just timely for us to be able to do that for you.
Well, we appreciate that, and lots of good information, and it's practical. We welcome you, Josh, and we don't. At our meetings, we ask, we don't talk over the top of each other or have side conversations or.
Oh, yeah, this is Josh.
Welcome.
Thank you.
All right, we're moving right ahead here. Teaching and learning update.
Yeah, you missed the lake house, I think.
Superintendent, so welcome. Who's up first?
I think I'll start us off. Hi. Hello, everyone. It's good to see you all again. I have 2 of the 3 topics to cover. I'll talk about really our social studies curriculum in general, but specific around ethnic studies, and then an update on where we're at with our process for the implementation of our health adoption. So I'll kind of talk about both of those, and then Ken will jump in with an update on finals. So a question came up with sort of where's the district at in regards to ethnic studies, and that specific term ethnic studies kept popping up. So I think it might be beneficial to just have a point of clarity. When the law was passed, the law essentially directed the Oregon Department of Education to convene a group to establish state standards to be taught in our Oregon schools. And so that's the process that they're undergoing right now. In fact, their timeline has August of 2019 as when that small committee will first be delivering draft standards to the Department of Ed, to the greater body. And the expected adoption of those state standards is in fall of 2020. So there really are no, not that there's nothing regarding ethnic studies, lowercase in the standards. The kind of uppercase specificity around ethnic studies, the standards for that just haven't been written, haven't been adopted yet. Later on, in about 5 minutes, I'm going to talk about what our adoption timeline is for social studies, and so we'll kind of get to where we'll be embedding those. But I checked again this morning, the draft standards, if they've been delivered, are not yet available online, but we expect them really at any time, and we can kind of begin to start to tease those out. But I thought it'd be helpful to just take a few minutes around sort of just topics in social studies, and even it could go interdisciplinary, but specific to social studies around sort of this, the concept of ethnic studies, or maybe more of the spirit behind it. And so I think there's 3 pieces. One, specifically multicultural studies, which is in the same realm, and the way it's been described to me and what sort of makes sense to me is multicultural studies is just a much larger umbrella, and it provides less specificity than ethnic studies will, but similar general concepts. We do have state standards in multicultural studies, and while we haven't had a formal adoption that timeline, our team is providing teachers with the resources to begin to infuse and to teach those standards. A specific example are like nonfiction texts that can be accessed by any of our teachers. And it's not like a textbook, but when we talk about like choice books and classroom libraries, we have lists of texts that have been specifically curated to address the multicultural standards. And so those are available now for our teachers, and on the Teacher Source website, right, the teachers can access it, gives those lists on a school-by-school basis, or excuse me, grade-by-grade basis. Another approach that we're taking with that is to shift some of the curriculum, especially middle school, to like a essential question for a unit basis. So even though there might be like economic standards they have to meet, to ask some broader questions that sort of go to how does this standard impact or affect my local community, and how does this standard or topic that we're covering impact our broader community. And so those essential questions that hope to just sort of broaden the thinking beyond the kind of direct fact of the standard, those have been delivered to teachers and working with teachers, that's all the way K-12. Another bill, Senate bill related to ethnic studies was just called Tribal History, and it just is around specific content related to Native Americans, specifically with the historical perspective in the state of Oregon. Ed Northwest, Education Northwest, was contracted to create the curriculum for that, the materials for that, and they finished. They'll be released to teachers this fall. So it's sort of like Aaron's Law, I mean totally different content of course, where you have to teach that curriculum in grades 4, 8, and 10, and there's a specific number of lessons, and it's sort of delivered as a can, the teachers can just sort of take it and deliver them, or that they can, of course they can always put their own twist and their own supplements to that as well. So that, again, is fall of 2019. And then one that's hit the news quite a bit recently, Senate Bill 64 is called the Holocaust Bill. I think what's important to think about with that is, so that bill, let me see the timeline. The bill lists, they call them items and goals. Okay, the bill gives us items and goals that we need to make sure are being taught in our classroom. So I brought a copy of them. I'll just sort of read one. Develop students' respect for cultural diversity and help students gain insight into the importance of the protection of international human rights for all people. So that's one of the items or goals. Interesting, not to dive too deep into the weeds on it, but those we need to begin teaching, at least by law or by guidance, in fall of 2020. But the standards for that law, the actual adopted state standards, won't be actually until the 2025 state adoption of standards. And I think an important piece to get at this, that if any of our constituents get a hold of you, or certainly when they get a hold of me, like we have taught the Holocaust, uppercase, associated with World War II, that's not new to our curriculum, that's been taught. This law actually goes much deeper into essentially teaching about groups of people that have more than marginalized, right? Genocide throughout all groups of people, and throughout a much, almost unlimited historical span. So it's not, I saw some sort of articles, oh my gosh, I read Anne Frank when I was in school, I can't believe they stopped doing this. It's much broader than specifically relating to that time. So I think with those sort of four things, right, with the ethnic studies standards being developed, with multicultural standards already in place, tribal history, and the Holocaust, genocide, and human rights standards being developed, I think it gets us to where are we at with our own social studies adoption process. And so it's been a while since we've had one. I believe it was 2007. Don't quote me on that exactly. I'll have to find out the exact date. But it's been a while since we formally adopted a best practices document, a position paper, learning targets, and instructional materials, which is, of course, is the work of the project team to recommend to you all to approve that. So where we're at is we're projecting to be in a position to convene a teacher cadre in the winter of this school year. So in January of this school year, bringing together a social studies cadre, and if you remember, that's just a group of teachers that does all the background work, investigates kind of current thinking, current practices, current materials, and is ready to inform a project team. And that project team is the one with the community members. One of you will have the opportunity to serve on that. Teachers, community members, students, administrators, and board members on that team. We plan on convening that at the beginning of next school year to make a recommendation in spring of 2021. Would be when we, our timeline is to propose something to be adopted. Again, that best practice document, position paper, the targets, and the materials in spring of 2021. I'm very confident, especially where we're at with the Student Success Act, that we'll be able to meet our targets that we have set on if we're going to be able to meet that timeline or not. It's actually around some other subject areas and just getting those adoptions fully wrapped. But it looks really good, so I'm confident that that time will happen.
Brian, isn't some of the reason I think a lot of school districts have been delaying until some final guidelines come out on ethnic studies?
Yeah.
I think that's been, people are kind of waiting. Those two processes weren't running.
Yeah, they're not in line. If we would have, the first timeline we had would have lined us up to actually go out to recommend our adoption in spring of 2020, but that would be before ethnic study standards would be adopted. And so, since such a big component of our project team is to develop those learning targets, then I think we're in a really good position. I think it makes a lot of sense that we'll be able to reference the adopted ethnic study standards and still hit again those 8 items and goals. Even though the one with the standards of the Holocaust bill, there is still more specificity at least that we can use for reference. And
I am curious where, as I see sort of in the larger conversation, more attention to social studies curriculums generally, whether it's ethnic studies or Holocaust, or you often hear advocates for civic education. Where do we see the Beaverton approach to humanities in middle school fitting into this larger? And actually, I think specifically, I'd be really curious if the cadre will be tasked with making any recommendation on that approach in addition to the curriculum.
yeah, no, that is a great question, and I think it's something that we continually need to assess as a district in general. I think the easy answer would be that as we have learning targets, regardless of the venue, I guess, whether it's a humanities or a social studies separate class periods, then our students still need to be taught and assessed to those targets. Now, does humanities provide the opportunity for that to go more interdisciplinary, add more of a literature or English language arts perspective? I don't want to say that's not something to investigate. The hesitation you hear is that the charge of that as a project team would add to the scope. Some of our project teams have given a sequence of courses, but that's always been in that sort of subject-centric, science, if you remember. They did a sequence, but they didn't have to worry about aligning with others. So I think that's something we'll have to talk about as a team and get back to you on. If that's something we'll address as a project team, or if that's something that we'll just do as an ad hoc committee. Oh, please do.
Because Ken, middle school, this is your baby. Are you looking at that?
Certainly.
Yeah.
In a moment we'll be talking about fine arts, but clearly part of the charge of how we deliver fine arts is embedded in assumptions about the student day and about the duration of those periods. And part of what we have is we have principle-based decisions that have been made over many years to integrate those subjects. So principals are internally having those discussions, and we're analyzing data to ask ourselves that. I believe strongly in strong civics education, and you can't start that at 9th grade and expect kids to engage in that. And my experience tells me middle school kids have a heart and a concern for their community, and they really care deeply. And there are opportunities to strengthen that at middle school. And that may be through strengthening it through humanities, and maybe through having that be a standalone social studies course that's part of their experience. But we are engaging in that conversation.
Yes. It just seems like we're having two separate but conversations that dovetail with each other.
That's right.
We probably need to integrate the approaches to like the middle school schedule and the curriculum and the simultaneous opportunity.
We're on that.
Well, one way or another, we should just make a decision that we're excited about and stand behind.
I have a very simple question. Can I get a copy of the goals?
Oh, yeah, I mean, you know,
Yeah, it'd be great. I thought you'd give it to me.
If you have too many more
Is that your
questions, I
talking
might
points?
need my notes back. So,
Okay, no, I
you
just
can
want,
have it-
the
you can
goals
have it,
because it, yeah.
So I think also the student voice, not only are we hearing about civics and all that kind of thing, I think also something that comes up a lot in student voice is personal finance. And kids are craving something about personal finance. And again, I know it's because those social studies learning targets, we keep trying to figure out at the state level, what does a social studies learning target? Is people just get so caught up, is it just dates, is it just people, is it just, what does that whole thing look like? So I know it's a discussion they've had for years at the state level, let alone what we're trying to have at the local level. But that comes up in every single meeting that we have with students, that they want more personal finance.
It's basically like giving student voice into that, to push some of the questions that the cadre begins to put back onto the project team specifically on literacy. So I'm ready to shift over to health, but do you want to talk social studies anymore? So health, I'm specifically going to talk about secondary health, though I think some of the questions could go K-12. But I just wanted to give an update. I know that our health curriculum and our implementation of the adoption has had a lot of, taking some of your time, taking a lot of the time, and just I wanted to give you an update on where I'm at with it, or at least my perspective. So I hope this is helpful. Technically speaking, right, we're still in the implementation phase of the adoption that was, approved in April of 2 school years ago. There's a organized group of parents through a like change.org type website, a large group, and then a smaller group of parents who have been engaging with me and other district, employees, and as well as some of you. I'd say since winter of last year, even a few a little bit before. So I've kind of outlined some of the main concerns in my current thinking or current process around them. One was around the materials we use to teach the learning targets, right? We don't really refer to that as our curriculum, we refer to our adopted curriculum as those learning targets, and then the materials used to support those. So with the risk of going into semantics, that's why I'm using that term, curriculum materials. Specifically around the materials called the 3 R's. 3 R's stands for rights, respect, and responsibility. It's published, if you will, or produced by Advocates for Youth. It's a open, somewhat open source. I know that's not quite the right word. It's open access with no limitations on how you can edit it or tailor it to your district. So if you recall or don't recall, policy IIA, specifically the AR, outlines a process for challenging instructional materials. We've had a few of these in the past. More recently, to the 3 R's was around 2 fiction books that were in our classroom libraries, and this was for the curriculum of the 3 R's, specifically as they're used in grade 6 through 12. It's not used in grades K-5. They have a K-5, we just don't use it in K-5. So we convened the team, following the procedure outlined in IAAR, and there were 13 members of the team, and they voted 11-2 to keep the 3 R's as a curriculum option, as an instructional material, with 3 qualifications. One qualification is to develop specific guidelines around role play. So some of the lessons in the 3 R's suggest that teachers should role play the scenarios or activities, but they don't give very much specificity, leading some to believe that the scenario that could be very troublesome, a non-consent scenario, could potentially be role played in the classroom. And while we don't think our teachers would be making that choice, we've developed a set of guidelines that are included in our comprehensive guides around role play. The comprehensive guides are essentially our staff handbooks for our teachers, and we have one for elementary, one for middle, and one for high. We had taken, so the second the second qualification, we had taken a 3 R's curriculum and made recommendations around changes to it, either lessons to omit or homework assignments not to give or whatever. And we decided to go back through and actually make that more clear to teachers on which of the lessons don't meet our learning targets and therefore should not be used. So really what we did was we defined what the difference between a recommendation and a requirement. And so, and the trainings of staff in the staff handbooks, those now are no longer referred to as recommendations, they're just changes to the curriculum when it's used in DSD. And then the third is, specifically including to that, one of the standards that the curriculum gets reviewed against in these reconsideration meetings, it talks about is the curriculum inclusive to all. And so the challenge we had around that was, one of a specific example I can give you suggests that a student is in class and studying gender fluidity or gender spectrum and makes statements around a religious belief being contrary to not acceptance as in accepting of the person, but in acceptance, I guess, of the science behind that or the validity of making such claims. And what we felt was that didn't follow our question and answer protocol very well. It seemed to paint that in a more negative light, a religious belief in a more negative light than was necessary to teach the concept of gender fluidity. So this is kind of a tricky piece of weeds here for words. Our question and answer protocol asks us to follow the answer protocol, and answer is an acronym, okay? And the one of the pieces in the answer protocol is to make sure that we demonstrate or that we have a classroom climate that allows for a wide range of values and beliefs. And so what we did in reviewing the 3 R's curriculum is made sure that keeping an inclusive environment and culture was present in the materials, yet statements that could have an undue connotation of negativity towards, specifically towards a religious group, would not be used as examples. That was part of the second around recommendations and requirements. The third qualification is retraining all teachers and administrators. The training's August 29th. And it's around 3 key pieces, of course. It's access to curriculum, so making sure that families and our public has easy access to the curriculum. It's mostly all online now on our new website. A few of our vendors have a little more restrictive copyright agreements with us where we can put samples on our website and then have hard copies available in schools and at the district office, and so we have those. Using the comprehensive guides, and why that's so important is all of our policies around when to notify parents, how to address controversial topics, guest speakers, and such. Those all are in the comprehensive guide. And then the opt-out information of parents, making sure that, 1, that's readily available to families, and 2, that our teachers and administrators use it properly. So that is on, like I said, on August 29th. Related to that specific, this is one where you'll may get a lot of questions, or at least that I've been trying to work throughout our system on, is around, this is really just applicable to high school, it's around that health credit. So the state of Oregon tells us there's 3 ways to award a health credit. But you're only awarding it for like one thing, to try to remember about this, right? You're awarding health credit because you have evidence that a student has met the state standards. That's what a credit essentially means, is that we have that evidence and we confirm that. But you can do so in a variety of methods. You can take a class, you can take a test, you can provide essentially a portfolio. That's what's listed in the OERs, and our policies allow for all of that through our proficiency, credit by proficiency process. So anybody, any student can actually completely opt out of sexuality health education. That's the only standards where you can just, across the board, opt out of those standards. If a family were to do that, we ask them to work with the teacher and the administrator. We provide to the teachers alternative lessons, but a teacher could also give an alternative assignment. A teacher could also give an alternative assignment. And the student would most likely go to the library to work on that alternative assignment during the unit of sexuality, health, and education. Some of our families choose to, from a religious exemption, opt out completely of health, all of the health targets. So then the requirement would be, how are they going to earn that health credit? So that's why it's more relevant at the high school because of the credit piece. So there's sort of two pieces that are at play here. I'm sorry for going so into the weeds, but this is the rubbing point, and one of the big questions from our families is, if it's an accredited institution, they go and enroll in an accredited institution, and they are a student of that institution, and then that institution gives us a official transcript that says that institution awarded them the credit. Our accreditation agreement says we actually accept that without further validation. Our policy gives a little bit, our policy asks that students get that pre-approved. But essentially, if you come to us with an official transcript from an accredited institution, we write an hour transcript. This was from Portland Public Schools. Here's the credit, and it's just sort of a spot on our transcript. But many times that's not actually what happens. The students don't actually enroll in these other schools. They pay to take a class. Okay? And what we've called that, we've been using this language for a couple of years now, we call that external online providers. And you can find them, they're all over the place. There's one you may have heard of is Connections Academy. International Connections Academy is another, Graduation Alliance, and it goes on and on and on and on. What we have done is very challenging to vet every single one of these individual institutions. That there's so many. What we've done is establish guidelines saying that the external course provider, the external online provider, has to have accreditation. We prefer through Advanced Ed, that's what accredits us, but an affiliate or nationally recognized accreditation source. We do require the external course must be led by a properly endorsed teacher. That's in line with what the state of Washington does. We've borrowed some language from them actually. And the idea there is that there's some required interaction between the teacher and the instructor. We don't have a percent of time, we don't have a number of time, we don't have that sophisticated guidelines, but they have to have an endorsed instructor working with the student. And then third is the content of the external course must match something currently offered in our course catalog, in our current offerings. So this is where the challenge with BYU independent study comes in. We've worked with BYU for a number of years and accepted many of their credits. About 3 years ago, we did differentiate BYU independent study. Well, let me back up a little bit. First of all, they have yet to provide us with a student an official transcript. They provide us with just a report card, a grade report. So that's what is landing that group in the external online provider category as opposed to just that the students were to enroll in that school. So, in the absence of having an official transcript, and I'm working with our accreditation lead from Advanced Ed, who's working with BYU. We're trying to figure out a way, can we just get this official transcript? Can we figure out if this meets all of the requirements? But we've yet to be able to get past that transcript piece as of now. So the challenge is BYU independent study, about half their courses are teacher-led and about half of them aren't. That's just sort of how you separate it when you enroll. And the ones that are not teacher-led, we don't accept because it doesn't meet that second criteria. In those, again, if I wasn't clear, the way that credit would show up on a transcript would be Beaverton School District Health 1, Beaverton School District Health 2. because they're not awarding the credit, we're using that experience as evidence of meeting our standards.
Brian, I have a point of clarification.
Oh,
because
yeah, sorry, I know that
No,
I'm
no,
getting
because
into the
I've actually
weeds.
utilized both
Yeah.
for my child. And so I'm a little confused by
Sure.
that because like my daughter took math at BYU and I don't think it was teacher-led, so I'm a little confused by this. And no one ever questioned that, so maybe that's for my school. And the other question I have is when I signed my daughter up for Connections Academy, I had to unenroll for the Beaverton School District in order to do that. It's not class by class. So I'm a little confused by using some of these online schools, charter schools, as an example of where to go to get these classes.
So I'm not sure, like, I don't know exactly your experience with Connections Academy. I just don't know the
Well,
details
it's
of
a
that.
charter
but-
school, Brian,
So with like International Connections Academy, and I'm not sure the organizational difference, you can enroll in the entire school if you want to. You can go through the whole school day, or you can take a single class from it.
I guess I
And
was,
it's the,
okay.
it's the single class piece that's creating our
Unless you could do
challenges.
that, honestly, but,
Yeah.
I mean, it's also really confusing, to be honest with you, because like I said, as a parent, I experienced this, so
Yeah.
the fact that you're explaining all of this, it's not even clear to me because the math, I mean, there was a teacher there, but my daughter never interacted with that teacher. So
Yeah.
this is all kind of muddled,
So
sounds muddled to me.
with-
She got a credit.
with BYU, so I'm not sure, and I don't know when that was either.
Recently.
Okay, so with math, if you go onto the BYU Independent Study site, the way you sort to enroll, one of the criteria or whatever is teacher-led or not teacher-led, online only. Probably math does have teacher-led, so it would meet our requirements.
Okay. Sorry.
No, it's okay. That's really the crux of where we're at right now, is where to accept the credits from. And those are the criteria that we've had established.
I have a question. I know that there were also concerns about the supplemental materials that the teachers were providing in this curriculum because the parents thought that they didn't have an opportunity to review that ahead of time. So where are we on that? Because I don't think that's being addressed here. Did I miss something?
No, that's okay. So in our policies, teachers can use supplemental materials, teacher-selected materials, instructor-selected, teacher-selected materials, right? With sexuality-based education or any other controversial topic, then parents have to be notified ahead of time of what will be happening in the classroom. That's in our comprehensive health guide. I don't think it was followed very tightly.
Yeah, it wasn't. That was one of their concerns.
Yeah.
So I guess this is something as we move forward now, the teachers are aware any supplemental materials they have to share with the parents ahead of time, or how are they going to be doing that?
Yeah,
What's
so-
it going to look like practically? I'm sorry, practically.
Well, it could look a couple of ways.
Okay.
It could look like, one way it could look would be if a teacher has their Canvas site, and then everything could be posted on the Canvas site ahead of time. Our Health COSA has made their Canvas site public, and so our teachers can use that as a reference if they choose, but we don't have Canvas, we don't have it as a requirement. It could look like an email going home to all of the families with the appropriate links and that. It would, in the beginning of the year, it would look like a health information night, probably associated with back to school night, but it could also be a separate night. But we still are telling teachers to send out that information ahead of time. Don't consider the health information night the only time that you should be able to contact parents. So it could look a couple of different ways, but that's what's still in the comprehensive health guide, and it's what teachers are being retrained on the 24th.
Well, my other question then has to do with, I know some of the students felt like they were ostracized and that maybe it wasn't being handled appropriately for those students that had opted out, and how that made them feel, that whole conversation, or how that just played out. So what's your direction are you giving teachers so it makes it easier for those students who have opted out to then do something else when everybody else is doing the health curriculum?
Yeah, I mean, our guidance then is to work with the family to make the process, I guess, look like how we're most comfortable for the student. So what it could look like, what the student would like, would be to still come and check in every day with the teacher and then go somewhere else. But it could also look like just meeting in the library and having, some attendance protocols in place, but going straight to the library for that amount of time, and again, working on that, whatever that alternative assignment is.
Just one other question.
Yeah, of course.
One, going back to the online piece of that.
Sure.
I didn't know that we have the online, I can't remember what it's called, that whole group that John's associated with.
Flex, I think.
Flex,
Yeah.
thank you. I'm gonna assume that you're working with John's group in some of this online pieces, because I know they've done investigating as well, and they also have a health online. And I don't know if their curriculum would be differentiated from what the curriculum is in the classroom. So I'm wondering if Flex Online has some flexibility.
Yeah, no, great question. I mean, I don't want to speak too far ahead for if John's going to talk about this or not, but there's sort of two pieces with that, is around a lot of the questions of our external providers go through BSD Flex.
Right.
And so there's that piece of it, but then there's also the BSD online courses
Right.
that are ours. Now those are the same standards, they use the same curriculum materials, though some people do find those more satisfactory, they're okay with those. And a lot of it is seemingly because you can control the message a little bit better with your student if you're sitting there next to them while they're taking the health class. And so at two of our high schools, there are, depending on how, if there are enough people that signed up, two of our high schools are able to offer an online course. So the teacher, you got to be careful with class sizes here, but if there's, say, 30 students that would like to take this online course, Southridge and Westview are already set up for it. One of the things that we're working on is, well, what if it's only a handful of students at each school? Can we centrally find some staffing to pay for that centrally without taking a teacher out of the high school schedule? And I think we'll be able to do that.
So there may be actually, instead of having to outsource the health curriculum, there may be a way of internally using the Flex system, and the curriculum might be more satisfactory to a certain population in our district.
Well, the learning targets have to be the same,
Right.
and the materials that the students or the teachers use are still coming from our adopted materials.
Right.
I think the part of it that is more satisfactory to our families is just that they can see it right next to, alongside the student, and any class discussions or anything that go on from that can just easily be monitored and processed with the family.
Okay, and then I have a question going back to what you were saying
Yeah.
earlier about students feeling comfortable and discussions, and you brought up the religious factor, and I wasn't quite sure what that meant.
So that was an example in the 3 hours. It was a scenario in one of the 3-hour lessons that spoke specifically to, it was saying, when I said a student, that's like what the curriculum said. A student says this in class, and the group felt it had a negative connotation towards religion. So that's why we...
Okay,
They called out a certain faith in the 3 R's as an example.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
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 So I don't know the examples, so it's hard for me to call it.
So one more question, kind of like what Don was saying. So I guess you're training in August 29th. Is it really to work with make sure that like the kids who do opt out don't have a stigma? Because I felt like some of the people, parents feel like the kids opt out, and the other people kind of not attack them, but there's a stigma for them not doing the whole course load.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at, what direction you're giving teachers.
How to do it gently.
To gently do that. I mean, that's kind of outside the confines of the relation to the parent, because this happens physically at the school when that is occurring, when the student is not in that class, the student is elsewhere taking the curriculum.
Yeah, so I think, to me, it would be that choice between, one choice would be you can go straight to the library every day.
Yeah.
You don't have to stop by your classroom or anything, but maybe a student feels, now I'm not going to see my classmates or whatever, and I feel that puts me in a bad position. I at least want to check in every day, and so they are going to come in, check in, to oversimplify things, take roll or whatever, and then they would be excused to go to the the library to the counseling center, wherever they choose to do this additional assignment.
Okay, well, I have one more question. Another issue that came up with the parents. It just seemed to be that people were concerned that Planned Parenthood was marketing themselves more so than other groups. And that was concerning because, the curriculum is the curriculum outside of the politicalness associated with Planned Parenthood. People were wearing T-shirts, I understand, and some other things that were kind of in your face. So I was wondering how that's being addressed now.
Yeah, no, that's great. I have that actually on the back of the piece, but no, that's great. So the one thing on the T-shirts, we did reach out and ask, and I was sent a picture of the T-shirts that they were wearing, and it did not have reference to Planned Parenthood. And so the family member at least that brought that concern to me, I gave her that picture and said, will you please confirm with your child that this is the T-shirt they were wearing? And I wasn't there. And it was. So the T-shirts that this first bullet point, the teen council, they didn't reference Planned Parenthood on them, but Planned Parenthood actually has two associations, I guess, 2 points of entry into the district. One is it's a group called Teen Council, which Teen Council is a student group that helps facilitate peer-to-peer conversations. I've backtraced this now to 5 years ago to a TOSA that is now an athletic director in our district. She became aware of Teen Council at a professional development conference. So that's how, the best I can tell, that's how someone at BSD became aware of the Teen Council, was at a conference that a TOSA had gone to 5 years ago. And this TOSA became interested in, remember this was pre-adoption, so interested in how to get materials, and specifically was looking for stuff around consent, and felt that the Teen Council curriculum addressed that, and so was working with health teachers to bring in Teen Council as a guest speaker. And so they have been coming into various schools. I know Westview and Southridge and Mountainside now. Not Mountainside, but the other two at least for about 5 years now. Like any guest speaker, we should be following our guest speaker protocols, which say parents have to be told ahead of time, a teacher has to stay in the room at all times. If the content ever goes outside of our learning targets, the teacher has to intervene and stop that. That's essentially what our guidance is. And that practice wasn't followed in some of our schools this past year. So again, retraining around that. We did ask one of the facilitators of Teen Council, we asked her to provide some optional PD for our teachers last year around Aaron's Law. And it was specifically around Aaron's Law lessons taught by teachers that weren't health teachers. So remember, Aaron's Law goes to all of our students. And so at the high school level, not every student has health at any one time, and even any one year. So many teachers who are not trained health teachers are having sensitive conversations. So we did a week 3, remember what we called week 3, we brought in an optional week 3 for teachers. She facilitated it. I have her PowerPoint on file. I was there for the lesson, and it never got into anything clinical. It stayed all around navigating challenging conversations with students. How can you do that? She followed the answer protocol that we use as well and taught the answer protocol. Just make sure I'm staying off. We did that. Some teachers found it successful, but that's not planned again for this year. That was a kind of first time in Aaron's Law. So those are the 2 ways that Planned Parenthood has any presence with us. There is a feeling by some that the 3 years curriculum is a Planned Parenthood curriculum. And it's a misconception because 2 of the executives and advocates for youth have been employees of Planned Parenthood. But in all the digging that I can do, I can't find any association with Advocates for Youth, the publisher, anything formal or anything around Planned Parenthood. So while they're being seen, while people have described to me 3 R's as the Planned Parenthood curriculum, it's not. It's not published by Planned Parenthood. Does that answer your question, Donna? Okay.
Thank you. I just wanted to get this all on the record too. It's always nice to have things on the record.
Yeah.
So Brian, as I've listened to the concerns about this curriculum break. I have thought that this is perhaps one of those times where I'm curious how much work you've done with actually Toshiko's group, because many of our immigrant communities, I think, have a large interest in this topic, and that there would be a huge opportunity for us to make sure that we were doing what we needed to build trust and communication with them, because they don't know how to navigate our system. They wouldn't know to show up, but I do think that, at least historically, there would be a large concern or interest in what we were presenting and the very big their students with. So I'm just curious how we're engaging
Yeah.
people.
I haven't, and it's a great point and a good question for me to think about moving forward, but I would say Toshiko and I are a multilingual department, and I haven't engaged deeply on the health materials. Doesn't mean we shouldn't or can't, but.
Yeah, I just think 24%, 25% of our kids are coming from very traditionally conservative groups.
No, that's great, thank you.
So I heard all and I appreciate, but will we have some sort of answer before school starts on this accreditation process?
Before school starts, so I guess the only way I think it could, one or two things would have to happen. One, we would have to remove our requirements, our recommendations for external online providers, and just take anyone that brings anything to us, we would just accept it. If we were to do that, it would be a pretty quick change, it would be a shift, it would be fairly easy for us to implement. The other one would be that we're really trying to work with BYU and trying to get them to do so is if we could get an official transcript from them saying that they have awarded the credit, and then we would put on the transcript that it's a BYU credit. Then any NCAA questions, like I don't think it would meet the NCAA clearinghouse. If it's a BYU credit, that's, I don't want to be mean, but that's no longer us to defend that class. If it says BYU independent study, we could go to them. If they would send us an official transcript, and I think something to remember, there are, Paul with BSD Flex could give parents 5, 10 different options that do meet our requirements of teacher-led. The challenge, of course, it's not entity that our families are familiar with. I think a lot of them are familiar with BYU, and it's also, they're more expensive when they're teacher-led, the cost for the family. So, I think the easiest thing to say we can have before the school year starts is clarity on how they can take our class online through BSD Flex. I think that is something we can easily have. That's just finding a person with the funding to have a section of it. And I don't think either of those are challenging for us to find.
How do students indicate interest?
They'd have to work with their counselor.
We keep it pretty far buried that it's even a choice, at least in my own personal experience.
So as we get to scale on it, the way it should work is it would go through forecasting.
Right, I just haven't seen that advertised. Understandably, we're not.
It'd have to right now be through the opt-out process that we are advertising now. I know we did it in the past. I'm not saying this is old practice for us, but now it is front and center on the website. And so when they meet with the teacher and the principal, that would have to be an option they provide. If we went to any student, anytime can take health for any reason, I don't have the staffing to offer that right now. So it would have to go through the opt-out process. And that's again on the 29th where principals will have that option given to them so that they know that's something that they can do.
I think what you're saying is, though, is on the opt-out process, during the opt-out process, then some clarification in the opt-out process, you can elect to take certain lessons or the possibility of taking the entire course.
Yeah, I was just curious how
this
we're
is how
making
you
it
would do
known.
that.
Because people do just, right now, they're communicating, well, we used to be able to do this thing, which is why it's been a presented problem.
In your conversations with some of our BSD families that were concerned with this, do you get the feeling that that flex option would be acceptable to them? Because most of my conversation was around what happened in BYU credit. So I'm just wondering, if we work really hard to get it, that flex option, would they be pleased with that? Do you have a feeling with that?
I mean, some would be. 'Cause I know some would be because I think the way we would know if someone's concern is really with the targets and the materials specifically as written, then it probably wouldn't. Because our BSD Flex is the same targets as our brick and mortar. However, there's also the camp or school of thought or whatever, that it's not necessarily the words as they're written, it's the conversations that occur, and that, you know, our teachers do a great job managing conversations, but it's still a judgment call on how far to let something continue, and families that are on that side, if you will, I think would find this powerful. Like I said, we love BYU. We're not trying to be against BYU. It just happens to be that these classes aren't in line with the guidelines that we've had set forward. So if we can, we have been begging them to make health a teacher-led class, and it's just not a financial decision that they're interested in engaging with right now. At least that's the answer we've shared.
So, because we could go, I just want to get to a bottom line of having us all here. Is there, keeping us at the level that we're supposed to be, is there anything this board can do to give direction or whatever? Because if we are telling our families that you have this opt-out opportunity, we need to make sure that there is this opt-out opportunity and that a family and a student can still get the credit and meet the standards that they want. So is there something that you need from us as far as direction or something we can do? Because we are taking these meetings and we're saying that our staff is working diligently on this, and just wondering if we're going to have some kind of answers to give them before school starts.
No, that's great. I think and I know the superintendent ultimately writes the ARs, it doesn't need, and that's where our external online provider language is proposed. I think around policy around transfer credits is if we would like to open up the scope of how we accept transfer credits to go beyond a student enrolled. Like, I think that's something that could live with the policy that could change our actions, I guess.
And I guess I would say we want to make sure those credits are publicly accredited.
Sure, yeah.
But I think we need to have some clarity, because it took you, I'm not sure how long, to sort of explain verbally what was classified as an external credit or outside online credit that we would accept. And parents are going to be totally confused. So if there's something you can do to make it clearer, maybe just say, right now, you know which entities you will accept. Just make it a bottom line decision. These are the entities we're going to accept, so it's clear to the parent that you actually enroll your kid here and here and here. And then we'll still work behind the scenes with getting clarity with BYU or whoever it is that we get clarity with. It would really help our parents.
We could have a list.
I think it'd just be easier for them, because they're not going to know. They're going to pick a class, and it turns out that will be one that won't be counted, and they'll be all upset.
We can have a list
That would
of
be
ones
great.
that we know meet our
Yeah,
criteria
perfect.
there
Just
now.
do that, make it simple.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
You're welcome.
Okay, so that was a lot of, are we all good? Okay, now on to the next subject.
Good morning.
Thank you, Brian, that was really a lot, I know that we are getting lots of questions, so thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Good morning. I'm looking forward to having a conversation about middle school fine arts. As we go through some of the information and as I answer your question, I think it's really helpful to make sure we have some common vocabulary. A lot of times, questions about schedule can be met with technical jargon that may come off as being grandstanding. That's not my intention. It's to give you the language and tools to actually talk about the complexities involved in essentially why is it that fine arts don't look exactly the same at each of our 8 major middle schools. So the first piece of vocabulary that I think that's helpful to understand is that all the courses a kid takes during 6th, 7th, or 8th grade might be organized into 2 columns. Some of the courses are referred to by principals as core. That would be language arts, social studies, math, and science. Generally, those are subjects that we may have external accountability, state testing occurs in language arts and mathematics and science, for example. We also see that those courses and the foundations in those courses really are critical to rigorous academic work, and for years that's been our practice that we would refer to those courses as core. We have another group of courses that sometimes are called electives, sometimes called encore, simply the contrast of core and encore. And so a conversation about fine arts really should take into account our practices and what it looks like in a world language, and technology, what it means for kids that need support in ESL or special education or participate in AVIC. So we're going to spend a lot of time concentrating on the encore or elective courses and some of the variables, some that are fixed and some that are going to change year to year, that really dictate the course offerings and the staffing in those areas. So first, we have some cultural priorities in the Beaverton School District. And one is that those core classes and support for them is reflected in the number of minutes of the day in many of our schedules. It's also dedicated, we have dedicated levels of staffing, and as a principal, you might look at the class size in mathematics may need to be smaller than it would be in choir, for example, to have kids have a good academic experience. The other thing that's part of our middle school culture is an idea about teaming and doing things to organize core teachers in ways that they get to know kids, and they may have a common plan, they monitor student data. Those are our practices that are lined up with our board's priorities and our ARs to really support strong academic achievement. And also we have a culture in middle schools around collaboration. Those core teachers have time sometimes in the schedule built in to do that collaboration. It's time we can direct. We cannot direct plan, but we can build structures to increase the number of minutes that a teacher is not supervising kids to support some of the functions of their job. So all of those structures we have in place, even though it's on the core side, starts to have an impact on how we deliver on core. So let's talk about the variables that a building leadership team has to navigate as they figure out how to deliver a program and staffing. First of all, you have to figure out, of those subjects, are we simply providing access to them, or are we supporting students' ability to take courses in all those subjects each year, or over the course of 3 years? Or do we have so few slots that that menu might be there, but it's stuff they really can't order, so to speak, on their student schedule? The other things we have to look at, how many slots do kids have in the day? Do we have variations in the number of minutes? And so therefore, we have some schools that have practices of daily courses being necessitated, and the length of a daily elective might be the same length as science, for example. We have other courses that may have longer periods or block schedules with skinnier periods. And so people are using that language about blocks and skinnies. It has to do with how are we supporting core instruction, and what are the ramifications for on-core electives. And so that's the frequency. The other thing that comes into play, and it's indirect, the number of students served by a school is radically different. So Whitford and Stoller are two ends of the extreme. Staffing comes to a building based on the number of students, so that's your pot of money to spend, so to speak. If you want to offer a well-rounded program, Stoller hires more teachers to serve those students than Whitford does. And it means at times, Whitford might be navigating part-time positions to keep a well-rounded academic program, and they don't necessarily have the same pressure at a larger school. And then we have some variables that are going to be with us every year. And so reductions in staffing might come to student schools through two methods. One is the number of kids went down. And the other is the ratio of how many kids you have to get a teacher goes up. And the second thing is that students have into elective courses in ways they don't in core classes. So that creates volatility and some changes on that side. So I wanted to make sure we kind of went over some of those basic ideas. I think it'll support my ability to answer your questions. And there's data on the table that's helpful probably as well. Donna?
Well, I'm concerned because Five Oaks and Mountain View, for example, both of them do not offer band, for example, in the 6th grade as an elective.
Right.
Now, we have made the concerted effort and financial commitment to offering in the elementary school a form of band. And so the elementary schools then that feed into the middle school are not getting that same sort of support, which translates then in a Lowell High School, for example, possibly then having less people available for band because there isn't that continuity. Sure, they have options in 7th and 8th grade, but by that time, they might have lost interest.
Right, I think I'm going to interject. I think that may be information that's not factual, and it may be a fault of my table.
Well, it's that the table
Right.
doesn't have anything in here about band,
Right, so,
or for both Five Oaks or...
right, I'm going to do my best to represent it accurately. So at Five Oaks, a student chooses band, or they choose visual arts and drama. Those are linked, they have to take both.
Okay.
And then that goes on a wheel with Spanish and tech. Those are 9-week-long courses.
All right.
So a kid either gets band all year, or they get a wheel that includes the drama, visual arts, Spanish, and tech. And then the other one you were concerned about was Mountain View. That may be accurate. This is based on interviews with the principal. It's my understanding, their practice last year, is that band is a course that Mountain View offered last year for 6th graders. There were about 60 students in one section in the fall. Parents in that community did a lot to support the success, and we worked really hard. We made sure that in the spring, that group was split. So I know specifically that we had 2 sections of 6th grade band. The demand for band that we saw from those kids indicates that's a healthy sign of a strong program, and we wanted to keep that going. And I don't believe that we have any change from that.
I didn't see it listed here, so...
Right, so that's my fault. I'm the one that made
All right.
the table.
All right, thank you. Now, appreciate the clarification. I have my question here.
Oh, okay. Ken, I have a question about like the differentiation between schools and the time of their, like how many minutes they have for certain classes. And to me, that should be something that's standard all the way through middle school. Are we approaching any kind of continuity that way?
So the charge from our superintendent is that we're done with this business of having local control of the frequency of a course meeting or the number of minutes or all these things. And that the expectation from the superintendent is that regardless of where you reside, that we have a comprehensive, consistent approach to our core and to our encore, and that the menu of courses is consistent. So it may mean still that there may be variations, and I don't know where enrollment's going to land. There may be 2 choir teachers at one school and 1 at another, but that won't be because of structural differences of how we structure our day, or the menu for kids, or the number of slots the kids have to put those things on their student schedule. We're getting out of that practice.
But it's still continuous.
It is. I will tell you, I engaged principals and we made a lot of progress last year in clarifying and at least exposing there are different opinions. Some of those are based on philosophy, but some of them are based on if you have the competing need to balance your local community's needs with the needs of the district, there's still some tension there where people don't see the needs of the district. They're still at a place where they want their community to have a voice, and that tension is healthy because I think it will bring clarity. I would also say one of the variables this spring, where they were ready to start to align some practices, they were very reflective that having a reduction in the allocation meant that in some cases inadvertently, some of their decisions might have caused employees of the district to face layoff and for us to be posting positions in other areas or putting people that did not have a preference for those into those positions. And they backed off some of the alignment as a way of not creating more noise during a very challenging session this spring.
So can I add another question? It goes to a meeting I had with a group of parents that are particularly focused on music last week. And they seem to have what they perceive as a solution, having 7 periods in a day for middle school. And I'm wondering if there can be some way of addressing that particular, like, because I'm sure that's been, I don't know if it's been brought up or not, I'm not sure.
Right.
But to address that, so there's an understanding in the community whether that is long-term something that we're considering, or here's the reasons why we're not.
Right. So you can get at 9 student slots in a schedule a number of ways. One way would be that we have 7 equal periods of the same duration. That creates some problem if we have a radical reduction in math instruction. We could predict then that we would be concerned about those outcomes for kids and their readiness for what lies ahead of them. But there are creative ways to have 7 slots in a day. There are creative ways to do 7 slots over 2 days or multiple days. Right now we have some students that only have 6 slots. And we have some students that have 8. There is some advantage of having that. I think the other thing that principals are negotiating with that would be, while creating more opportunities for encore, are we undermining some of the natural teaming, collaboration, creating a sense of smallness and support as kids come out of elementary? And so we want to be careful about doing that right.
Totally understand that, but like I said, I'm just wondering about communicating that out to our community, that there's an understanding as to, we've looked at these approaches, and I realize there's multiple things that we're dealing with.
I would agree. I think it's important for principals to communicate clearly with their community and to help them understand and to hear their view and their vision for their kids' middle school experience.
I'm curious, as we take a look at standardizing the middle school program, if there is research or patterns or places of success that we're able to model. When I look at 11 to 13-year-olds and picture them sitting for 90 minutes, I just don't have a lot of experience or have seen a lot of research that supports that as a model for success. So I'm really curious about that. Even right? So I guess I'm just really curious, how do we go for best practice in this particular area?
So best practices would suggest that students are going to be actively engaged in a variety of learning experiences anytime we start to get beyond 30 minutes, that we have to imagine the period with multiple blocks of instruction. It's a good opportunity for kids to get out of the room and get their fidgets out. And actually, our talented teachers are good at flexibly grouping kids and doing things to actually meet their needs. So all of those are practices. I think that there is no consensus on the Bell schedule that best supports middle schoolers, and we have all sorts of varying indicators. And it gets confounding because you have other demographic factors to the schools. We're really great, and our kids achieve well, and we have this Bell schedule. Well, we have a community that has a lot of other supports outside the school that you should need to factor in. I think though the critical idea that I hear also is, how do we create rich enough experiences in the column we would call encore that we are keeping an essential part of middle school for me, and that's the idea of exploration and a chance to be known both academically and artistically and as a student PE or whatever, that well-rounded approach is critical. And some of our assumptions of having 90 minutes means, or not having enough slots, means that we're sending mixed messages, that it's important for everyone to be well-rounded, except if you need academic supports and we don't create those opportunities for you to be well-rounded. That is not the end product that I expect to come. I expect us to support every child having a well-rounded experience in middle school and to be known and to have the academic support. So we have work to do.
Well, I I just want to say how much I appreciate what you just said, mostly because it was student-focused. Most of the conversations that I hear around middle school schedule conflicts are adult-focused. And I think as we look at what the kids actually need, we're going to come up with a different answer.
Yep.
So Tim,
Can I ask a really quick question? Okay, so you have laid out very articulately how the challenges are of getting us all our middle schools onto the same kind of schedule and why there were challenges last spring, which we would, as a board, totally agree with. So what is the goal? When can we say that we're, because I think our community, it comes back to communication. If we can say we're working towards that and hope to achieve by X.
So I'm going to give you my gold standard of what the ultimate thing is when we open up our new boundaries and the Timberland side, but we will do. What makes more sense to me is that we have that alignment at the end of this school year, so that as we are visioning that new school and we are hiring, that we're actually able to onboard that new staff seamlessly. I think that the transitions that will happen as a result of these boundaries, if we cannot have those going on at the same time that we have changes in student program and student schedule, that will be better for our entire community. So I would like to see a staggered approach that we accomplish this by the fall of 2020. And then we have the new boundaries and the new alignment and the new patterns of fall.
I think it'll be important to message that. All programs are going to be the same. You're going to get the same educational experience at one school or from another as we go with this other program.
Right, that will help. That'll help the transition for families who have perceptions about middle schools that are shaped by student schedule, quality programs.
But Ken, your point about, because I use this when I met with the parent, was a school, because my experience has been with smaller schools and resources aren't necessarily, it's nice to have that smaller school in some way, but you don't necessarily have the programs because of the kind of scale. So that's important to communicate out as well.
But I want to distinguish. An economy of scale is one variable. Having all those other variables in play, like preference of the principal or how we do things here, that should not be part of
I
that.
totally, I'm on the same page, but that needs to get communicated out as well, kind of that, as you're doing all this. And I appreciate both of you for all your hard work, and I know it's been a difficult summer, so thank you.
So I think
no, we're just going to try to wrap it up here. So.
Yeah, a couple quick things. So when I was looking at the report, a couple of things struck me. One had to do with kind of like inequity issues, which is ensuring that our students who are in SPED or taking AVID or intervention also have access to the full well-rounded gamut, and that we're not preventing those students from having access to that. And we have a robust enough schedule that allows for that. I also this is kind of a small comment, but when we talk about core classes and when we talk about electives, I think one of the things I'm always thinking about is how student success in those other areas, the electives, can actually drive better outcomes in the core instruction. And I just want to make sure that that's something that we're thinking about too, because there tends to be, this is what we focus on, and then this is the extras over there. And what I've seen from students is actually those two things interact with each other in complex ways. That sometimes if you just double down on one area of instruction, you don't actually get the same effect. So if you have students struggling in math, but maybe they're great at world languages or tech really floats their boat, that gives people the confidence and success to go into their regular core classes and succeed even better. So I want to make sure that that's thought about. And then the last thing is just the quality of instruction and making sure that our students have opportunities for everyday instruction, because I think that really adds to the quality of what they're able to receive. And part of what we're doing as a school district, when we're building scope and sequence, is that we are trying to give students the opportunity to not just take those classes and have that experience, but to be able to succeed in those areas in a way that will open up bigger opportunities.
Right. I would just say I concur with your comments that those are exactly where we need to be going.
Great.
just to, and I think Ken, you were there, to expand on a little bit on what everybody said. I had the opportunity, I believe it was last week, to shake the hands of approximately somewhere between 60 and 80 probably students and community members who did a great job of delivering about 5,000 signatures in a petition, specifically regarding around, the majority of it was around music, and they talked about everything from having the length of classes is having the opportunity to engage every day in that, and I would say not only with elective classes, I believe also with our core classes, some of our students could and would benefit just from that continual classroom. However, there are also some negatives when you do that, and taking into a factor in answering this out. What is the interest of our students? What is the true interest of our students? But all of the things that you talked about, quality of instruction, time of instruction, frequency of instruction, I think those are complex issues, and there, as Ken alluded to, there are some different philosophies, but I think as we go through this middle school boundaries, I think if we're really talking about equity, every student, whether we go to Stoller or Whitford or wherever that may be, should have an equitable opportunity to engage in all subject areas. The other thing was, and Donna, you brought this up, was then you have some of these students come out and parents are competitive, just like students are competitive, and they see themselves going through a program, and then when they finally get to their high school program, they're either unable to compete if they've been through different feeder programs, so it kind of knocks them out of being maybe a first chair, a second chair, a third chair, or even possibly needing an honor choir or an honor band thing. So it's a complex issue, but Ken is upsetting the apple cart, I will just say. He's pushing lines.
We certainly appreciate it.
Good work, Dennis. Hard work.
So thank both of you. And again, this is the subject with middle school boundaries, with some of the other things that we've already talked about, definitely is, we'll be talking about with our goal setting later today, but it's also a priority of our planning committee that we're taking on certain focuses and doing, us asking, is this what is best for our kids? Is the way we teach humanities, is the lockstep, are these, is this, and looking at that data and evidence. So as we go forward, so I'm sure we'll have more engaging conversations here. So thank you very much for that. I am going to pull my own audible here, Mary, and that I think we're all texting each other that we need to have a little bit of a break, and so you and I will chat. And I'm sorry to agenda around just a little bit here, and I appreciate everybody's patience. We're going to jump down to CTE update, and then we're going to end with action items, and then we're going to break for lunch. And then after lunch, we'll go back up and get business office update and early learning childhood. So are there any questions? So we're going for CTE now, and then the agenda, we'll break for lunch, and then come back this afternoon. So, and we will not take as long for lunch. So, hear that whip crack? Hear that whip crack? Here we go.
I'm writing this
Here we
down.
I'm glad I already did the board evaluations, right?
Board chair.
Yeah, board chair. Ooh. Okay, thank you guys. We're glad you're here.
This may be a little less complicated than the previous discussion.
Oh, you don't know with us. You don't know with us, so.
Challenging you. Come up with something. So Granny was saying, what is the hard question? I don't know. But I said it's a good thing. If we get hard questions, it's maybe something we haven't thought of, and it helps us to really communicate that. So please, come on.
That's the silver lining.
So Janine is with me, Brandy's here, and they help various aspects of high school success, which includes CTE. So CTE is specific to presentation right now. So we are continuing to strengthen our CTE programs, due to a lot because of Major 98 funds and being able to invest those. Being very cautious to invest wisely and to focus on strengthening, not just expansion. Although we've expanded since 2016, we've more than doubled the number
programs of study, which is great. They're very needed areas. We're really committed to strengthening. We've invested a significant amount, close to $600,000 in equipment purchases, combination of Perkins and Major 98 fund, which has really helped programs who have spent several years just, old equipment, computers, construction equipment, tools, video equipment. So we've really been able to expand that, and that really strengthens programs and makes them more up to date. We've had over 5,700 students last year earn CTE credits, which is kind of our good bellmark to measure how we're getting students involved. We know that, at least in our school district specifically, if students concentrate in the CTE program, they're much more likely to graduate. It's almost like if they participate in CTE, they will graduate. It's 98 something. So what we want to focus on is really attaining some more equity and attracting diverse student populations and getting them in, because we know that we can hook them with a program of study that they're interested in, that provides hands-on, they're going to be likely to graduate. So that's our focus. So, and then I'll point out real quickly there, we've revised the webpage for the CTE program with the bringing on the new district webpage. We've invested a lot of time into that, so they can find very specific information about each school and each program and highlights, and we continue to update that. We'll open it up to questions.
John, I'm curious, I see how much dollars are being spent on things, but what's the participation of students in the CTE programs? Like, how many students are in each, is there a way of seeing that broken out, I guess is what I'm
Yeah, we can get that information.
because, I mean, like, hook me up so much. Yeah.
Like a cost per pupil or something?
I'm not even thinking about that, I'm just saying participation rates, because, we're offering so many, some of them are new, I get that, especially at Southbridge, but it'd be interesting to see the breakdown of participation, and I know that you're saying that the goal is to have more diversity, so obviously that's not happening as much as we'd like to have it happen, but it's interesting to see those numbers.
Yeah,
we
can get those numbers.
Yeah.
We are, there's programs do a better job than others in tracking.
Yeah.
But it's just a focus for us because we see the
How do you determine the areas of study at the schools? Like, do we have a comprehensive look? Are these the programs that are sort of grown up in different areas? How do we make sure that we're covering the right parts of the market and be sure that are those highways running in jobs?
I could tell you from the high school success perspective rather than, the Perkins. Our high school success is focused on building the 4 big areas in this region. And I think I mentioned that at a meeting last time we got together on CTE, so manufacturing, construction, IT, and healthcare. So for my part, the work that I do for those 4 big areas is tying in industry partners, not just industry partners to sit on a panel, but help guide the district and how we're reaching out to our students in those 4 big areas. So the work that we're doing with work systems, for example, and manufacturing 21, and also the certified trade programs through BOLI and the state, we're really looking at, and I don't know if you guys remember me talking about, while I agree, 5,700 students is a lot of students, that's freaking awesome. You asked, how are we growing this in terms of equity? So this does kind of expand beyond the CTE piece. So there's this whole student, whole district, whole community approach, so that we're not limited to the CTE, but rather we're planting the seeds for these kids early on, as early as we can go back, which is why we did that summer construction tech program with 7th and 8th graders. That was a separate grant, but it's meant to feed the construction piece. I met with Work Systems last week and how we're expanding both manufacturing and construction. We're hitting those two first because we also have about 100 students a year, for example, earning their GED out of the district. So we want to make sure that that whole student, whole district approach is reaching students that may not get a chance to get to CTE, but will have the opportunity to high demand, high wage jobs in our area. So I think you guys will probably know better than me. I think we have like 13,000 high school kids. Am I right? Like 13,000? 12-ish, and then maybe 9,000 middle school kids. So the middle school kids we see as the seedbed, those will plant the seeds so that they can see these CTE programs later and have experiences prior to engaging in a CTE program in a high school.
I'm just thinking when I'm looking at this map, right, how much of this is intentional and how much of this is these are the programs of the schools that we inherited and how do we combine that into a whole outlook? That's kind of...
It's a little bit of both.
Go ahead. I would say maybe half were, I don't want to say they were unintentional, but they are the programs that had been there for a very, very long time, since programs of study had started. But then a couple of years ago, all the principals sat down together and did a look at what we had across our district. Looked at high wage, high demand, what was growing in our area, what we were missing, and kind of came up with a plan of what should be added and who wanted it and where it could go, where it would fit. So that's sort of where we're sitting at now. Like that's kind of where the growth had come from.
And is there like a blueprint for where we would be if we were totally successful, what the programs would look like across the district, what we want to see?
We have a kind of a 3 to 5 year plan that we're working on that kind of forecasts that. But it is very time considered. We look at what the highway kind of that's really the driver programs. We have a lot of schools that contact us and want to propose a new program of study, and we require that they meet with us and talk us through, make sure they meet those requirements, highways, high demand, and really this program, and it's really something that's student-driven. They need to the students.
And just to add to that, I think we have some existing program of studies like culinary. The kids really like that. They love that. But that also ties into manufacturing in our area because there are manufacturing jobs, research is right next to us. And so in looking at what kind of careers can grow out of a culinary program, and while culinary might not be one of the big four, definitely looking at through the lens of what can we do to bring that into the big four. And so looking at the culinary programs and looking at some offerings through our partnerships and internships around the idea of a manufacturing career coming out of the culinary program. Just as that's not CTE specific, but it would be offered for all students. But certainly culinary students were like, hey, this is the area that I'm studying right now. Here's another potential career path for me.
Are we considering Terranova part of Sunset? They were sort of their own separate merged.
I did move them on the map, only because legally, like through the Oregon Department of Ed, they're hooked to Sunset as their home school. And so I was trying to create room to add across our map instead of listing them separately, so they are
I just
still.
wanted to know, make sure I was educated.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sorry.
sorry, I'm thinking.
It
It makes it look balanced.
Since they're not really an actual school,
Yeah.
they have to be a school's program.
And the magnet manufacturing program at Westview, do you have any more details on that?
So it's transitioning, this year will be the first year, so it had been in the past kind of a engineering/drafting program. So we've stopped that part of the program now and completely converted it starting in September to the manufacturing, strictly a manufacturing program. So their intent for this year, they have several new courses that they've added, a creative design course, which is kind of more the intro to manufacturing, and then a manufacturing one. And it was only open to the Westview students for this year. And then next year, hopefully those kids who are in it this year will move up to manufacturing 2 as Westview only, but then we'll open manufacturing 1 district-wide, so other students can also access manufacturing since we don't have that anywhere else in our district. So that's kind of the goal.
So for those of us who aren't in that as a profession, are they actually going to make stuff?
Yeah, they are. They're actually going to make stuff. And the
basic questions.
And the hope is that so early on they'll learn, equipment and all kinds of different manufacturing, different types of manufacturing. And then the long-term goal is that the more advanced students will actually run it more like a business. So they would manufacture things for either outside organizations who might need things, or Beaverton School District who might need things. They can do glass things, plastic things, wood things, metal things. There's a lot of different kinds of equipment and product they can work with. So.
It's like your CNC machine.
Yep.
It's CNC, how do I explain that? It's basically a computer hooked up to like a laser router.
Makes signs and...
So we do have those sorts of things in some of our schools already. It's not as part of a program, I guess.
That's actually, and you're hitting on one of the to-dos for me in collaborating with work systems, was kind of inventorying where are our maker spaces? Where do we already have the equipment existing in that space? Because our partners in Manufacturing 21 have offered us equipment at the district to put in some of those maker spaces, and how can we have some consistency across, and this would reach back, they're not beholden to the high school success 8th grade piece, so they're happy to go back to 6th grade and those maker spaces in the middle school, because they have machines that we need, or pieces of equipment we would need to expand already existing programs in our middle and high school, which is that whole district approach. Not that the CTE is super, super important, but know that we're working together, so we're also creating that opportunity for all students.
Manufacturing is an expanding sector?
It's one of the 4 big ones.
Okay. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Any other questions, or hand it over to the superintendent?
Just a couple of issues going on with our Student Success Fund right now. As you know, when it was first implemented, Mountainside was brand new. So we were able, because it said you can put money into any new program. So in order to right-size our budget during that year, we allocated a lot of money to Mountainside's programs that in some instances in other high schools were core program stuff. So we're going to be, one of Pep and his crew's biggest challenges are going to be, okay, how do we right-size that right now so we have more consistency in the allocation of funding? The other thing I would like to note is that the collective impact of Perkins, Student Success Fund, CTE, and everything, we have to submit a state plan every year. And when I talk with Colt and the people at the Department of Education, our state plan is often being a model for other folks, because we're really looking at, it's not how many programs you have, it is what is really the quality of the programs that are going out there. And then finally, everybody, not only in Oregon, but across the nation, we're trying to diversify our workforce. So our teachers, our certified staff, your administrators, everybody, we more mirror our student population. And so in looking at some grow your own teacher programs that we're starting to look at in our various high schools, where students from any high school could explore the idea of becoming a teacher. And so that's taking place right now. These folks have done a great job, and this is a lot of money. As David indicated. It is going to be fully funded, and to make sure that we're spending the money correctly. It's not all for career technical education. The primary goal is to have more students graduate from our high schools. But I think it's a unique opportunity, but it's a significant amount of money that's out there. Coming through the student success. These folks are just doing a great job. I've been to several meetings where the number of partners that they're engaging from business partners out there, it's totally amazing. So we're starting to get a lot of community interest from not only the Beaverton community, but from the greater metro area and around, where people are starting to say, hey, we want to come to work, we want to work in Beaverton, because I think we're truly listening to industry and their needs and what they see as what the next generation of skilled workers is.
Well, thanks for being here, thanks for the update.
Thank you for inviting us.
Okay. We're going to go to action items.
So, I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Been properly moved and seconded that we approve the consent agenda. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? So moved. Yeah. With that, we're going to go get our lunch. Hey, first up, early learning, please. Welcome to first time. As I told Kayla, we have a tradition here that we throw water and.
We're excited.
Welcome, Kayla and Sarah.
So first of all, thank you for having us here today, and we hope that you got a chance to read our report. I want to especially call out Sarah for, this is actually her first day back. But as I've been in my role now for about a month, I had to phone a friend, Sarah, text, call, and she was gracious enough to come in and meet with you this summer to kind of give me some background so that we could write this report to be prepared for you today. So I want to just acknowledge that she's been already doing above and beyond what she needs to do. The other piece that we would want to let you know is we have two new pre-Ks coming on board this year. So we're excited about that. So we have William Walker and McKay, and so working with those staffs to make sure that furniture has been ordered and arriving. And of course, there are lots of questions coming from that camp with new teachers coming on board, and Sarah and I will be working through those details in the weeks to come. But we're here to take questions. You just answered my question. Excellent.
Any other questions?
You know, I was looking at some of the cohort data, and it looks like, well, I guess I was wondering if what I'm looking at in terms of the demographics of the students, maybe demographics wouldn't be quite the right word, but it looks like we have a comparison here between people who attended our pre-kindergarten, people who did not attend our pre-kindergarten, and people who didn't have pre-kindergarten altogether, right? So 3 groups of students. I'm wondering, it seems like our kindergarten programs are targeted to low-income students or students who may be coming from at-risk backgrounds. And I'm wondering if we look at the scores for our students who are coming into our program compared to folks in those demographics, how are we doing? Are we actually moving the needle in that kind of one-to-one comparison rather than comparing our folks to folks in these larger buckets? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. As a matter of fact, so this cohort data that you're looking at is basically Aloha Beaver Park and folks. So it was just the first year that we had a program. So a lot of the measures that we have in place, we weren't even sure about what our measurements were going to be. I've been meeting with John Bridges. Sarah's a part of that conversation too about do we have the right measurements in place. And so we may make some adjustments to the AROIs in the coming year as we really start to see what our program is bringing to the table and the students that we have, and what is that transition from the camp to kindergarten. So we may choose to make a few adjustments along the way. We'll bring those to you before we do so.
I got one more kind of question on that, because I looked at data like, oh my God, it's like making it worse. But so do you have like head-to-head comparisons on like somebody you got in that catchment area that's in your program, so we can kind of track it over time? Versus like people who you wanted to catch them but you didn't get them, and that'd be a really nice little when you get to 3rd grade reading and all those other measurements.
I don't have all the answers for that, but what I can also tell you too is that we've come up against is if you look at, they attended our pre-Ks in that first column, did not attend a Beaverton pre-K. We know who those kids are. But the 3rd column, no prior pre-K listed, that's up to the parent to check that box. So depending on how they felt, like it was at a daycare or a pre-K, the parents indicate. So we don't have necessarily real clear indicators for what that looks like when a parent checks that box.
So we've kind of had some conversations about that, is like maybe we need a little bit more specific information for what they did prior to coming to kindergarten. Was it, or maybe just identify the program so it helps us understand whether it was an actual pre-K or a daycare setting.
And I can also say the kids who were enrolled in our first year of the program that was 5 schools, all those kids were in SSA, so we are able to know who those kids are from last year and track them for the upcoming years. And through 3rd grade, it would be really important because we want to be able to show growth for those kids who were in our pre-K programs.
I have a question. I'm so excited that we're continuing to expand it. So what is the focus moving forward? Is it 2 a year we hope to? Is it, what do you guys plan?
Well, right now it's 2 a year, so we have 2 this year, 2 coming up next year. I think with the new funding that is coming from the state, that allows us maybe to revisit that picture and to look at other possibilities for expanding, not just necessarily in our title schools, which seem to be the ones that are coming on, except for Monmouth. And what else would that look like? So I think we have some opportunities to do some visioning.
So a couple of things that we're hoping that it's going to address is some of the social and emotional issues that we're hearing after students are coming to our kindergarten. So it's really trying to address that. And we're really trying to focus on those students that are, just like the state is talking about, 200% below poverty level. In addition to, we're doing a lot of work and working with our ESP to work with those students who have been identified for early intervention services. So these are students that are identified with some sort of learning disability and or physical impairment. And so going in, so they're part of a peer group. But also, I think one of the things that we're trying to do is to make sure that we're very consistent. So a preschool program, we've just been talking about how what we're fighting right now is inconsistency in middle school programs. So making sure that our preschool programs have equitable opportunities for kids. And don't start out just letting people go whichever road they want to go down to. So really trying to use research-based practices on what's best for kids, and maybe it's not what's best for the adults, but it's what's best for kids. And I think, as you know, and thanks to the board, we ended up achieving Leslie Forest Grove. We were recipients of the Children's Institute grant, and so those 2 districts. So we're going to be working with Forest Grove, the Children's Institute, and being able to have access to the latest research, and then we'll become basically a lab site for the rest of the state, and people will be able to come in and view some of our practices and look at that. And I think it's pretty evident. You have social and emotional learning has to be integrated into the academic portion if you're going to have optimal success with the academic learning of a child. So, and that's just not with preschool. That's really what we should be doing through our system. But I just want to echo what Kayla said about Sarah. There's not a lot of people that have vast knowledge of early childhood education, and trying to find those people is unbelievable. Sarah's just dug in, and even the other TOSAs, and it's just, I don't want to have early childhood being seen as a silo, just like CTE being seen as a silo. It really needs to be an integrated part of the education, so it's everything from our curriculum instruction folks learning about early childhood education, our elementary folks, but even some of our middle school and high school folks, and what they can do. Because if you can imagine, what would it look like if every student that was coming into our system was kindergarten ready? What does that mean for the rest of the system? We just don't keep the system as it is then. We better start ramping up the opportunities and rigor in all of our grades to be able to move forward. So it's exciting, it's new, we're kind of flying the plane as we build it, but
wouldn't do it any other way.
I think a lot of people are starting to come and look at us now and seeing how we're doing this. But once again, we'll be talk about equity, we're really focused on serving our most vulnerable students out there. And whether it's students that have been identified with some sort of disability and or those students that are 200% and below poverty level, which include a lot of our second language students, a lot of our students of color, and those are the students that we're going to get, because so often I think that achievement gap or opportunity gap opens up, and to be honest, we're putting hundreds of millions of dollars into interventions, and once they get past the third grade, we're not making a lot of difference. I think we're working as hard as we can, but it's just the first 2,000 days of a child's life is the most important as far as, and that's kind of takes you up through kindergarten and first grade, and that's when a lot of the things are happening. And you can just think of all of you moms and dads around here, those first 2,000 days of your kids' lives, that and most of the people sitting around here, your kids have some great opportunities because of who we are and what we can provide them. And some of our parents out there that are really vulnerable, they don't have that opportunity to help their kids. And so the kids end up coming in, and they come in at a deficit, and it's sad that those kids are actually start doing entrapments of them.
So I was just looking at with the focus, I was just talking about when Don and I went and visited early childhood class at a Little Beaver. A real important component, and it was when we visited the Love Royals too, was the home visits. And so I don't see that addressed anywhere here in our, and I know it's a really difficult piece to put together, that your staff has to have the proper training and they have to be safe and all those kind of things. So I just wondered where we were on that.
It is on our focus on the family engagement, so part of this year's task. We will be continue with the home visits that will be done on Fridays instead of on Wednesdays. Is that what you're looking for?
Well, when we visited the Lower Beaver Park, they still weren't sure when they were going to be able to start them, and they still needed to be properly trained and address the safety issue. And so I just wondered if all of those things have been addressed, because I know it's a really important piece to the puzzle for us to know what is going on there.
We've partnered with our social workers, some of them have a very strong background in the role of supporting families and the cultural responsibilities we have when you enter a family home. And that is a really crucial component to supporting teachers in learning. We have worked hard to create a workforce that is as much bicultural and with as many cultural representatives as possible, and that has helped in connecting with families, and we will continue to connect with our local and legal department to access those families appropriately.
So is it a goal that we have 100% home visits, or is it a?
Yes.
It is?
Yeah, absolutely. Multiple times.
Multiple times.
And I think just clarifying for me, because I know we've made a little bit of different in scheduling. So we've got a 4-day-a-week pre-K program. I'm assuming they're half-day classes. And then it sounds like Friday is the no school day, and that is providing opportunities for family engagement as well as teacher collaboration.
Along with the time that the teachers support the work of the IFSP work, which is similar to an IEP and K-5 systems. And so that takes quite a bit of time for teachers. So between all of those responsibilities, that's what Friday will look like for those teachers.
You mentioned behavior targets and success goal number 2. What are those? I've never seen that.
The behavior learning targets, so those are on the report card. So those would be the report card targets. So our goal was to have some data around those, but that data was not collected at the end of last year. We didn't have it time to get it.
It's going to have to be answered now. You send along with that report card. Looks like I'd be interested in just seeing the whole thing.
In connection to the report card, the pre-K teachers do have a report card that looks a little different than our K-5 teachers. But we have a lot of aligned network to do, as you well know, and have charged us with. And so some of the work is changing a kindergarten report card to connect to some of the new learning we've done around developmentally appropriate practices and how we can incorporate that on report cards. I think our pre-K report card does a good job of creating more of a whole child picture.
At a high level, though, that probably connects to the approaches to learning metrics for the kindergarten readiness assessment, just how ready for learning are you?
All right, any other questions? There you go, you survived your first one.
You survived.
Thank you for staying after lunch. Okay. I'm going back up to business office update and hiring of new CFO. Bye.
All right, so before we begin this topic, I wanted to touch on your previous topic. There's going to be a Debbie Downer for one thing. Because one of the pieces we've got to take a look at is, and I'm all for having early learning and spreading it as fast as we can. But it's got to be done in coordination with our specialized programs too. As we were taking a look, and Danielle's taking a look this fall, where placement should be happening for kids so that we can limit the amount of time kids are spending on the buses across the district. So it's just it's a balance of those things. And the other objective that I'm really trying to push is that we are not putting so many programs in, we're having to populate those portables that we've been able to keep empty for a period of time. So it's a balance there. Just trying to figure those pieces out. So. It is reality.
Focused too, though, right?
Right.
Make sure we're doing those things
Very
for
much
the
so.
right reasons.
Yeah,
Because
very
kids
much so.
shouldn't be on buses, and we want them to have an optimal environment.
And this ties into our future planning bond and consort, where we need to have school expansions of existing facilities to be able to house all these various things under one roof, to be able to transition your entire day on the interior of the building. So, okay, transition to this guy's current position. All right, so CFO position, we are looking at posting probably the first week in September, first or second week of September. It will be an extended posting that HR will do. We will push this out now. And in doing so, we will, if we don't find the right person, number one, we will continue to make sure that we're searching and going out there. So if in fact we find a successful candidate, let's say in that first round, it probably would not be finalized until the middle to late October by the time our process is done. So we want to have enough lead time out there. So the intent was to be able to wait for a period of time. We wanted to get to the summer, but also as Jim has been doing a lot of behind-the-scenes work and preparing a report for you as the board, we didn't need to have two CFOs at the same time. So he's nearing the end of that and being able to prepare that document for you, which allows us then to be able to move forward. I can tell you I've had actually 2 inquiries from outside entities about our position before we even advertise. So I'm encouraged by that. People are looking to us and seeing a possibility there for themselves. So, any questions? To timeline or?
Is there any kind of feedback you want from us as a board as far as, when we're looking for a superintendent, we usually have community input or, or anything like that?
I'm always open to take board input on a position, but this is a position that's not, obviously it's not appointed by the board, but certainly input kind of things. What I would like to do is to put out for you the current job description so that you have that and be able to respond to that. That might be a good starting point for us.
The other thing we talked about, and I talked with Jim about, he's, agreed to once once his position is filled, is the ability, depending on the expertise and knowledge of the person that's hired for the position, Jim to be able to stay on as a mentor and do some check-ins, depending on the frequency, I guess, would also depend on, number one, I guess, Jim's schedule, but also what that person needs. And then just to say that we were just so fortunate at the time it happened for Jim to be able to come in and really in a crisis situation and help us get the boat up right. He was absolutely fresh air. set of eyes and different perspectives, and brings a sense of calmness to an organization, and really wants to be inclusive of everyone in the organization, and work to do what's best for kids. So really,
You're hired.
Yeah.
So it's up for retirement.
Yeah. So I think that, being a mentor is a very personal thing. So it depends a lot on who the person is and what the personality is. So that's a conversation.
What would happen if we weren't able to get somebody in the time period?
Either we still stay lucky or Jim goes through a divorce. I don't know.
It goes back to what I said off a little earlier too, and that is, we're not selling. I mean, we will make sure we have the right person in the position. If we need to go out again, we will. As you know, we've done that multiple times in multiple positions in this district where we've had to go out 2, 3, 4 times before we find the right candidate.
So I'm just going to speak on behalf of myself. We know the lane we're supposed to stay in and the level we're supposed to stay at, but I will just say for me, I'm just saying for me personally, because our community, pretty much laid at our feet that they thought that we took our eye off the ball, that this position is something, we obviously know we're responsible for hiring the superintendent, and we don't want to be, but at the same time, I would really like to be informed and stay in touch, because this is such, all of our positions are critical, but because there's so much of a backlash when it's not the right person, and our community feels that I'm really following this closely.
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely be able to keep you in the loop and updates through the process. But I think a good starting point is the job description. So we're going to submit it for stuff there.
All right. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you for your work.
Thank you.
So on the budget update part, I'm going to talk about 3 years. So I'll talk about last year, and this year, and then next year, in terms of what the office is doing. On last year, we almost have the final data from last year. On spending, we came in right about where we thought we were going to come in. So we didn't spend all of the supplemental budget. We did spend a little bit more than the prior supplemental budget, but it came in right about where we thought. We are going to get, we think, very close to the beginning balance that we had in the, if not slightly over, the one that we adopted for next year, because we had a little bit more revenue than we thought. And so those two things are good news. The only reservation is that it looks like we're going to come in over on the instruction appropriation, which is not a good thing. In terms of, we'll probably get an audit coming, we don't figure out a way around it. It was just, so we had the overall general fund about right, but the split between instruction and support services wasn't right. And like I say, we're still working on it, but that's the one downward raise. As to the analysis of that year, I have an outline of what we're going to have in the report. The goal is to have it to you in a month, I think September. We just have to get it done and we have to move on. And because we've had too much work to do to get involved in the discussion of next year. So the report, let's briefly go over what's going to be in the report, and then if you have any feedback of something that worked off, then let me know that. Essentially two pieces. One I call reconciliation. So we're going to go in and say, all right, last year we started with this budget. This is what the board adopted. This is what happened during the year. And this is how it finally turned out. And then try to answer the question of why all of that happened.
And then take that and say, how did that impact the next year's budget? How did, whatever issues we found there, how did that impact the next year? So that's sort of the reconciliation of the numbers, I guess, if you think of that. Most of the work of that, most of the analysis we've done, there's still some pieces that need to be done. We need to get the final numbers in there. We need to finish the analysis. It really is mostly salaries and benefits. You probably already knew that. You just need to get it pinned down a little bit more. The second piece of it is recommendations. And right now there's sort of three categories of recommendations. One's around business process. We've talked a little bit about this already today. Being sure that we're following all the laws and the policies that we have around how expenditures are approved and what expenditures are approved. And how some of our business processes work. How do we make reimbursements for versus using a P card as opposed to reimbursing employees for expenditures. How the year-end deadlines work on procurement. We're finding, and we'll have some data on this, we're authorizing a heck of a lot of stuff at the end of the year. Partly because it just doesn't get in until the end of the year when it should have been in a lot sooner according to policy, partly because just year-end activities. And so there's just a lot of areas where we're already starting to make some of the changes where they're critical. But there'll be a more complete list in the report. The second is the budget system itself. And I think the one thing I found out that was a little bit of a surprise to me was the budget system itself that's part of the Business Plus system, the vendor that we bought our whole ERP from, is really pretty rudimentary. And it's not, most of the stuff that we do that's complicated, we have built ourselves with a set of routines. And so we're working on improving some of those things almost immediately. And I think that will make the next budget process work better and more transparently. I think we should look ultimately at maybe a separate budget system to see if that's a feasible thing to do. Because like I said, the one that actually comes with the system is pretty basic. I thought it did more than it did originally, and I find out that we're really doing most of it. And it's a combination of some routines that, two sets of routines that the IT folks have built, and then a bunch of spreadsheets that we're doing in the budget office. And then the third, which I was kind of happy to see, is what I put under what's called a working budget. Actually, Houston calls it a working budget. We actually do a pretty good job of doing a working budget. And what I mean by that is, once you've adopted a budget, is as you go through the budget year, you're constantly adjusting the budget from an operational standpoint to new things as it comes along. And that's, a lot of places don't really do that very well. And we do it pretty effectively in some areas, but I think there's some areas where we could do a better job. And it'll be real obvious when you look at what happened last year as to one place we didn't do that, and things went a little south because of that. So it'll be some recommendations on the working budget process that we do. And I think that's what I have in that report. So I don't know if there's anything else you would like to see that goes beyond that, either speak up or let me know in the meantime.
Well, I know that you had addressed us previously about the authorization protocols, like who can make what decisions, you know, like what happened in the past. And I know you didn't address it now, but I'm assuming that's part of the system changes?
So they actually have a pretty clear system of who's authorized to approve an expenditure.
But I guess making the budget decisions, you know,
Right.
we ran afoul this past year because of the decision-making process.
Right, I think what is less clear is how once you get out of the technical system of authorization of expenditures, how budget decisions are made. And we've had a number of conversations in the cabinet about the structure of how we made those decisions, and I think everybody agrees it needs to be different, especially in this new system, the new work we have to do to implement the Student Success Act. We need to sort of take the best of what we're doing now and consolidate it into a process that looks across all of our instruction, not just the general fund, but our grant funds, and look at it as kind of a whole as best we can. And I think, so I was going to talk a little bit more about that when I talk about next year, although I pretty much did my talk just now. So yeah, I didn't mean to leave that out.
Okay, I was just wondering about that.
But I do think it's almost required by this whole process. We're going to go out and have these conversations with public and everybody, you know, our employees, our any other partners we have, about what we want education to look like, and then we've got to translate that into a budget. And we need to develop some new processes and some new, including decision-making process, to be really clear about how those decisions are made. I agree with that.
I think to be clear, Donna, to get a good point, I think when we've had discussions, there was probably some decisions that were being made within the business department itself that weren't either being brought to cabinet or decision and or at the very least understanding of why something was being done.
Right, and that's part of the working budget process as well, is that we would make decisions in the business office about how to adjust the working budget without proper
So now, I know, do we have like standard operating procedures now regarding that very issue, so people know what triggers them bringing it up to the cabinet level, and what their role and responsibilities are, and what their level of authorization is?
I think we have some on the major one, when you get down to dollar amounts and everything that has to come either that can be made or should be made at a cabinet level, and then eventually if it needs to go to the school board, we have some of those. I think it's more getting down maybe into the fine internal detail of what does go in front of the cabinet to make sure that those decisions aren't made right, maybe within the business department, but then it's,
I'm kind of looking at it from the standpoint, if a member of the community asks me, what are we doing different? What systems and structure do we have in place so this doesn't happen again? I just wanted to know what I can tell them as far as they want to look at something. What exactly are we doing as far as a structure or as far as a process or something that we did that obviously we didn't do before? So that's kind of what I'm looking for. So maybe we'll have the answer now, but that's what I'm looking for.
No, so I made a note of that.
Okay.
Be sure to get into the report.
Yeah.
I guess the one thing we have started to do is bring those changes, at least from an informational standpoint, to the cabinet decision. I think what you look at when you see those, a lot of them are a little very minor, and they're not going to go to a cabinet or a board for a decision necessarily. But I think that's the beginning of the process. I think ultimately it's on the CFO that makes some judgment about and be that communicator of this is important, you need to look at this, whether it's the senior leaders or the board. To some extent, it's a judgment call. You have to sort of understand, what's an important policy and what's maybe less so. It's always going to be some amount of a judgment.
Will you get your autopsy? That's kind of what I think of this as, right? Will there be another report that comes out of it and says, these are the recommendations we're now following, this is what we've implemented, kind of like a report?
Yeah, I
Because
guess.
your recommendations are just that, a recommendation, but at some point somebody says we're going to implement. And then
Right. Okay. So what
Okay,
are
we
we
just want to make sure we heard our community loud and clear, and they wanted us to provide better financial oversight, and this is the way we say that we are better on top of it by putting in better processes and protocols.
And we need to be relatively specific. We just can't say we're putting in better processes and not describe what they are.
Right.
But just what we need is something to hang our hats on.
The only thing I guess I don't know if this is what Jim was alluding to, is that you can have all the best processes and procedures in place. If an employee, regardless in their position, decides to circumvent or do something on their own that does not fall within that, it's kind of hard. I guess it comes down to trust factor.
Well, also I would assume things are auditable, because we're talking about the finance rural world, so it's not like some other types of operations. When you're dealing with dollars and cents and numbers, I would imagine there's some sort of audit function that would take place. And I know we do have an audit group, and this is outside their purview, but maybe it might be something for us to consider. Who could audit it? Who could look at it?
I have a clarifying question, because what it sounds like is that in the past, it may not be so simple as to say, oh, this dollar amount was spent, but it was like someone took it on themselves to make a decision that may not have been their purview to make that decision of, where the dollar was not spent. So it wasn't like an actual, dollar is more of an action that was taken that shouldn't have been in that person's. They shouldn't have been able to make that decision, it should have gone someplace else. So
it's like you had the recommendations in place, they were just violated, and that'll come out in the autopsy.
yeah, but the thing is, can you avoid that happening again? I guess his question, Don says, well, maybe, but maybe you can and maybe you can't, is what I'm hearing. If you have someone in place that follows the rules, and yes, if you have someone in place that doesn't follow the rules, it can happen again.
I think Jim was, if I'm speaking for Jim, he was saying that there's a gray area where there's things that the CFO would make a decision on
Right,
within their purview, which
Right.
may or may not be good.
Right, that's what
That's what you're saying.
Right, I mean, I think that's what you're hiring when
Yeah.
you're hiring anybody,
Right.
whether it's your instructional leaders or your financial leaders, is you're hiring their judgment.
Right.
And they won't always make good judgments. The world is never going to be perfect, but you do what you can to help ensure that a system works and there are checks and balances in that system. And that's a constant thing that's always there to ensure happens. It never happens automatically.
Well, I know that maybe in this particular case, there were people who didn't have as much authority that felt differently than the person that had authority, but maybe there wasn't a structure or a system in place for them to report up their concerns. That was something that came out. So what are we doing about that specifically? Because that, to me, appears to be a check and a balance. The people within the organization have the support, encouragement to report things, who do they report them to, and what happens with that information, and are they then shielded for reporting, like a whistleblower thing?
So we've had in the all-staff we have a finance staff meeting once a week. And at least 3 times I can remember, we've had extended discussion of what do they do when they find things. And we've talked through specific examples of things that had happened. And what I guess I would say I've gotten out of that so far is that we have a staff that's committed to doing what's right and what they think is fair. I think when you actually get an issue in front of you that they're talking about that feels unfair or wrong to them, that as we talk through it, you'll find out a number of different things are possible. Sometimes you do find out, yeah, that is unethical or against the rules or against the law, and we need to do something about it. And it's on me, obviously, to do something. And I think one of the examples of that was this issue around meals that came up that now we're hopefully doing a better job of making clear when that's appropriate and when it's not. Sometimes what comes out is a matter of policy. We have a board policy, or we've got a procurement policy around that. It's not a question of legal or illegal, it's a question of policy. And do we have it straight in our head what that policy really is and why it's there? And if we're not following it, then we need to start following the policy, absent us coming forward and saying, there's something that's not right about this policy, let's think about changing it. And so we've started moving in a number of areas on things like employee reimbursements and the use of the P cards. And we haven't really dealt with end of year yet, because the end of the year is, we still got a little bit more time on the end of the year. But so we have that category of things. But often what it is then working through with people, what do they really think is wrong with it? And then what does the policy really say about it? And then this is what we really should be doing. And then the third thing, and this kind of happened at the last meeting, is an issue where really what we were doing as a business office made it look like something was happening that really wasn't what was happening. We weren't really violating any policy, it just looked like it because of the way we handled the transaction. And so we have a duty in the budget office of doing things in a way that makes it more transparent what actually is happening and why it's happening than the way we were doing it. And so I think just having those conversations by itself helps people understand what policies are there and which ones aren't, and creates more ability to raise those issues. Because it's really ultimately on the CFO and then the leadership, once they get that feedback, to do something.
Well, I guess I'm just kind of looking, and I forgot what this term is, but it has something to do with sometimes people are, I should say, reticent about bringing up things in front of people of authority. And so if the person that's in charge of everything is the one that's in charge of the conversation, you can see how that might be kind of disconcerting for those people who are not confident enough to raise issues in that particular setting. So I guess it gets back to my original question. You don't have to answer it now, but just to be thinking about, what I'd like to see is what process are we going to put into place that allows everyone, those people who are bold and speak up, as well as those people who are uncomfortable. And at the end of the day, it might fall in one of the 3 buckets you outlined and can get easily addressed, but the idea is, what are we doing to allow that to come up? And that's not clear here, but you can think about it. I'm not asking for an answer now. This is just kind of like you're still developing your report, but that's one thing that I would like to see, a process.
I think another critical issue that Jim's brought up, and in the past, Beaverton's always had the luxury of having increased enrollment, and probably there were some of these issues possibly going on for a long time, and money was able to
Cover.
well, I don't know if it's cover up. And once again, I want to say that there was nobody just going out, putting money in their pocket or anything like that. That was not happening. There were services being delivered to kids, and that was taking place. But we do not any longer have the luxury on counting on $5, $6, $7 million to compensate for budget mistakes anymore. And we're just not going to have that luxury. And every time Jim gets in front of us, he says, you know, we need to really be paying attention to our enrollment, living within your means.
I think as we hire, that's going to be just such a key thing, is that the superintendent, the board, be in alignment about what this job position is about, which I think is about providing accurate and clear information so that as an entire organization, we can make the decisions that we need to make. Because I'm not under the belief that malfeasance was happening, but I do believe that choices were being made that were not being made with input from other people. And that's where I feel like the big failure was in the system that we're trying to rectify. So, and that's not really about whistleblowing. That's just about having that perspective about what this responsibility is, which is providing good business information to other people so that collectively we can make a decision and move our results
I would say
forward.
along those lines, and it's also culture, and the culture that's established within a business office and business practice. Not everything's going to be able to be ratcheted down to a sequence of events. I can already tell you, just in the few months that Jim has been here, I've had more conversations with Jason and Jessica about practices than I refer over to cabinet that never has been the culture of Platinum before. So it's bringing in, it's a practice of, summer school was a topic the other day that Jessica brought to me, and how we move forward with this. And is this the best thing for us to do? I love the questions they're asking, and they're bringing it forward. And so because Jim's reference is, go talk to Carl, which is beneficial. Part of that is that he doesn't have the context, but he's also seeking advice and say, okay, where should this go, and how should we do it?
I really appreciate the reference to culture, because it's also with the organization. Correct. Right? Every single person in BSD should feel that ownership, and so that is a part of the job, to try to build up that culture, not just within the department, but system-wide.
I have one question to you. So to be a better board member, we used to get monthly reports, the financial report. Should I put all the focus on the ending fund balance and the expected, all the numbers are all, in there in the month, so we expect it to be, 21.2 million, and we're short, and for short, well, let's go, what happened? Oh, we had an insurance payout here, we had a little overage over here. We have that level of detail, because I look at how many students are there, which is revenue coming in, and then I look at, expenses going out, but it was really hard, for me, I felt guilty about it, not catching it earlier, as a board member. So is that the one I should look at, the ending fund balance, and ask those questions if I see something?
So, I like to think about that some more. Jason and I have talked about redesigning the report that comes to the board and trying to emphasize what you really need to see. And I think it would be more detailed in some areas and maybe less in others. But I haven't really got my head around it as much as I'd like to.
Because in my small business, I look at the end cash statement. The money never lies.
Yeah.
It's,
right.
What's there at the end, and you can kind of predict over time, since you have payroll and expenses going out. Obviously, it takes a little bit out. First of the month takes 10 or 15 days to get everything reconciled by the business department. Middle of the month, you should know where you're at by at least a month or quarter. But something that's interesting.
Yeah,
so we can be better board members here and ask questions earlier, since we all felt guilty about fiduciary responsibility.
Well, and as you bring forward the report about last year, I would really like to understand the instruction overrun, because that doesn't sound like, that's not a P card issue, I guess.
Yeah, these are big numbers. Yeah, they're a lot bigger than.
And that's got to be a big number, so and probably one that was more than 1 year in the making, I'm guessing.
Well, okay.
I would like to understand.
Without answering. The one thing I would come back to is what I have learned, if there's one thing that I've learned, is that if you don't go out with your staff and constantly reinforce that you need to know if there's problems. That you're not gonna get the feedback you want. People just naturally don't want to bring problems to you. They know the budget's tight. They know, and this is not school. I mean, this is every place I've ever been. The budget is always tight. People don't want to bring up things that cost money. They don't want to come in and say, the plumbing is bad, or we have these kind of environmental problems. They just don't want to do it unless you're constantly telling them you want to hear that. And they don't understand. People generally don't understand that if you bring the problems up in the right forum, if they're not dealt with, then that's a choice that gets made. And it's far better in the long run that happens than it is that you are quiet. And if you don't constantly reinforce it, you're not going to get the feedback you want. And I do think it's important to have secondary approaches that in the lacking the willingness to really seek it out, that you have other ways for people to get to it. But I've always found that if you don't have that push out, eventually you're going to pay for it. Even if you have those side, it's important to have the side mechanisms. You'll probably find out earlier that way, but it's even more important to constantly be asking those questions, because people just are uncomfortable, especially if it's around things like that are not directly, instruction. There's so much pressure to spend the money on direct service that the supporting services, people don't want to bring those issues up. And you just have to constantly be asking. And that doesn't mean you have to do it. It just means you got to have your networks out there.
Question about morale. Is this department just overall, from beginning to now, what are you saying in terms of morale?
Well, I'm probably the worst person to ask. I mean, I think I like to talk about these issues. I bring them up in the meetings. I'm never really sure exactly whether my reactions are what's making them happy or not. I think you just have to work through that. And so I'm not going to stand up here and say everybody's happy, because
Of course we are.
These two are happy, maybe. But they're new. They just walked in. We're happy so far.
To your point, Susan, that culture takes a long time to ingrain, it gets ingrained, and it takes a long time to, sometimes it takes a little.
I'm wondering about communication out to the community too, because we're going to get this report, but our community still has questions, right? And I was just thinking about our conversation at this table where there's a big difference between something that's happening that's fraudulent and something where we get a bad outcome, but they're bad calls. And a lot of my conversation with community members, those two things overlap. People think that maybe something fraudulent happened.
And there's nothing that I have seen that would indicate.
And I'm not suggesting that, but what I'm suggesting is that we find a way to communicate to our community what did happen in a form that's digestible, right? Because it can't be a full report, not everyone has time for that. And it's accessible, and so that people can come back and begin to gain confidence. Because part of gaining confidence in an institution is if there's a problem, people take responsibility for it, they daylight it, they make it clear what happened, and then we move forward with something better. And throughout this process, it's not just us you guys are talking to, right? But I want to make sure there's some sort of broader communication with the community so that we can rebuild some of that trust.
I piggyback that we need to be also communicated to staff, because a lot of staff, they're really concerned about the direction the budget went, because that impacts them personally, whether we can retain them or not. And I don't think that communication was good either, and so if we can improve that, maybe they get the same level of reporting that we get as a board, but I think it's important for them to have that as well.
The accountability.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Susan, I would, just to go back to your inquiry, I would say that morale it's not terrible. I think that there's a sense of anxiety within the team. The anxiety is that they know Jim is here for a temporary amount of time. So the anxiety is who is the next leader. And so that, in essence, paints a picture of what culture and climate and all those other factors are. And again, I didn't want to rush this portion either, because it was important to get this information to help inform our future. Because we can actually be very specific and look at some of the, not only the skill sets, but also the big picture of looking for improvement in our hiring process.
Okay.
So for this year, that was just the first year. We've got 2 more years.
last year?
That was last year. For this year, and this will be short. The good news is we have a budget. It was a tough process, and you know better than me how tough it was. There were cuts, not as much as we originally proposed. The bottom line is that we had to take $18 million out of the very day fund. And there might be a couple of holes in this budget, but so far, there's really only one that I think rises to a conversation at the cabinet, and that's the substitute budget. So we're going to have that conversation as soon as the numbers come out. As soon as we get this analysis done, I think we have a hole in our substitute budget. For next year, obviously we need to, you saw the beginnings of the preparations for the Student Success Act. And that beginning is to go out and really talk about what, with the community and our partners and our parents and everybody, what do we want for our kids? And that's an instructional, educational conversation. But soon, it's going to be, okay, what can we afford within these new resources? And so I think there's 2 things that we have to be ready for. One is that we're starting in a hole. And the hole isn't just, the question I get a lot is, well, how much do we have to fill the rainy day fund back up with? And I answer, well, the policy's a third a year for 3 years. But I also come back and say, but that's not really the issue. That's a one-time type of cost. The real issue is that in the current year, we're spending more than our ongoing revenue. So we have a structural hole in the budget. Now, it's not as bad as the $18 million that we had to draw out, because at the same time we built our contingency higher than we actually recovered our contingency to 25, whereas we had an ending balance last time well, now it's going to be about 16. And so we kind of covered $8 million there. So, but we still have an ongoing shortfall of about $10 million that we have to dig ourselves out of, plus whatever we want to do to refill the rainy day fund. So I think we're going to have to look and we're going to have to figure out, you're going to have to figure that out. What are you going to do about that? And so you're just recognizing that you're starting in the hole a little bit. And then the second thing is, with all the funding that's outside of what now we consider the general fund, how can we look at the budget across those fund guidelines? So looking at the grant funds that we're using, a lot of which is going for things that are, classes and teachers. How do we look across the general fund and all the other grants that we have to get a more complete picture of the educational program? And so we're working a little bit on trying to come up with a way of showing that in the budget in the documents that we're using to get ready for this conversation. So a lot of preparation, and we talked about earlier, just the whole process itself is being redone. How do you come to a budget?
Just along that note, just want the board, we've just been made aware too that we're losing not just Beaverton, but other districts, because we are losing students to poverty and some of our other high-need populations, we're getting reductions, significant reductions in our Title I grant, our IDEA grant, and Title II grants. So those dollars are also, and we have no control over that. And so we're calling some winners and losers throughout the state. Some districts are because these are mostly block grants that go to the state, and the state will allocate the money according to those different subgroups that the dollars are supporting. But I don't know if Jenny's in here, what our Title I allocation deficit, it looks like about $500,000, $500,000 is going down. And IDEA, right?
Well, we'll see.
We're fighting, but right now, we're scheduled for...
Yeah, and we'll have to reallocate 1.2 million,
Yeah.
and then we're short approximately 500,000.
Yeah.
I see a light at the end of the tunnel that we will win this war with everything else.
But to Jim's, I think to Jim's point, though, is being able to look across all the funds that are coming in and then doing those types of things.
How much of this will the Student Success Fund Act help us in the next?
We're even at best, so.
Right.
That's what I'm just putting in my mind, but is that right?
So,
Do we have an estimate?
so the 34 million that people talk about is just half of that appropriation.
17.
Now, a lot of the other half of it doesn't go necessarily to school districts. There's, kind of the Head Start, preschool promise, and those kinds of things are a lot aren't necessarily in a school district. But some of them are, and some of them might be competitive things that we might go after. Some of the preschool stuff. We really need to get our a much better handle of that, and we're starting to work on that process of it. What are we currently doing within our budget, and then lining up what's newly possible out of these other funds. And some of them are fairly straightforward, but other ones are not. And so we need to really do a filtering of that.
And if that PERS payment does not stand up either, that's money that we were counting on.
Well,
It's only a small part of
PERS
the
I know.
doesn't have a big effect on next year. We have to pay on the, and then we actually get direct benefit if they actually divert funds. And that could be a significant amount of money next year, but all the rest of the PERS is really the following.
Right.
And that could be significant. It depends a lot on what the market does, although it's been down a lot today.
the IAP part, not the amortization.
Yeah.
But it's still money that they come directly out of our pocket, that's all I'm saying. Yeah.
Majority is built on amortization. That's where we get the big savings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
It's not mine. Mine is back here.
Okay, next up, grading and reporting update. Thank you, guys. I know we're running late. Thank you for sticking around. I know it's been riveting conversation.
Well, nothing to talk about. Good.
Yeah. You got it all handled?
So, I'll go ahead and start, and I'll talk a little bit about high school, kind of just give you a general overview. I'll talk a little bit about high school, Ken, obviously, with this one, and Brian's going to talk specifically about some professional development opportunities. So, we had this conversation with Don and Sue and some others, talk a little bit about some continuity and consistency in regards to grading and reporting. And so if you read the initial board report summary, there's a few things that we definitely want you to have on your radar. And these are good things. If you're talking about keeping the pendulum moving in the right direction in terms of positive momentum in regards to continuity and consistency among the schools, but then also, which is I know a big piece for all of us, is the feedback piece, in particular the uploading to Synergy more consistent. Okay, those are some hot, big ticket items. So Within the board packet, what you'll find are things that the BSD does. Okay, if anything, we're just bringing these back to the forefront, to not only to you, but Ken and I just met with all secondary administrators last week, and we have reaffirmed our commitment to the 9 components of the BSD standards-based learning system. The SBLS expectations and considerations. So in other words, those of you who have been here a long time, the tight and loose document in regards to best practices in regards to SBLS. The summary judgment to letter grade conversion criteria, and I'll go over some pieces within that, and then also a calendar of 3-week, 6-week, 9-week, 12-week, 15-week, and then 18-week uploading to synergy dates, which Ken and I and schools are going to be consistent on. So these will be consistent dates that are going to be communicated to staff. So the first piece that I want to highlight with you is the summary judgment to letter grade conversion criteria. Okay, and so when you're talking, and when I talk about this with Don, so you could find, what I want to highlight with you in particular, so if you go to, I believe it's, let's see here, the summary judgment to letter grade conversion criteria, you see that where it has the scale 2.4, 4.0, you see that part? So if you read at the very top, not the very top, but I'm reading where it says teachers will make summary judgments. You see that paragraph there? Okay, so if you go to that last sentence there, the summary judgments will be averaged and the letter grade will be recommended based on the following table. Okay, and you probably have some experience with this being at Westview, and obviously I had some experience with some of the inconsistencies in relationship to this. So just to give you a little bit of context, and why I'm very excited that Don's going to be very supportive of this and moving forward, is that, so this is my 6th year. When I first started at Westview, what happened is Jeff Rose kind of brought this forward. How when it came time to calculate summary judgment, which is a 1, 2, 3, 4, and specific learning target, teachers had autonomy on how to calculate that summary judgment score. But what he wanted, and what we agreed upon, is more continuity when it came time to calculate the grade. And so what would happen, and what he wanted, and what we all wanted, is that those summary judgments of 1, 2, 3, or 4 would be averaged, and then we would go ahead and use this chart to have some consistency in how a grade was calculated. So when that happened, we were like, okay, this is what's happened. This was a complete change in practice. But unfortunately what happened, and mind you, we had teachers who are trying to do the best thing in regards to what they feel is appropriate in regards to SBLS or standards-based. They went to Jeff Rose and they argued a counterpoint. And for whatever reason, good or bad, what happened from that is the Jeff Rose acquiesced to that if, as long as there is adequate communication out front from a teacher on their syllabus, they did not necessarily have to go by the averaging of the summary judgments. And it led to increased inconsistency because you just had that. And so what we're excited about is that with the full backing of Don, is that this is going to be explicitly communicated and affirmed with schools. They do have autonomy when it comes time to calculate the summary judgment using whatever aggregation method. But when it comes time to calculate the student's grade, the summary judgments will be averaged and a letter grade will be recommended based on this following table. So I'll give you an example. And again, so in what could be happening, or what is happening in schools, is that you potentially could have, say in the AGS math classroom, in one school, they're using this matrix. So you get a 4, you get a 3, you get a 2, you get a 4. Some schools are averaging that out, and they're getting a grade. In other schools, you potentially could have, if you get 1, 1, you get a D. If you get 2 1s, you get an F. So on this school, this student is passing, and in another school, this student is not. And it's the exact same class covering the exact same learning topics. And now, I don't fault anyone through this, because I believe wholeheartedly in standards-based. But at the same time, what I found by using this method of not averaging was increasing the inconsistency and hurting kids. And that's what we can't have happen. And I told this story to Donna, that when you have a student of color who is an underrepresented student who's in a pre-calculus class, for example, and unfortunately gets 1-1 or 2 1s, but if you average in another school, you'd be passing in class, but because you're here, you're not passing, that's an issue, right? And so, so we have talked and we've reaffirmed our commitment to this. This will be publicly communicated. It has been already communicated to principals. Teachers do have autonomy to override or to change, as they always do. They do. They have that autonomy to change the grades. If they see a grade at the very end of the grading period, and to them it's not indicative of student proficiency on the content, then they absolutely can change that. But putting this out...
What's the change then? Sorry?
There really isn't a change in this, but what is the change is we no longer have, like for example, at the school I was talking about in particular, they will not be allowed to do that.
Oh, so some schools were taking that away?
They were departing from the published policies of the school district as long as they communicated that they were
Yeah,
departing.
I'm aware. But, so we're going to take that autonomy away from that?
So what's happening is...
I heard two things here, so that's why I'm asking.
So we are not taking the autonomy away from a teacher. At the very end of the grading period, if they feel that student proficiency on the content is not indicated by the grade, they have autonomy to change that, but it has to be based on their record keeping and based on data. Okay, that's always going to be a given. But what...
It can't be based on because they got a 2, it's an automatic C.
Correct. And so that's the difference. So what we're talking about. So for example, you could, in years past, because of what had happened before, I could totally disregard the averaging and the summary judgments to get to it. As long as I communicated it up front in my syllabi, that's no longer the case.
Common practice.
That's no longer the case. So this is going to be a consistent on.
So this will be distributed consistently.
Correct.
That is a difference.
And
That
I'm
is-
sure you will hear about it.
That's really.
So I just
Who are
have
we
a,
gonna hear about it from?
There will be
Teachers.
people,
Well,
there will be people celebrating.
so I have a
Yeah,
question.
yeah.
I know during this whole proficiency, what's the word to call it?
Decade.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Convert, whatever it is, whatever I'm gonna, how am I gonna, the proficiency thing. Students are supposed to have opportunities to prove that they are proficient. So how does that play into the grading system? Because let's say they have test 1 and they get a 1, then they take the test potentially, or take a different test or whatever it is, on the same subject matter, and they get a 2. Are they going to be averaging, are they going to be including those additional opportunities to average out at the end to truly reflect the student's proficiency? Because in my mind, if they didn't get it the first time for whatever reason, but they get it the second time and they can prove it they get the second time, isn't that ultimately our goal? To have them demonstrate they understand the material, so why should they then be penalized and have the 1 grade as opposed to having the 2? So that's the question.
There's going to be, there's a lot there. What you said is a very important point. So we'll try to go through, there has to, part of what happens when you're thinking about multiple opportunities is how do we map the curriculum over the course of the year? It's rare to find a class where a skill is taught and then we don't revisit those skills elsewhere the rest of the year. So we have to think about, part of what you're asking is, if I can't do that in September, what happens when I can do that in November and I can do it even better in February? And that's one piece of that. And really what should happen is that we are looking at the highest level of performance And truly, the question is, does the student have the skills? Did they demonstrate those skills? And then the letter grade should demonstrate the mastery of that skill. That would be ideal. Like, we don't want to say, you had 4 opportunities on this learning target. You did not demonstrate it 3 times, and at the end you were quite good at it, but you need to be punished for those 3 times. From an equity perspective, our policy is about having kids that can actually do things and creating an environment that supports them to do that. Do you want to take on that?
Yeah, well,
So I guess how is that being addressed is my question.
so, first of all, with what you are saying, I mean, that to me is what proficiency is to its core, right? Is that, I mean, I've used this analogy a lot, is that if you have somebody who shoots 100 free throws, and they miss the first 50, but then they make the last 50, well, in an old system of averaging, that person would fail, right? But in the proficiency model, you would argue that that person is proficient, absolutely without doubt. And so the question, the piece is yes, absolutely, that's what we are aiming for.
I just can't see, maybe to explain how the letter grades, the system you have already before us, reflect what you were saying. How does that?
Average off the highest score.
Right, so-
That was my question. Do you average off the
Right,
highest
so-
score? It's just simple, it's just yes or no, I guess I'm not.
So when I
understanding.
Very subjective.
when I had a collection of evidence as a classroom teacher in a history class or poli-sci, you would simply add up, there were 4 tests and you had these scores and we would divide it out. Our method of reporting is much more sophisticated, and when John was referring to aggregation methods, the question is, if you have that same collection of test scores, what is the recommendation coming from the gradebook to the teacher? And teachers can set up their gradebook that it's the most frequent occurring mark. It can be the one that was the most recent. It can be the highest. There's one called the power law that we've talked about before. All of those are ways that we are getting out of the business that every single time that you demonstrate something is the same, and every single time needs to be weighted the same. And teachers do understand and receive PD, professional development, to strengthen their ability to do that
Well,
well.
that means it's not consistent grading then, because every teacher is going to have a different weight.
Well, but I would say, Don, is
So
that,
to me, that's not consistent.
but what I would say
That's
is,
my mind.
but what I would say is this, the question is it, whether you agree with it or not, in the old model of traditional grading, where there was extra credit, where you could get a ton of, a large percentage of your grade based on how well you did on the homework. Some would put a large percentage based on assessment. Right now, or in years past, that's how it was. Okay, you could turn something in on time, you get full credit. You don't turn something in on time, you don't. And so what you were having is you were having really distinct inconsistency around that letter grade, because you don't know if that was indicative of student proficiency, or was that indicative of the student's just great at timelines, or the student does a great job of extra credit. Even though we do have inconsistency, which is natural in a big system, we're talking about grading, which is pretty distinct. I would say from a standards-based piece, there's more consistency now. It's not perfect, of course. I think there's always going to be that inconsistency. And when it comes time to calculate, say, a summary judgment, I do believe that we're heading down the right path, because you're not just doing averaging. Okay, that matter of fact, I mean, a lot of teachers, plenty of teachers now are using final score, or they're using power law, where they're taking into account how well you're performing towards the end, as opposed to taking the average of how well you've done throughout the year. That is a distinct change in regards to grading, and that kind of is, that is the foundation.
I guess I wasn't looking at the past, I'm looking at the current system and the goal of the current system. And I'm just measuring that, the current system, and how we're supposed to be, how it's supposed to be expressed and applied. And I'm not looking at the past, because the past is the past. I'm looking at currently, and if our mission, or if our goal, or if our objective is that a child can demonstrate proficiency, then I believe, and deep down in my heart, that's why I keep on saying this, the grade should reflect that. And I am just not confident that even with this change, that that's going to occur. That's my personal opinion.
So I'm going to tag on to that. In a sense, though, proficiency can be in so many different ways, and I think that's the thing, is teachers see it as a, like being able to take a test and they're proficient, versus some kids might be able to do it more verbally than actually taking a test. And I don't know if we're at that stage in terms of proficiency grading that that's a possibility.
So sufficiency.
Right, yeah. And the other thing I look at, and I am going to go back in the past, because what I saw, and what is probably 7 years ago when I first came on the board, that's the history you're talking about, is there was not a lot of buy-in with the new grading system, and so that's why we had this dual kind of grading system. And my question would be, are principals buying into this? Because some will and some won't. And if principals don't buy into it, will the teachers buy into the grading?
Buying into what in particular? Are you talking about what we're reporting on, or just proficiency in general?
Well, both, actually, right? Because that's been the issue in the past, and that's why it's been a hot button for many of us on the school board, because there hasn't been buy-in.
I would say, based on with what we're reporting, which is the averaging and the summary judgments, and I'll go over a little bit about the progress reporting case. They're absolutely buying with that in terms of continuity and consistency. We just had our opening meeting with all secondary administrators.
The principals.
Right.
And assistant principals. Correct.
My concern is that, the issue was the teachers not buying into it as well. And, if you don't, it was maybe 25% at the time, and I'm going back in time, and maybe it's changed, it's evolved. But teachers didn't buy into the grading system.
Yeah, I don't, again, I for one believe is this, when you think back, when you are thinking about what SBLS is, the foundation and the idea behind proficiency, and mind you, is that it's kind of like equity. It's a journey. We're trying to get to the point where, Don was talking about, where it's not about, it's whether or not they got it there at the very end. We're working up to that. That's the idea and the foundation behind it. Are we there? Absolutely not. And we all know that. But is it worthwhile enough to continue along this journey with PDs and to keep reinforcing and to keep the flywheel moving, so to speak, in a positive direction? I absolutely believe.
Why is it so hard to get there?
Yeah, I understand that.
Well, there's a piece. Well, I'll tell you, and there's a few pieces. I think one of them is behavior. With the idea of SBLS and proficiency, you want grades that are truly indicative of student proficiency on the content. And before, in the old traditional, there was the effort piece. There was behavior that was instituted into the grade. If you didn't show up, or if you didn't do well on the first time, I'm going to penalize you for it. Or if you didn't turn them in on time, I'm going to take 20 points off. Or if you failed the first time, I'm not going to give you an opportunity for a retake. That's what it is. So it's hard to grapple with about addressing behavior, and it's a worthwhile from a teacher's perspective. I totally get the idea of, our kids just, are they manipulating a system and taking a test 3 or 4 times? Is that fair to the other kid who takes it the first time and does well? And the whole idea behind this is that, back to the whole sufficiency part is, and this is what I like about standards-based and proficiency, is it gives teachers the freedom to say, okay, you don't have to take just a paper pencil test. You don't have to just take the traditional assessment. Okay, if you struggle with writing, talk to me a little bit about this particular science concept, or language arts or history. Like, they have the freedom and the autonomy and the true standards-based proficiency to be able to do that part. But I'd say, we need more PD around it. We need a continual reinforcement every single year around the foundation of what this.
So, and to answer your question, I would say, yes, that's fair for a student to take it multiple times.
I agree.
Yeah.
We're not in disagreement.
But I have a question about professional development in terms of, professional development's great, But what about the new teachers that are coming into our system? Are they learning, is that what they're coming into as, thank you, I'm having a hard time articulating it, but are the incoming teachers that are new, coming in with this idea, I mean, have they already bought into it, I guess is my question.
Great question. And do you want to talk about
I mean, I do want to talk about PD. And starting with the new staff academy going forward, we can be confident that this is what our teachers are trained and taught. And I do think that our College of Ed partners, our teaching system is way more in line with our 9 components than a 0 to 100, 0 to 60s in F. Everything counts. Your first 3 things you don't turn in count just as much as the ones you. I don't think our ed partners are teaching that at all, and certainly not our local ones. Our PD, of course, starts with the new staff academy, where they're both introduced to the 9 components and expectations and considerations. More than documents, right? You call them that, but systems, as well as how to navigate synergy to have synergy reflect to make sure that their grade is an accurate reflection of what they know and are able to do. Maybe let's talk about kind of PD in general, since I'm taking some airspace. We had a chance to work really closely with 2 of our teacher groups last year on recommendations on how to move this work forward. One were our high school PD TOSAs. If you remember, each high school had 2 part-time TOSAs to help with professional development. So we worked with that group, and then we also worked with we just call it the grading and reporting team. They didn't have a special name. But last year they met kind of up until the challenges of the second semester, and in years past they met throughout the year. And really both of them came down to what we all been talking about, which is sufficiency. When have you collected enough evidence so you know for sure that the grade you're typing in is accurate? So what were those 2, so to Donna's point, when we speak in these terms, it sounds great. I think practically speaking, if it was like a big assessment around the learning target was the one they didn't do well on, then let me just go to an extreme example, just to prove my point. And then they aced a small quiz about that. Well, is that sufficient now to say that that's overtaken that first big assignment they didn't do as well on yet? And so that whole concept of sufficiency is actually where we're landing our PD for grading and reporting around this year. It'll look a little different middle and high school, just the way our structures are now, right, without the Wednesday release, but the topics will be the same. Then embedded into that, kind of the next steps. So first is the quantity and quality of assessments and the types of assessments that go into a sufficient judgment. But there's also like moderation. Like what we strive for are opportunities. And actually this is written into some of our documentation, but opportunities for teachers to be kind of handed the same, let's just say, essay, right? We need to get to a point where we would expect them all to be delivering the same mark, or the same marks in their margins. And then hopefully we can get to the point of like true calibration, where we have standards of assessment expectations across the district, both in an interim sense and then in a summative sense at the end of the year. So that's the flow really for our professional development for grading and reporting, a lot of the collection of evidence. I think a piece to point out, I think I'm going to present this as good. Well, I know I'm going to present this as good news. I think we take it as good news. We were able to kind of work with our IT department to get some resources back together. So now we will have a person for support for teachers when it comes to just using synergy to make sure you're accurately reflecting grades. That was a spot that looked like we weren't going to be able to fund with reductions. We put our heads together with IT, and I think they deserve the credit on this. They did a great job of helping us find some resources, and now we're able to have that staff again. Now, I don't know if that's exactly PD or not, but at least it's a name for if a teacher, and we'll introduce it to the staff academy, and it's also a name for a teacher just to have. I have a question about synergies, real pedagogical question on synergy, I guess, or how it's working. We now have that piece again. I'm happy to talk about that. That's what I want to talk about now, PD. Dominic?
Yeah, I've got 2 things.
Sure.
One thing about, what you mentioned about the sufficiency piece.
Yeah.
And so I guess what exactly are you recommending the teachers that they do? For example, if you have a student that didn't do well, let's say on the first summative assessment, they just nail the next one, and depending on who the student is, because that comes into subjectivity, the teacher might think student A, maybe because they have a better rapport with them or other factors are in place, might say, okay, I'm sure this student has mastered it. Student B, they might decide, well, maybe the student hasn't, he really hasn't demonstrated, there might be some other subjective things going on that they would not accept the best grade, the better grade that they got because they're saying there's not sufficient data for me to believe in heart of hearts that the student has mastered it. Is there something else that you're recommending to teachers that might have this big question mark that they can do for the student to prove it so that when they've done the test, to me they've done the test or passed that milestone, why shouldn't they get credit for comprehension if they pass the exam as opposed to the teacher having to have all this background material in support of them doing well on that grade, on that particular test? You see what I'm saying?
I think I do. I think
because I'm thinking about it more from an equity issue, and that maybe some teachers might not think a minority student, for example, has mastered it because they didn't do well on the first test. But they did better on the second test, but because there's not sufficient evidence to override their heart-of-heart belief the student hasn't mastered it, the student doesn't get the benefit.
I think it would be naive to think that's an impossible scenario.
Yeah.
Of course that could happen. I think what is also likely that could happen is the teacher doesn't have confidence that that second exam is valid and reliable enough. So those two pieces are really conflicting with one another. One showed, and let's just say they're equally valid and reliable. One showed very low understanding, one showed very high understanding. What we would teach in that case is one or two things, or both of these things. We would say collect more evidence. This may be a case where if you're still, in your professional judgment as an educator, not sure if that student has demonstrated the efficiency and learning targets, collect more evidence, and quite possibly it could be a different style of evidence, where the way you're suggesting it may not be, where it looks like they're doing well on tests, and we always use that extreme, they failed one and then they got 100% in the next one. A lot of times the numbers may be closer together, so we may choose to hey, let's do a portfolio assignment or something different that's still aligned to the same targets.
Okay,
so that's
what you're telling the teachers to do.
That's what
we're struggling for individualized learning.
Yeah.
So that to me goes part and parcel with that.
Multiple opportunities,
Yeah.
really digging into that.
Right.
That really doesn't mean give one test and then whatever 2 weeks later give that exact same test, even if you change the numbers around in the math book. That's really not what we're getting at. We're getting at
It should be very
personalized.
Okay. Then the other question has to do with experienced teachers. Meaning I know you have, or maybe you have captured it in the new teachers, but we're talking about teachers who just graduated and they're brand spanking new versus teachers that are experienced and come from other districts. I've heard from teachers that have come from other districts and other states, and what they're saying is that their professional development, they believe anyway, hasn't been up to par in their mind. There are things that they think they should have that the brand spanking teachers have gotten as far as professional development, and not knowing a lot of our systems and things and how to navigate things. That's from what I hear anecdotally. So we're talking about grading and reporting. I'm assuming they're going to be educated in this system as well, because they might be coming from an area where it's not similar. So this professional development, is it all encompassing, I guess what I'm saying, for the experienced teachers that are moving into our district as well?
There's two parts of that. You know what you talk about the formal. At the building level, I mean, the best professional development is directed by the needs of the teacher. And we can predict some of those, and Brian's going to talk about some of the big systems we have that will support those teachers. But I think one of the things we have, and it ties back to the other question about where our leaders are, you need to be able to turn to the assistant principal that works with your subject area or the principal that works with your subject area and express your need for learning and to have that support be local. And a lot of times, for example, it comes best from
peers. So if you're talking about how do I map sufficient assessment opportunities, you shouldn't have to wait for a workshop. There should be systems of collaboration at the school site to support that at a time that is relevant and helpful to the teachers.
Okay, well, so when I get an email, again, I'll direct them back.
You just send it to me, yeah.
They should.
You should definitely
They should
send
go
it.
back to their school and.
Let me super direct answer your question. Everything except the days that are not required to come from your staff academy district, well, it's open for everybody.
Okay.
Or and even required for everybody in some cases.
Okay.
But it's accepted. And did you have
I had a comment and then a couple questions, slightly different. The first was, I wanted to just thank the team for continuing to stick at this together. I know that many of the issues that Donna and Susan have brought up are very real. I fully expect them to continue. There are many teachers who do not offer retakes of any sort. I know that that will continue. However, I also know that this one change is a game changer for a lot of students. That it's been a huge demotivator for kids to continue, and so I really applaud this initial change because I know it'll make lives better for my kids. I had some clarifying questions just around the uploading dates and progress reports and what's changed and what hasn't. I was also surprised to see a reference to contractual responsibilities for updating grades because I wasn't aware that those existed still. So I just had some general questions around the whole reporting part and consistency and changes and where
Yeah,
that's
so
all
I mean, I
going.
can talk a little bit about that. And I actually got some clarification in regards to, you're right, in terms, I'm going to read exactly what it says about in the contract. And I talked to Sue, and she gave me some appropriate verbiage. So, Article 5, evaluation of students. Employees shall be responsible for determining grades and other evaluations of students within the grading policies of the Beaverton School District based upon the employee's professional judgment of available criteria pertinent to any given subject area or activity for which he or she is responsible. So, and so one of the things that we've talked to principals about, and this is some verbiage that we feel very comfortable in releasing, that teachers are required to report grades to parents midterm and at the end of each 9-week term. Per board policy IK, reporting will be timely and at regular intervals. Parents will be notified as soon as practical when student academic performance or behavior jeopardizes success or shows sudden marked deterioration. So the synergy reporting dates that we've earmarked as benchmarks. So when you think about, when you're talking about a big system, having continuity that is openly communicated to say, hey, this is when we're going to be checking, this is when we're going to be expecting, is going to be big in regards to increased consistency with parents getting feedback via synergy. So if you look at the synergy uploading dates, and so what, basically it is every 3 weeks is when principals are going to look. So there's a report in synergy where they can go ahead and look and just see. And you know, it's not going to be a gotcha type of thing. It's just one of those where say, hey, everything okay? It's been however many weeks. We got to make sure we have that feedback to parents. At the 6 weeks, where it goes here specifically, it's that's definitely towards the midterm between that progress report. So they're definitely going to be taking a look there. And if you look here on the uploading dates as well, in terms of OSAA for our student athletes, that's extremely important because we have to have that to see. Yeah, well, it's whatever reporting period is earmarked. The problem is if we wait until the 9 weeks, that's so late that that's basically playoff time for football. And you could potentially have somebody who is ineligible, participate. So that's why as the ADs, they really would like to see that 6-week piece and using that as an earmark so that we can get to kids a little bit sooner. And so what we did is we communicated these dates, and we will actually send calendar invites to principals as reminders of these. And some of you are probably on your school's weekly newsletters at the secondary level, and I'll encourage you to to see if they're if they're communicating these specific things when it comes time to a marking period. Because we're going to be on it. I think that the communication piece is going to be a big thing.
So you say it's not a gotcha, 'cause
It's
I'm
not.
very fortunate that the principal at Mountainside includes me on his weekly update to his staff. So I see.
He's very good.
I see his weekly, yeah, you see it too.
I see it.
And he has at the end exactly highlighted what needs to be in where, and a reminder, and a catch. But if it's not a gotcha moment, and it's not contractually what, and we don't want things to be punitive. We want to prove that by keeping our families and our students abreast of where they are is what's best for students. That's what's best for students. How do we, it's a cultural thing, as we talked about before, it's a cultural thing. What kind of tools do principals have to encourage that teachers are keeping up? Not, besides the fact it's what's best for kids.
Sure. I would say first, just having this is a huge step. Having continuity and consistency around, okay, these are things. So in terms of communication from our end, about reminders to principals, who in turn will know that this is a big piece for us, to continue to remind their teachers about it. At the beginning of each year, and at the midterm and at the end of the year, principals or administrators, they meet with each individual teacher. They talk about goals, they talk about anything and everything. And this will be one of those pieces that they talk about, is making sure that the communication is there. And, it's not going to be seen as a gotcha if I have a good relationship. And I think that's really the piece. And so foundationally, making sure that, that the message is that it's about relationships and it's about effective and adequate communication at home. Nobody is going to say, oh my gosh, I shouldn't communicate with parents. Nobody wants that or says that. I do feel like that you do it, because we have great teachers that struggle with this, and they're great teachers. I think you just need some reminders consistently throughout the course of the year. Because how many times when we get so immersed in so many things that happen throughout the course of the year, we kind of lose sight on this piece. And so what we're saying is that we're making a commitment to make sure that this stays at the forefront.
However, what I would say, to answer your question a little bit more directly, if I had a teacher and I had that great relationship, or even not a great relationship, and as a principal, I'm sitting down with he or she, and I'm saying, hey, I've noticed we're 4 or 5 weeks, and I don't have anything in synergy, and you need to make sure it's in there. Those 4 or 5 more weeks, I still don't have something in there. And then I think then I guess for me it would be more of a gotcha. And that's something that needs to go into an evaluation, saying we need to be able to start documenting that. Being able to sit down and talk, why is it important to have that feedback and continued communication? So I don't think it's but I think, and I would argue that probably the great teachers are having that frequent and consistent feedback with their students and or parents.
But we're still getting the feedback, even with progress reports, when we talked about letters, that if you're on a system where you have, especially at the beginning, that you're just getting up to speed, you're handing out your syllabus, you're getting going, and you're not really, there's nothing really to test them on yet, or you haven't handed out an assignment, you only see them every other day, and there's been these, that there's not enough that you're asking me to create, something in synergy just to create something in synergy, and there really isn't anything of quantitative or qualitative that can go in there, and we just make it a have to rather than some kind of feedback to parents or to students of where they're standing in a class.
Well, and what I would say to that is that, especially, there's some leeway within the first 6 weeks of the semester, because we know that there's a building relationship period and that type of thing. But I would also say is you potentially may not have, say, something to put in the grade book, but that doesn't mean you can't be communicating with your parents, right?
And it may be behavior.
Yeah.
Behaviors. Parents want to know, are things under control? And if not, do I have the information I need for us to do corrective things at home and for me to partner with the teacher? So if you don't have academics, it's pretty simple within 3 or 4 weeks to have a handle on whether or not the student's engagement and learning, for example, is something that's of concern or not.
I appreciated Becky's comments of talking, we are just engaged in a culture change, right? And it's taking a long time. Part of the language that you read that you said Sue gave you, I hope that is going out to principals and to teachers and staff. I liked that, and I appreciated, now that I understand a little bit more, the tie into OSAA. The more that we use this kind of regular feedback, we realize that it's because the kids are asking for it and they want it, and the ADs are going to be reinforcing it, the choir director, and all the other people who are involved in these things. So as part of the culture change, the only piece then that I would just put in a small, for your consideration, is instead of if possible, you just put in a recommended.
Yeah.
No.
If possible.
It is, it's still optional, but we do recommend, we recommend that regular, consistent feedback.
If possible,
Or
something
we
that
don't-
we want.
Yeah, and if possible, say, we know it's not. Anyway, that's just
I'm sure.
for your consideration.
Well, any other questions? This is, you can tell this is something that is a value of this board. And it's something we've been working on a long time, and we know it's not something we can just force. We have to get everybody to buy in of why. To us, as parents, we just think, exactly what you said. Of course, we want to communicate, but what are the barriers getting in the way of that communication? Thank you for keep adding changes, and we will for sure pass on to you any parent that we hear from that wants to know.
Well, thank you for answering our questions. And teachers, I will direct teachers to you. If they want to, because they run to in the cloak of secrecy. And I said, can I transfer this? No, I don't want anyone to know that I have brought this up. So there's a group of them, that's all I can tell you.
Brian mentioned one of our challenges that we'll be trying to focus on this year is how do you get professional development in. With early release going away, and it had to go away, is how are we going to be able to get teachers what they need and in a timely fashion and creating that time. So trying to be creative, trying to make sure that principals are utilizing the time in the contract that's allocated to them. But it's going to be a challenge.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you so much.
Okay, folks, we are way behind. And first of all, I need to know, and I can only imagine these folks here, but is anybody here, is there anybody that was counting on that we were for sure going to be done at 3:30?
Pull that up, our stuff around 15 to 30.
We will keep going, we'll keep pushing forward here, but these have all been great conversations, and obviously they are things we want to do. So now, moving on to school board and superintendent goals. We'll let the superintendent make a cup of coffee.
So I think you have what I sent out in front of you. So we've talked about a lot, the implementation of 31.427, a goal to make sure we have that community engagement, community input, the expansion of early childhood education, career, technical education. We just heard on grading and reporting, student achievement, and this is where I would take any type of input. So if you notice, 4% would put us at over 90% for graduation rates. I'm sure most of you got that. That would be my goal. The part I struggled with a little bit is I put, so that would mean that, on average, most of our students would that'd be a 4% in most subgroups, but in our groups that were underrepresented and not performing, 6%. And I went back and forth about should that actually be 8 or 10%? I don't know. So I struggled with that. So I completely, once again, I only adopt these, but I was really trying to look at getting our graduation rates at the end of 3 years to over 90%.
Did you have feedback from
Yeah.
your CAB?
Yeah, that's the,
I presented the goal, they have this information.
Did you ask them about that one?
Not specifically, no.
because I mean, we could say whatever we want, but we want it to be attainable, we want it to be.
I'd like to say 100%.
Yeah, of course we would, of course we would.
What evidence suggests that we can meet that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
pipeline.
Because I just.
Well, it's, I guess what,
You mentioned.
What evidence do you have to support that you think that's an attainable goal? It's just like, like, I believe that there's areas of improvement in these places, I know we can do this better, and that would bump our score.
in particular, I want to focus on our second language students, our students of color, and our poverty students, and students with disabilities. And I think that,
Have you been focusing on that before?
yes.
There's still more, yeah.
And we're making some gains, but I just always think there's more,
Well, there is more, but I just think maybe we should think about changing some things, because we keep on doing the same things.
Those are the students that aren't, if you look at our, I think I sent you all a document on the students that are not graduating from our schools.
Right.
Those are our students that are not graduating.
Maybe another way of phrasing my question would be, what strategies are going to be employed to get us there?
Yeah.
What strategies, and when you believe we use those strategies to have that advocacy?
That's a loaded question. I think a lot of 3427 is going to have something to do with that. I think it could mean the reallocation of resources to probably allocate more resources to those specific groups, and then that could mean taking away resources from particular groups.
What about like maybe having a task force? I know when I went to the National School Board Association conference back here in Philadelphia, I think it was in April, whatever month that was, I sat on a session where they had like parent involvement, like they had, for example, an African American group that they kind of talked to try to come up with some additional ideas for how they might address getting students to graduate in higher numbers, which was quite successful. They had a really great model that they were sharing. That might be something to consider here, because I'm not really sure how much we've involved the parents, for example, in that discussion.
I would also say that the more that we're going into CTE, we know that they have a higher rate of graduation if they're engaged in a CTE program, and the more that we're adding to those programs and accessibility of those programs. So if you say 4% over the next 3 years, that's like a 1%, which again, the bigger the school district is, 1% is a lot of kids. So if you break it down tactically, whether you're looking at subgroups or whatever way we want to engage, what it is that we, first of all, why are kids dropping out? Going back to the root cause, is it transportation? Is it because they have to work? Is it because they just don't value, whatever it is, and then coming up with ways. So you have to pick up to get to 4% in 3 years. You have to say it's going to be more than a 1% change. In the past, we have been increasing about 1%.
So, I hope we know the ninth grade numbers right now. I mean, if we have John Bridges, look where we're at right now, we can almost predictably tell. I mean, who has
Ninth grade's a big predictor.
Yeah, right.
I think if you look in, and you talk about doing the research, some of the research says that, and it's not going to make a significant difference in 3 years, but down the road, early childhood education, starting to address the students as soon as they come in. We look at addressing the whole child in middle school, all of those. What we're spending, our return on investment on some of the strategies that we have. Social emotional, getting at the social emotional, academic, extended learning time.
I think that's all positive, but I would worry that if we tie something more like early childhood and we don't see the effect we want, that doesn't necessarily mean that money is being well spent because it's so far up the pipeline to get there.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, worry about timing.
I think tactically, your largest high school probably consider dropping the first goal about the overall district rate, because you're getting large percentages, like just sheer numbers, you're getting close. But then maybe for the underserved groups, raising that goal. But I also think your cabinet should just set one and buy into it collectively.
And I'm with Becky, as I've been sitting here thinking, the more we can push some of those underserved kids into CTE, we know that that's a game changer for kids. And how to capture their hearts and their minds early on in 9th grade somehow to get some of those kids that typically might not think about CTE or even think about school and liking it. That might be one of the, but how can we strategize to really?
And then maybe just looking at, the sheer numbers, when you look at, for example, children that are being suspended, for example, that's a big disconnect from school. And certainly populations in the school district have a disproportionate number of those students. So that, of course, will, at the end of the day, drive who graduates because they feel disconnected or whatever it is. That's going to have a negative impact overall on the graduation rates. And maybe looking at what we can do on that level for some of our underserved kids to try to keep them in school and keep them connected since they are.
And that's on the back if you're going.
Yeah, I know, but I just wanted to bring it up. So, dear to my heart, if I know what the numbers look like.
Question, because I have no idea, but I live with this personally, is when the graduation rates for kids that have mental health issues, whether they're socioeconomically, low on there, or just in general, I mean, is there a tie there? Because I don't, like, where is that incorporated into our numbers? Like, when we see kids with, we are looking at crisis, but yet how is that incorporated into kids graduating and not graduating, or you can't measure it?
Well, I don't think there's not a category for kids with mental health issues. I guess if some of those students happen to fall under special education, that would be good, or, and I imagine some of those students are in all different populations. Our economically disadvantaged students are definitely in, but to say that we have an identification for
That limits, the reason I ask that
mental
is,
health issues, we don't.
we don't, but the reason I say that is there's a crisis there. I believe that particular population is not graduating on time or graduating at all. And I don't even know if you can measure that or whatever. And we're looking to have more resources there. But it seems to me that if we're looking for resources, we should have an idea of what the crisis is.
Is that covered under the trauma practices, what do they call that again? ACEs, yes, ACEs. Is that covered in the ACEs model? Because you're looking at.
I think ACEs are just determinants of what students are coming to us with.
All sorts of things. And then you kind of build services around that based upon the model.
I mean, I see a big challenge here in the upcoming years, and sometimes as your resources are going down, even if you're holding steady, that can be a later. These goals go down, I don't think that's appropriate. I think we should come in and do these things, but when we're thinking about what we can achieve and what our resources look like, I think that's just something that helps.
I like the stretch. The other,
I like 90% a lot.
Okay. But maybe that, like Westview, Westview and Sunset, they're right.
After the first graduating class.
Yeah, so there's not as much leverage there.
They have unbelievable ninth grade on track.
Yeah, so again, that goes
That's
with
just
the
numbers, it's not that
the resources then that we already have identified, allocated already, but I just think there's.
I think there's growth if, whether it be Merlot or places in our subcategories that we know that we still would like to do much better by those students, but as far as whether it should be 4% or 3% or whatever it is, you have to go a little bit on past performance as an indicator of future performance, and we have been going up. But again, the bigger we are, 1% is a lot to ask of.
And the closer you get to the 100.
Right,
yes.
But
the other part I would want to say is, I want to see I do want to see us as a district, and a lot of those students who are struggling, they are in identified subgroups. And even though, I mean, we do have students in Westview and Sunset who are economically disadvantaged, they have mental health issues, and so.
I would love to say as a district that we are over 90% of this district. That would be a great goal to have. We're just telling you, your staff has a better idea than we do whether or not that is attainable. I mean, we could tell you it'd be great for it to say, you know, it's 95%, but
It's attainable. There's other districts with a lot less resources than we have right now that are graduating 90%.
All right. That sounds good to me. I'm all for that. Let's do it.
Go.
Go for it.
The other part that I think we're doing a great job on, and I guess I should have prefaced with, all of these goals, if you've noticed, were brought up in my evaluation. Everyone, I hope you were able to see that. And one of them was strengthening principal leadership.
Yes.
So we're trying to make sure that if we put, just like we put a teacher in front of a classroom, if we put a principal or vice principal or administrator in front of a department and or leading a school, that we want them to have that same growth mindset for our kids, as well as come to their job with equity as an issue. They're really looking through an equity lens and looking at those students who are not. So I know that a lot of our professional development at the district level, through Jenny's leadership, has been really through developing administrative leadership. I think you can have the best staff in the world if you don't have somebody out there that's pushing and leading that school. It's not going to be optimal, and it will fall off. So, becoming more involved in selection, especially of building principals, department managers, central office administrative positions. That came out loud and clear. I heard from the board. Reviewing our hiring practices, looking at our Grow Your Own program. If we are ever going to have a workforce that even somewhat mirrors our student population, I think we have to attack it from several issues. Grow Your Own programs, but also look at our hiring practices when we go out to try to hire diverse educators into the system. So looking at what are we asking for, how are we screening without violating the law, and so trying to get some ideas from other places who are probably doing a little bit better than us. I did provide this, each one of you have this. This is the latest that came out, and you can look in here, Beaverton's in here, and you can look at some other school districts, and it will talk about what their workforce looks like as far as equity.
I hope it's okay to interrupt you.
You can interrupt me, and you're my boss.
So it also would be nice to have, I'm happy that Josh is here, but, more people of color in the district staff office, because this is where the decisions are made. And we need more people of color in decision-making places. So I'd like to see that, and just not only put in the office of equity, but in other positions. Just want to say that. Didn't mean to call you.
And trying to find out, to your point, Don, is how to get them in the pipeline. And then once you get them in the pipeline, if you get them in a community, how do you retain them? How do you still make them feel part of the community and valued? And customer service, the one thing that I think everybody's done is trying that whole customer service, having people believe that they've been listened to, and they might not get the answer that they want, but trying to get back to them in a timely fashion. And then under inclusive practice, communication, making sure that we get out ahead of things whenever possible. Sometimes you don't. You're not able to get out ahead of it. I know in the superintendent's meeting that we had we're talking about what social media has done to us. Because sometimes it's a wildfire and you're going to be playing catch up because somebody's going to put something out and you're not going to, it's going to be hard to catch up with something. Ethical leadership, investigations, discipline, employment issues. I don't know. Did they get the book that we handed out, Mary? Did you bring that to them? What we had our in-service on with the principals? So we went over investigations.
Get in my car.
Okay.
So I
have a book before you. So we actually had an in-service. I think we heard loud, was it year before last and last year? And so we've already had an in-service with all of our administrators and worked with Miller Nash, so Mike Porter, and Dolly and Camellia. We've worked together on investigations where all of our administrators should be trained on Title IX investigations, just discipline in general, and employment issues around. So, and we bought books, so principals and all administrators, our department heads come out. And so I got one for you guys, so you guys can look at that. And just going on to disproportionate student discipline, we're really trying to look at different restorative justice practices, but also making sure that our teachers, new teachers, veteran teachers are trained in the areas of best teaching practices to address the needs of all kids. And when I say needs of all kids, which includes race, ethnicity, economic status, and maybe what are some of the behaviors that are being exhibited by some of these students, and how do you deal with them, how do you understand them, how do you recognize them from possibly a mental health issue versus another issue that they may be exhibiting these behaviors. And that's I think that's one that is a big one for me. Specifically, I know that our students with disabilities and our African American students and our Latinx students are being disciplined disproportionately, and our second language students in reference to.
So now, did I read correctly that now teachers can put their hands more on kids for class clears? And on the elementary school level, that's been like a big issue because they've had to clear out the class versus remove the child. So now can they remove the child? Does that change?
Yeah, I'll let Camellia and Danielle talk about it. There has been some law that's been changed that you.
So keep the kids in the class and get the other child. No, he says
we can't grab them around. We can guide them
around.
a little bit.
No, just kidding. But yes, Danielle's going to speak.
Yeah.
Danielle.
I don't know, do you want me to come up there?
Yeah, sure.
Come
here. You're welcome. Come up here. I have a question about that. Sorry.
So the law, it's interesting. We're actually waiting to hear more information from the Department of Education. So the threshold for a restraint of a student was pretty high in terms of imminent threat of serious bodily injury to a student's self or to others. And so really the idea is that you really should not put hands on a child unless they're really going to injure themselves. So you want to use least restrictive measures to do that. I think there were like extremes that happened either way in terms when that law was passed. And so they tried to broaden it and say, like, you know, if you have a kid who's running in front of, like, running to 185th, you know, you can stop the student. We could have done that before with the way the law was written. It wasn't that we couldn't do that. You just have to go through a pretty extensive reporting process when you do that. Now there's some ambiguity around when you'll report that and when you won't. And we're waiting for guidance on that. What I would say is, so if you look at our restraint and seclusion report, we reported over 1,000 restraints last year in the district, which is a lot. In Beaverton, which is very different than a lot of other districts, we have trained every single staff member on the restraint and seclusion law, And then we have really tried to get people into our de-escalation training, whereas some other districts that hasn't been the case. And I think what we ran into was this rub around other districts not restraining students or telling staff not to restrain students because they didn't want to report it. And so there was that issue. So there's a lot of nuances. I would say as an educator and as a parent, I actually am worried about the new law in that I think if we're placing hands on a student, we should be telling the parent that that is happening. And so I do worry that with the new law, there's going to be some ability for open to interpretation, and as a district, we're going to have to grapple, do we stay with the more like, we're going to over-report, or are we going to come up with a threshold? And I think that's the hard thing that we're going to grapple with.
Well, thanks for the update, because I wasn't sure what's going on.
And probably one of the most critical areas here is just to make sure that it's on my radar is definitely the budget, is making sure that we have a sustainable budget and that we're incorporating checks and balances. And so I know that with Jim and Jim's help, we've got a specific part on cabinet each time that we are going over the budget and changes in the budget. What are things that you're never going to budget for absolutely everything within a school year. So now the business department knows that, hey, here are the things that came in this month that we did not budget for, or if there's some significant discrepancies that are looking at coming out. So we're also looking at ways to be able to start monitoring salaries and benefits as early as possible, because before said, well, we'll let you know in October what that looks like. Well, a third of the year has already been gone, and that's not the time. So working with payroll, working with the business department, human resources to make sure that we're monitoring, and that's being monitored all of the way along. Definitely, when we look back into some of the short-term objectives and some of our challenges together will be completing middle school boundaries, implementing the Student Success Act, definitely employing a new CFO, will keep you apprised of that, and expanding the early childhoods, and addressing social and emotional issues. For successful negotiations of 2 contracts. We will have both OSCA contract, OEA contracts coming up this year. Completion of the 2019-20 bond projects on time, and to continue to keep that within budget. You've heard Ken talk, complete the middle school programming audit to provide equity and consistency, to have that ready to go as we prepare to bring another middle school online. And then also I put develop of a 3 to 5 year succession plan for senior leadership transition. Also start to talk about what's that even look like down at buildings with the new PERS legislation that's come up, and there are districts around the state are worried about what is this going to look like, all the way from possible teacher shortages. There's people out there right now that are trying to diversify their workforce, so they're actually going out and contracting with contracting with adults who are in teacher education programs right now, having them sign their contracts contingent on them completing, because they know there's going to be such a shortage with this infusion of dollars, which is great. It's going to come in, but we want to make sure, are we hiring the best people we can hire? So I think it's important for us to, be looking at succession plan. Also, just to bring you up, and it wasn't on here, we looked at hiring an equity director. Now we've went through 2 processes. We're not settling, and we will be having, it's went through the first round, it'll go through the second round, and then it'll come to cabinet, and I don't know where we're at in there. But I'd just rather not settle and move on. But if there's anything else, like I said, this is kind of first run through here, if you think of something else. And also, Tom pointed out to me, I am not a member of the
Yeah,
Beaverton, ex
yeah,
officio
that's
member of
also
the
that.
Beaverton Education. It's Beaverton Education Foundation.
Yeah, that was what I was gonna do.
Yeah. I'm
I'm
not paying
surprised.
you to introduce PDA right now. Nor have I been an ex officio member.
Okay, so just if anybody has any feedback, we're going to be voting on this at our meeting in 2 weeks. So, but good job, lofty goals, and I appreciate that you took a lot of the things that we said and kind of made our goals kind of easy too. Your
If there's
goals
something in
are our
there
goals.
that was not, I really try to go through your comments, but if there's something in there that you see that's not in there, let me know.
Okay, so in the next, because we'll then do a hard 4 o'clock. We're not going to do executive committee. We're going to push it off until before it was just to get an update on some of the legal things that we've got going on. So we'll do that at our August meeting. I asked if it was okay. So, all right, so in the next half hour, we're going to try to get through the things that we're responsible for. And first of all is this club, the superintendent and our working agreement. And I think in the past, I kind of looked at the past, we haven't rewritten it in a while. If there's just anything that needs to be updated, things we think that don't matter anymore, that it has our job description, it has what, and a lot of the things, why we do evaluations, why we, it's all part of the agreement. Does anybody have any comments about the operating agreement? Any tweaks?
Can I, I'm sorry, you signed Josh up. Can I sign him up for what? Yes. Yeah, yes.
Okay.
I can do it.
Okay, now on to, so we're okay, so we're going to be okay about voting on this in 2 weeks, the operating agreement?
No change, there's no changes?
Pardon?
No changes?
So Ann did mention, there's something that we put in italics that we need to
I
address.
think it was just italicized last year, but we don't need to anymore.
This time. So I'll bring it to you.
Okay.
So it's the respond to community requests or questions directed to multiple board members in the zone or known or not specified, or under board chair responsibilities. I gladly pass it off. Okay, next up is school board evaluation. Thank you all for responding. Thank you, Melissa, for putting it on the Survey Monkey. Thank you very much. The only thing that was hard about it is I couldn't get back on the Survey Monkey. So, but you will see the evaluations and the response. I looked at past years. We're pretty consistent, folks, as far as years past where we don't go up, and I don't know what that means. I mean, does it mean that we need to focus on some of these things some more? Because we don't seem to get, when in some categories we had 3 or 4 people that thought we were still emerging. And I don't know whether we give ourselves proficiency grading that we think at the beginning of the year is something that we need to work on and get a chance to do it better. But we were grading ourselves at the end of the year there, so.
Well, I can say what I think. I think that it's sometimes it's situational, because then something happens, and then, for example, I recognize, oh my gosh, there's a big gaping hole that we need to fill. And then we work towards it, and then maybe we address that particular issue until another issue comes up the next year or the next time frame. Right, that's how I'm looking at it when I'm doing my evaluation. So maybe I think we've done stuff and we're fine until the next issue comes up and then there again, we're having a problem. So I think we're just constantly working on it based on issues. That's my perspective.
Yeah, also, I feel guilt, like when we had like budget problems, I feel guilty, like I didn't see it earlier. You know,
Yeah.
so there's like, so you look at that and you go, wow, I missed the ball on that. I want to
Yeah.
get better at that. So, you know, so if you do your survey after we had the guilt from like 3 months ago, then yeah, it's gonna be a little lower.
Yeah.
Well, I will tell you, it was, not that we haven't gotten this far yet, but it was kind of a learning experience, because usually we do a big 360, where we put this out to the community, and I again went back like 3 or 4 years of going back to those 360s, and as you can imagine, when you're asking a lot of people for their input, it's all over the place. One will tell you you need to do this, and the other will say, you know, it's totally contradictory. I don't know how much we actually use that, except that we knew what our folks were saying. But I put it out there to some folks. It was, I think if we want to use this 360, which I think is a good tool, I would rather us use it in the middle of the school year than at the end of the school year of trying to do the summertime. Because the feedback that the few people that took the time to, which most people did not, I mean, because I was singing it out late in the summer and people had already, you know, it was just about, all they remembered this year was our budget problems. So we didn't get a lot of constructive feedback.
I would say 360s haven't run in June. That is my recollection.
That's what I said.
Yeah, and I want anything on Monday, you have to get it.
And we were still dealing with budget things still this year. So,
Yeah, understandable, I just, you
yeah,
know, forward looking, not backwards.
Yeah.
But if we want authentic feedback,
Yeah,
I think
so-
during school is definitely when we get it.
so,
For the advocates, Becky, is immersion isn't necessarily a bad thing. I think of it as something you're continuing to work on.
That's exactly what
Successful things like you kind of achieved it, I don't really like putting down a bunch of things.
I don't think it had impacted.
It makes me feel like, no, we gotta keep going in every area, so I end up being, immersion has gravity and it pulls me.
well, then do we need to, for this to be a good thing of us judging ourselves, do we need to come up with a different kind of system?
That's me personally, I don't know if everyone, if it's.
Because I mean, if that's the case, if our thing is, as board members, we're never going to land that we've done anything, we're always moving. I mean, we're always learning, we're always on a journey, we're always going to be, so.
Well, that's the point of the evaluation, actually, I think, to help us set goals for moving forward, so I think emerging, you know, it's fine if we're hard on ourselves, it's just for us.
I was just trying to figure out how we needed to glean something from this of what we need to do to get better. And that's, I spent a lot of time, I mean, first of all, you know, my philosophy is we are, and it really became evident to me at the school board conference in July, we are an established, experienced board. And there were a whole lot of people I was sitting with this summer that had 2, 3, 4 new board members. That's a lot of people to get up to speed. So these next 2 years should be years, you know, and I'm glad we were an experienced board facing last year, because that was, I mean, if you were a board that didn't feel sure, or you were a board member, that could have just destroyed you. I mean, it was a tough year last year to have our community, and, you know, it was, and to have to cut, and to have to, you know, so I'm glad that we are an established veteran board, and the next 2 years, I'd like to see us go deep, because we don't have to bring people up to speed. People know what, when they make reports, what they mean. People know, so we should be able to, you know, go, so what should that look like? So I spent a lot of time the last few weeks here looking at other boards, what kind of committees they have, what kind of evaluations they have, how they do their evaluations. I could not find any evidence, and when I talked to folks, we're the only one that does any kind of feedback of a 360 in an evaluation. You know, I think that speaks well, that we're willing to take, you know, what people have to say about us. So, you see the comments there, and then on the back page, I don't think there's anything there that, as far as what we think we need to continue to be developing. It comes up over and over and over again about engaging our community, and hopefully 3427, the Student Success Act, is going to help us have reason to do that. Well, it will. That's what we have to do. So, and then what I did have done is the cabinet went through our questions and they gave us some information. So you'll see that on the next page, visionary leadership. You know, they graded us higher than we graded ourselves. So, and then I really appreciated them taking the time to give us some feedback, and what kind of things they value that we do, and because we're kind of short here on time, but I think the thing that is the most important that I got from this, and again, I apologize if this wasn't in your board packet, but I didn't have it all together before Mary needed it and to mail it out to you. But this is something we can go over at our August meeting if you want. But the one thing I gleaned from this from cabinet that I thought was very good feedback was a lot of times we discuss things and we all have our different opinions, and sometimes it's the first time we've heard something, and we all tend to kind of think out loud. We process out loud. And at board meetings or the cabinet hears that, us processing, and they have no idea what it is we want them, what we feel, and what we want to do. And it's because we don't vote on every single thought and direction. So I'm going to do a better job of letting us think out loud and process things, and hopefully through our committee process, it won't be we're hearing things at the 11th hour. And we're having to process it, the information all at the 11th hour. That through our committee process, through our work sessions, that when there are things that come to us, we're not going to be hearing all the details a month before we have to vote on it. And then we're asking all the questions. We're going to be asking the questions all along. Is it going to be perfect? No, because there's always going to be. So then, when we get done, the cabinet has some kind of idea of at least a general consensus. May not be the majority, it may not be this exact, but a general consensus of where we would like them to go. Because sometimes we send them down a trail and then they come to us the next time and we say, well, that's not what we meant for you to do. So get a better idea of, so that's what I picked up from there. They would just like more direct communication on what it is that we would like, the direction that they would like us to go in.
Just if I can interrupt, Becky, though, on just a much more positive area that, and even we were fortunate, like I said, to have Jim here with us, and so almost an outside ear, but, you know, definitely that budget issue we went through was pretty significant, and just the entire cabinet, and to include Jim, just the way that you handled yourselves, and seen a lot of boards, they fragment and they go off in different situations, but I think you listened to the public intently and you heard them, but you also were there to, you know, support us as we went through, and you desired some factual information. You wanted the information, but just the way you handled that, and then the other part was just what you did during the legislative session, and to help us get to where we are on 3427. I mean, you were all out there beating the pavement for us, and a lot of you were really taxed to go, whether it's to other districts or other state organizations, and been out there, and I know you used a lot of your own personal time and to make that happen, and sometimes that's not even popular in some of the zones that you operate in, so you really made a difference, and I think you marked exemplary in those areas, so thank you.
And those are the areas we all thought we excelled in. So that was the other note. Is in inclusive practices. As far as our community engagement, and I think this has come up a lot today in a lot of our comments, that we need to go more to our historically underserved communities and be using that equity lens, which we all know is a very important part of our pillars of But, you know, just continue as a board to use that lens when we're making decisions, and maybe just be more upfront with it, that we're trying to use that lens. I thought we did a lot of that during our budget decisions, that we were trying to, but I mean, again, just communicating that that is something that we have as a value, not only in our district, but us as a board. So those are the two. Are there any more discussions that you folks want to have on anything in the evaluation, whether it be our self-evaluation or?
But this is one that Leanne's going to talk to you today, but it's the student involvement. I mean, I go back in time to when we first started initiating student involvement, and I thought that the committee that we have with the students was going to evolve into something more for students, and I spoke to you about this, but I just don't feel like we give our students enough opportunity to really see. And we have this committee, that's great, but I just feel like, for me, I feel like their voices are being heard on their school board meetings. I don't know if that means having student effort.
Well, that would be a whole different direction if that's what people thought we should do.
I would agree. I'm not sure we need them at the board level. I don't think that's the best use of their time. It's hard to say. Some districts do that and have great success and others don't. But I hope we will use them for things like putting out the offer to be on the middle school boundary. You know, we want a student voice. Or on the social studies curriculum project team. Maybe we could go to that group first to offer the times where we're really seeking out voice by the student and give them opportunities. You know, there's the one gal that's joining, that's met with all of us individually. She is gung-ho to change the world. And I hope we really, you know, use her energy and her passion to do that and give her opportunities, whatever it is. And be mindful that they're out there. And I know near the end of the year it gets horrible for them, but let's engage them early on in ways that we can.
To me, the conversation really revolves around, I think that there are many different visions for what that group should be, and structurally how they're set up to support our collective goals. I know their charter says that we want them to have a meaningful experience, and I know that you've worked really hard with them to help them have that. They're also in their charter to be a sounding board for us. And I think last year, because of structurally when they're meeting, that's really hard. Unless we just give them things that ask them for a written report, or, you know, there's probably ways to make that happen, but there's probably some thought that needs to go into how to make sure that they're able to achieve both goals.
I think what we missed last year, no doubt, and I mean, what has changed in the 4 years I've been on that committee is, it is so, you know, they go through an application process, the principals interview them, they tell them what's expected of them, but to get them, and when we first started, we met twice a month, we met every other week, and just the time commitment, and they have the best of intentions, but then they get jobs, and they get cast in a play, or they get, you know, sports season changes, and it was, this last year was the least consistent. I mean, every year it seemed to have gotten a little bit worse, you know, as far as getting, and then Dawn loves to meet with them, and they love to meet with Dawn, and there's some great, you know, conversation. We only met with them once, and it was hard to get them even that once. And so whether we do a better job of getting them meeting with us so we can hear that voice a little bit more, and we try to coach them. We try to coach them that when they come to those board meetings, to share their thoughts. It doesn't have to be just this laundry list, we did this, we did, but they're so nervous when they come and everything that they, you know, and we say, we just want your student voice. But again, even with the 15 of them, there is no one unified student voice.
But that's what's important,
No.
is to hear all.
But there's just no, there's no format for us to do that. And they'll be the first ones to tell you, they're just one person at this school. They don't have time to go and survey, you know, everyone. They're only using their lens, just like we as board members are only using, you know, our lens. But it doesn't mean that we cannot do a better job of getting them to meeting with Dawn, meeting with them, us meeting with them, getting them to voice their opinion when they come for our board meeting, getting them engaged And again, that's why I asked what I asked. They are going to be an important voice in the student success act.
Right.
So again, we have,
So maybe, I don't know if this is a lot of work or if it doesn't make sense, but we always thinking of ideas, I'll just throw it out, see what happens. Isn't there some sort of way for them to be some sort of portal or something that students, a particular school, can just put their ideas into, and then the committee can be a clearinghouse and vet them and have a discussion for it? The reason why I say this is because, where were we at? I think we were at Merlot Station, and we had a budget committee meeting, and there was a young lady that I happened to be sitting by. Was it there? Anyway, I don't know if you were saying. Anyway, and she was a Sunset High School student, and she was curious. She didn't know what she could do as far as making her commentary known or comments known as a student. And I mentioned the Student Advisory Committee, and I found it on my phone. I found the name of the person and the contact, and I said, this is the person that you would go to have that information flow up through us. So if there's something formal that the motivated students, really talking about the motivated students, can have a way to put their information in email form, send it off to a mailbox to the committee, then the committee could, I think, go over it. So I'm just trying to ask my idea.
And kind of to piggyback on that a little bit, I think some of the issue is how the time is used. Like I sat on the SSA 2 years ago. A lot of the time wasn't being used to have students grapple with tough issues and give us feedback. It was like kind of lesson plan type stuff, or working on other projects over there. And I felt like that time could be used way more effectively for input. So it may not even be a need to change the format, but to make sure that when we have somebody on that committee, that they're really, the purpose of that committee is to give the board strong feedback, and that it's not being used for other purposes.
I think right off the bat, because some of them, because we do sometimes talk, like budget decisions or they were the ones totally 3 years ago. I've never heard of Julie before in my life. They totally educated me. So it was, but a lot of them, I don't know if they're recruited on the fact that we're just going to ask you to come in every time and, answer the questions, whereas instead, we've let them kind of take, and that's why they're taking on things like mental health or homelessness or whatever, or, students, showcasing students that normally don't get showcased. I mean, they kind of come with their own, but I think it would have to be establishing that with them right off the bat. So then if that's not what somebody signed up for,
Right.
then... Why don't we give them a top-driven one from one of the problems we have? Like, we have a list of things we want to do, and they get an assignment, focus to them, they have a deliverable, they have a year to do it. Is that better?
I don't know, they don't want it to feel too much like school.
Okay.
Well,
They don't want assignments.
But they want it on
I
their
was
resume.
gonna
so
say,
they have to
but
do
I
it.
mean,
Yeah.
but students who tackle something that we're dealing with that affects them.
Yeah, right.
Well, and we do, budget, we go over the budget with them over and over and over again to help us,
When
We're
I was
not
there, it was
dealing
like
with that.
one meeting to go over the budget. It could have been a meeting or two to help them understand the process, to give them like a deeper dive, and then to start to get the response from them. But I just saw a lot of projects that were great projects, like a wonderful work. It's not a judgment call there, but they weren't necessarily providing the student voice to the school board.
The other thing we may do is all of our schools have student body councils, and to engage student body council, because I think the representatives there are a lot closer to the work because they represent individual classes, and for them to be able to have a little bit better ear, and then maybe to report back to the larger group, and so then I think that could be a positive. Because you have to remember, the people that are on that board advisory group, they are, for the most part, most of our high flyers. And so we're not getting to the students who are struggling in our schools or, so I think just a way to, that's a certain segment of our student population.
well, there's definitely some different things that can be done. There are some definite different things that can be done. So,
And just structurally as chair, I just know they go figure out how to support both that committee and then the board in getting the student voice that you're looking for. There's a lot of different ways to do it. And all of them take an extremely large amount of coordination, as I know.
Yep.
It's a board, it is a board, it is a school board.
I know.
One other thing I wanted to highlight, that as I looked over our feedback for ourselves on how we can develop, 6 out of the 8 talked about community engagement.
I know, it came through loud and clear, yeah, it did. No,
You have this, yes,
so,
That's good.
give it a challenge.
How do we communicate?
and so I'm just gonna go real quick here, because again, I know we're running out of time here. As far as, I kind of did just a scorecard, because we need to go back and have ready for the next board meeting, our goals for the year. And so, if you guys will go to like the school board goals, and where it said, last year we said, ensure policies reflect current state law and district strategic plan. Do you think we accomplished that?
Yes.
You just want to circle it, Nancy?
No, I'm gonna put it, I'm gonna read for all of us. Disagreement. Implement strategic plan measures and report processes with attention to both academic achievement and operational excellence.
Yes. That's our strategic plan.
Any disagreement? Okay. Improve communication and relationship with local government organizations and focus on revenue reform.
House bill.
Support bond program projects and long-range facility planning efforts, including middle school attendance and elementary attendance areas and capacity planning.
I like it.
The first half, yes, the second half is going to do.
Yeah.
So we're going to probably incorporate those in our next goals going forward. Okay? We collaborate, community engagement, encourage purposeful inclusion, particularly for underserved and equity.
We have to work on that one. We did some.
I mean, like a mono, yeah, but some.
We were not.
And that again is going to be a part of one of our committees, and so that'll also be incorporated. Negotiate a new certified contract. Yes, we did.
And Becky, even the ones that say yes, that doesn't mean that they're not ones that we're
Oh,
going to.
absolutely. Really, I think that one with the contract may have to be.
Even the ones above, like
Yeah.
the policies, I would expect is always going to be something.
The thing is,
for
as
eyeball.
we all know, is, unlike Dawn's, if we put 20 goals, are we gonna be able to focus on any of those? So, yeah.
Did a lot.
And then oversee policy implementation with special attention to policies for safety of students, sponsorship, do that. Grading and reporting.
Yeah.
We're starting.
I'm seeing some
So,
progress there.
some progress, but not that. And then provide leadership for multi-year financial plan and budget process to align with the strategic plan.
Yeah, I'd say there was a lot of leadership provided. It didn't go the way we wanted.
So some?
Yeah, some.
Okay. There we go. That is where we're gonna, there's some of our goals, right there, right there. Okay, I just included here, this is what Tiger views with school board goals. And I'd just like to throw something out before we end with our assignments. And there are goals. We can have goals as a board. But in Tiger's case, they have board goals, but then they also have personal goals. So when I see things like better community engagement, we did that we've had committees that have been in charge of that. We've done it as a whole when we were trying to pass a levy, that kind of thing. But could you break that down into that we have responsibility as a board person with the 7 schools that we have assigned to us?
Right, yes.
Could we, as far as, how we learn together as a board, is there a personal goal that we want to do, that we attend the regional meeting, or we attend, that we try to get 80% attendance, or 90% attendance?
Are you suggesting that they personal goals be actually personal, or that we all have the same personal goals?
We all have the same personal goal.
Like a stretch for me might be different than a stretch for Donna,
True,
right?
true.
They're just,
Personalized education, systems of accountability.
We got a whole bunch of stuff on our plate.
I don't know if you guys feel that way. I mean, do you think that that is something that we should even strive for as a board?
I think having personal goals as a board member is a fantastic idea. I also happen to be a fan of sharing them with other people. Like, that doesn't bother me at all, but I would just come back to like, what's my own stretch might be different than Eric's or.
I do think this is an interesting idea because we on our committee with Donna, we all went out and engaged underserved organizations. I went to 3 last year that probably most of you may not even know we did. I don't know how much you read our notes. But that didn't really affect Eric with reaching underserved. But I felt like, wow, I did 3 more than I've ever done before, okay? So that personal goal is a great idea.
But actually, when I look at what you're saying there, I know they were in the notes, but I would have liked to have had the challenge to say to me, hey, we're doing this, let's challenge the rest of our board members.
We were headed that way, we just didn't get there.
Yeah, things happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just kind of, because we're kind of like building things as we were moving along, and we had an idea of making the first initial outreach and the first touch, with the idea of coming back and being more concrete. Because we're just trying to get a sense, what are you looking for? Here we are, this is what we do, how can we work together? And we never got to the next step. That's what I found when I went out and talked to people.
I think this is good because it's dealing with the comments we had about not engaging the community enough. I think the sheer number of things on here, if we narrow it down to 1 or 2 things that we all do together, that's not a bad thing. I wouldn't mind a challenge in 1 or 2 of these areas that everybody feels communally we want to do as a board, and where we need that amount of outreach, where all 7 of us being engaged matters, right? It's not like we're overlapping each other, but we're actually multiplying our ability to get things done.
So like, it's not a requirement for us to go to budget listening sessions.
No, but we do.
But we do, because we know that's where the work, and we need to hear it, so, if at all we can do it, most of us go to budget listening sessions. I'm trying to think of other things that we do just on our own, that we just do it because we think we want to do it because it feels like it makes, because again, Ann, there are things that I do differently just because I have such a strong feeling, because I do not have students in the system anymore. I'm not an end user anymore. So it's important for me to try to get as close to schools as possible because I'm not an end user anymore. But that's just a value that I have that helps me feel like I better understand when I get a phone call because I've been around it.
I was going to introduce something with your goals in terms of a visual for our community, that if we published that we had these individualized goals that were kind of like as a school board collective, that people might understand what we're doing and they see that we're more connected in doing things, even going to the budget listening session or, going to, they're seeing that we're actually doing more than just doing school board meetings because they don't see the other things that we're doing. So it's just an opportunity for them to see the other things that we're doing. Even if it says go to 5 PTO meetings through the year, it's just something that we all do, but people don't know we do it.
Because even if we, Don and I were talking about, even if we say it at our board meetings and our own personal notes, the fact that anybody sees that or knows that, it doesn't. But that is the only avenue that we have because it makes it in the minutes and the people who bother to listen to the minutes or read the minutes. But it's very rare. So I don't know whether it's, our community needs to know that we are out there and that we are listening and that we are doing things. So, again, I'll be glad to, because I tried to talk to you guys all about this individually when I met with you, of how you want to see this go. And I'm not trying to, if it's not something that you folks are interested in, it's not I was just trying to see how to break things down so that we can address some of these things that we think that we still have. And again, what I struggle with, what is a good school board member? what is a good board? What do we measure that? How do we measure that? How do we know that we are good school board members?
Good question.
I mean,
I feel
because
self-guilt
you
all the
can't say it's because we got reelected. Well, none of us had anybody run against us.
True.
Because nobody else wants to put in the
But
work.
But that could mean you're a good member, that you don't even know that maybe people think you're doing a good job.
They see.
Sometimes you always hear from the you hear from the squeaky wheels, but for the most part, I mean, you could take that as that nobody wanted to run against you because they think they're satisfied overall with.
Well, I think what else has happened, at least for, the time commitment it takes to do this job, it's hard for people. So are we just the only suckers that are?
You know, there's other school boards out there that meet every
The
single
recorder
week.
stuff?
Becky, I mean, there's other school boards that are meeting every single week, and they have committee meetings during the week too, and then they have full-time jobs. I mean, and that's why they were having problems finding people, they dropped out of. No, I mean, yeah.
But I would like to,
You know how I said on this, like, I like measurables and metrics, so like, for me, it helps manage, like, Eric, I want you to do this, and
Yeah.
like, just for me, something like, just like,
It's accountability.
accountability, I'll go out and do some things extra.
What if we started with one or two things that we go, and then if one else it doesn't work, and we tried it, but I'm open to it like Eric.
okay, I'm open, it's fine.
If you think,
Okay,
yeah,
well,
I want to do
I-
like 10 engagements.
I will communicate that with you. And then the last thing here is, because it's
What's
4
our
o'clock,
executive session?
is the,
Okay, maybe.
our committee assignments. So again, I talked to most of you individually. Some of you said, cut me wherever you need me. Some of you had very strong feelings about where you want to be and tried to accommodate that. And I think I shared with all of you that I tried to put committees together. I had some input from Dawn as far as, what kind of things that, how the board can make a difference. So we have planning, but then I tried to put a focus on them. What kind of things that we need to focus on in that committee. And a lot of it came up today, the middle school schedule, curriculum, the facilities, readiness, long-term viability, those kind of things. And then a new one would be finance and investment strategies. I think this is, our community has said that we need to provide better financial oversight. I think there's a lot of things that we're dealing with, whether it be, Forecast 5, which is an important component as we're putting the budget together, our return on investment in programs, what works, what doesn't, what PERS is going to, the different things that are happening with PERS, whether it be the work back or us deciding as a board about putting back into the unfunded liability. That's going to be a decision we're going to need to make. The things that we talked about today with the bond readiness, what needs to go on there, how we get ready for that, what deferred maintenance in the budget. You could take any one of these subjects and spend your whole committee structure on just that. So, and then the last one is the Student Success Committee. We've tried community engagement in so many different formats, and it's just too big. And so, I got feedback from Tom that we really did not think that was a committee that needed to work. Planning, we're keeping the same. Policy, we'll move to an ad hoc because we always have to keep up on policies, and we can call those like maybe once a quarter. And then the Student Success Committee, Susan and Leanne will join the committee that already exists. And then with all 3 of these committees, besides keeping minutes, which is what we have to do, I want at every work session, we have built-in time that we are talking about the things that are going on in the committee. So that way we know some of these things before it just gets to us in its final form.
So should I forward my meeting notes from my meetings? We have, from the color caucus, we have like monthly meetings, we've got quarterly meetings. Do you just want a synopsis? Should I just give a report at our board retreats? What do you want from me as far as?
I think that would probably we'll just put
a report?
Just
Okay.
a report,
All right.
kind of like how Leanne does from the OSBA board perspective.
Do you report on PDFs and what they're doing?
Yes,
Okay.
because we just get too far away from it. We don't know. So, and then bond accountability, Eric he wanted to stay on that, and I think it's great to have someone that, wants to stay with that. Same thing with audit, I think that's an important piece, and Eric and you said inclusion really with you, so. And then with a very important piece that we need to incorporate in all of our, is going to be, we have 2 bargains. And I talked to many of you about that, serving on that, and the feedback that I got was, it's going to depend on when it starts.
Yeah. Well, the fact that there's not a, it looks like we're not gonna have to go to referral to,
Right.
initiative, does that make a difference in timing?
Should, but,
Then I'm gonna-
so that one is those are going to be 2 important pieces to fill in here. So we are going to have to talk about that as a board, who needs to fill that in and when it needs to be filled in. But that's going to be an important piece of the work that we do this year, are those 2 bargains. So that's going to need to be reflected in our goals. Yes.
Hey, it's mine.
Yes.
This is the one that over.
Others, this is the one.
Last year.
That one. This other one was to just show you who was on what committees we had last year, who was on what committees, but the one to go with is the second one, unless there are any addition or changes, or, as I said to all of you when I met with you, if you want to see another committee structure, an additional committee, if we're missing something big, now's the time to speak.
I like your new name, Finance and Investment Strategies Committee. What do you think, Ann? That's a good name. We're going to Congress.
So they had something to invest.
So I'm going to take the things that we circled that still need to be handled, yes or no, and put them for goals and get those out to you folks to see if there's, because we're going to need to add, I would say we'd also put under goals, negotiate a new certified and classified contract. That's going to have to be under goals.
So classify the whole on new contract or just that part? I thought it was just, okay, I missed something somewhere. Was that the last school board meeting?
We know it's coming out, so anyway. Anything else? We always seem to be rushing when it gets to the goal part.
Oh, man.
You could probably incorporate your committee notes.
So anyway, well, thank you all. Thank you for taking the time to meet with me in the last 2 weeks, and thank you for getting your evaluations done, and thank you for wrapping up 1 year and getting ready for a new year, and thank staff for hanging in with us all day today.
Becky, just like a point of order, Mary's going to send us invites to set up those committee meetings.
Yeah, we got to change the name of our committee.
Eric needs a t-shirt.
Eric needs a t-shirt?
Welcome aboard. We're going to build some good things here.
I think the immediate thing that happens is, I don't know exactly which staff members, except for student advisory, that are on that staff. I don't know who's on
We'll get it
staff.
out.
Yeah, and then it's,
we'll try to find areas where we find out what are the best times.
yeah. I think for most part, you guys like early morning meetings, right?
Yeah.
Or, work for you.
10 o'clock's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Madam Chair, I must.
All right, we are adjourned until August 26th.